We are on the record in Jennifer O'Ware versus April Despain, 23090477766. May I have appearances of counsel beginning with petitioner, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Kennedy Nate and Austin Nate on behalf of the petitioner, Jennifer Alwerda. And then we also have Nate Alwerda here with us. Would it be okay if you joined us at counsel's table?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Gad Maragani on behalf of the respondent, Your Honor, April Despain, and we also have her husband here, Tony Despain.
Excellent. Are we ready to just jump right in, I hope?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Nate, you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. And the petitioner calls Nate Alwerda.
Okay. Mr. Alwerda, if you want to come up here and stand in front of this lady to my left.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
Thank you so much. Please have a seat right here.
Alrighty, good morning, Mr. Alwerda. Can you go ahead and state your name and spell it for the record?
It's Nathan Alwerda, Nathan Auwerda.
Okay. And Mr. Alwerda, are you currently employed?
I am.
What is your current employment?
I currently am Chief Technology Officer for a company called Nutrafol.
Okay. And do you have, or what experience do you have as a Chief Technology Officer?
Sorry. Apologies to the folks on WebEx. I just realized we were muted. Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries.
Good. Okay. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, absolutely. Can you go ahead and describe your background as a Chief Technology Officer and preceding employment?
Sure. I've been a Chief Technology Officer for several different firms, including large public firms like Overstock.com, private firms like Clearlink, and Nutrafol.
Okay.
So I've been doing it for at least 7 years in that role and about 25 years of technology experience.
So it's fair to say you have quite a bit of experience with technology.
I think so.
Okay. Do you use social media?
I do.
Okay. Would you say you have a decent amount of experience using social media?
I think so. More of a lurker than a poster, but yes.
Understood. And has your technological background affected or assisted your use of social media?
Oh, absolutely.
In what way?
Well, understanding how the web works, how posts happen, things like that, goes a long way.
Okay. Do you know who Jennifer Alwerda is?
I do.
And how long have you known Ms. Alwerda?
Since 2001.
Okay. So for a long time.
Years, yeah.
Do you know who April Despain is?
I do.
Can you go ahead and describe the circumstances whereby you came to know Ms. Despain?
It was in May of 2023, I believe, when Jen told me she was in a little bit of an online argument with an April Despain. I'd never heard of her before then.
Okay. And based off your recollection, go ahead and describe this argument between the two as you recall it.
Yeah, I mean, at a high level, it seemed like it started out with some posts around April attacking some people in our son's school, particularly around pride flags. And then it seemed to turn personal pretty quickly, especially over this 3-day period in May. So that's the high-level version. Obviously, there's a lot of detail. We spent a lot of time on it, so I'm happy to go into any particular areas.
Okay. And so do you recall in the first day of trial that there were many posts made online on social media that have been admitted to evidence? Do you remember those posts?
I think there's at least 100.
Okay. And did you view those posts?
I did, yes.
Okay. So you've seen them before?
Yes.
Okay.
At the time.
At the time.
At the time, correct, yes. Before this trial, you had seen those posts,
I
correct?
had, yes.
Okay. Did you ever get involved in this online debate?
Very briefly. Yes, I did.
And go ahead and describe the circumstances that you got involved and what happened.
Well, it was on April's Facebook page, and one of her followers was making really inflammatory and kind of disgusting comments about Jen. But then he also posted a photo of my son and insinuated that Jen was a groomer and abusing him, and that really upset me. Yeah. And so that was where I was involved.
And what ended up happening when you got involved?
I think we posted a few times, and on one night, it might have been 2, and then I decided I didn't want to engage with that type of person anymore. So,
Do you know if that post of your son is still online?
I believe it was taken down.
Do you know why it was taken down?
I think it was taken down because I reported it. I don't know where it came from and how he got it or why he thought it was appropriate to post it and say that he was, being abused or...
Okay. Did you ever post about Mrs. Spain?
No.
And again, just to confirm, at the time of the debate, we'll say approximately May, June of 2023, you saw the posts that were being made about Ms. Huerta, correct?
I mean, yeah, I definitely did. I mean, they were happening very frequent, from early in the morning till 2 a.m. There were posts about her.
And what was your reaction to those posts?
Oh, it was very upsetting. I mean, especially after, the police had visited our home and asked that both parties stop engaging, and Jen had stopped, and April didn't stop. And those posts often had an effect where, as soon as they went up, Jen would receive threats or private messages. And it seemed to escalate pretty quickly from the online world to the offline world, especially after that police visit.
In what respects did it present itself in the real world, as opposed to just being online?
Yeah, I mean, to start, I got doxxed. All my personal information was put online, our home address, my personal cell phone number. People started calling my cell phone. I think we heard one of those in this original day.
And so just to stop you real fast right there, the exhibit that we heard earlier on the first day of trial of a voicemail with your address saying that they were going to stop by, that was to your cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And so you remember receiving that and listening to it on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was the amount of anonymous calls and blocked calls and things that went dramatically up, which is something that never happened before. We also started seeing people drive by our home. I witnessed people drive by, stop in front of my house, put their phone camera out and take pictures of our home. I even had to confront some of them. We live on a pretty quiet street, and they would speed through at 40, 50 miles an hour, and then loop around and stop in front of our home. It was, honestly kind of terrifying. There was one moment where my son felt like he had to run and hide upstairs because the person kept driving by, and I was going out to confront them, and he didn't want to see anything happen.
Did any of these things happen before April and her followers would post and or comment?
No, never.
So this was unique to this started happening when after this debate turned personal, correct?
Absolutely, and especially after the police involvement had come, and I feel like there was a very clear line of where there was some online argument, it stopped, but then these posts kept happening, and it was almost like clockwork. Oh, there's another post or a repost of an article, and here comes some more threats, here comes some more drive-bys, here's some more anonymous calls.
Did you ever report the personal information that was posted online?
I did. I reported it to all the major social medias whenever I saw it.
And do you know if that was ultimately removed?
I believe it was. I haven't seen it anymore, but it was up for several days, at least.
When you said that you confronted one of the individuals that drove by the house, correct?
I did.
Can you go ahead and describe that experience, what happened, what was said?
I mean, so this in this case was a truck speeding by, going down to the other street, turning around and slow driving by our house, and doing this a few times. And the second time I walked out and, tried to confront them, ask them, what are you doing here? Again, like, we live on a street that it's not a through street. You have to turn to visit someone, and they were very clearly just looping around our house. And I got some mumble-mouth response, and then he jumped in the car and sped away.
Did you take any security precautions after this event?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, our neighborhood actually started a neighborhood watch, which we had never done before. We put up some signs, upgraded some of our security systems in our home. We even had some people, put out cones to try to slow people down from driving through the neighborhood.
How did this all affect you personally?
It was pretty horrible, actually. I mean, to see your wife and son go through something where they're being not just attacked online, but it's coming into the real world is very distressing. It's also horrific to see people you love be vilified and called horrific things like groomers and pedophiles, which are just not even close to true. It weighed on me a ton. I ended up, at the time was working full-time in an office. I had to stay at home several days to help make the family feel safer. Didn't sleep as well. Again, the post would go on almost 24/7. So
it's fair to say that it had a pretty substantial impact in your life, correct?
absolutely.
And explain a little bit more what you observed as to how it affected Ms. Huerta.
Oh, wow. It was pretty awful, in that all day, every day, all of a sudden your phone is popping up with new horrific things said about you publicly and privately. I would encourage Jen sometimes to just turn her phone off because the volume of it was so high. I mean, I know we've shared a lot of it in this courtroom, but that's not even, it doesn't really capture how much there was, right? She had trouble sleeping. I mean, she was very distressed, very distressed.
And you mentioned that it also affected your son?
Oh, absolutely. He was really I mean, it's terrifying when someone calls and says they're coming to your home, when people are kind of saying they're going to kill your mother, and posting your home address. I mean, that's not something I want any kid to ever go through. And as his father and his protector, it tears me up. It upsets me even today thinking about it.
Did you fear for your safety?
I did. I mean, I lead a pretty quiet life, and I don't like people showing up at my home and saying they're going to murder my wife or, a stupid prank. And frankly, there's not much of a story if there's two moms that got into an argument. It's only a story because this false narrative was created around. She's associated with Murray School District. She's the PTA president. There's no story without that. So it would have died off, I think, rather quickly if it hadn't been constantly reposted and reincited.
Go and explain that a little bit more. What do you mean there wouldn't have been a story without this, as you described, false narrative?
Well, I mean, let's imagine two moms get into a little argument online. Like, I don't think the news or anyone's covering that, but if you can tie it to a narrative that, oh, this is part of some persecution from me against Murray District, or this is an attack on my religion, or this is my free speech, or this is unconstitutional, or now it's back. There's this giant narrative that is created, and there's an echo chamber of news that just prints that without, ever checking things. Some of the most horrific comments and activities happened after these interviews to like Daily Caller or Readline and some of these news organizations that, of course, never bothered to fact check or do any sort of due diligence on these. And so without that narrative continually happening, I think it would have died off. But when someone's constantly giving media interviews, constantly reposting it, and, trying to, I think, grow their online personality a little bit.
Do you know
That's what I would describe as the narrative.
No, understood. Thank you. Do you know approximately how many times that Ms. Despain posted about Ms. Huerta?
I don't know the exact number. I just know the volume was, some days she was tweeting 60 to 80 times. Not all of that was about Jen, but during that period there was a lot.
So, fair to say more than 50 times?
Absolutely.
More than 100 times?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And it also was across different social media channels. So often she would post on Twitter, post on Facebook, post on Instagram, repost on Twitter, repost something one of her followers posted, post on YouTube. It was, so for each incident there might be actually 5 incidents because across the different channels.
And do you recall approximately how long these posts continued? Do they still continue?
There was another post after the day after, a repost, the day after we came last time about Jen. So they're still going on, even though my understanding is that shouldn't happen.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Margariti?
Okay. Hi, Mr. Werda. How are you?
Good morning. Well, how are you?
I'm good. So you just said that this was an online spat between two mothers, right?
I described part of it was that, yes.
But your wife sent pride flags to my client's house, correct?
That is correct.
So it went beyond online at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much your wife paid to have those paid Project Rainbow to have those pride flags posted in my client's yard?
I do not.
Can we put up Exhibit 4?
What did you do? It's just 4, right? Oh, dang it. Sorry about that. We'll get logged back in.
Okay.
And don't worry, this code expires, so it's not a big deal if anyone sees it.
Let's take it at the next minute, Kennedy.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit, Mr. Werda?
I do.
Just for the record, this is Exhibit 4, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
And if you look at the second sentence in the second paragraph, it says, we have all the hateful death threats and posts from your supporters. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. Now can we do Exhibit 1 and then Exhibit 1 of Exhibit 1? Does that make sense? Thank you.
So. And then Exhibit 1 of Exhibit 1. Do you know what page that is?
I don't know the exact page. There you go. Maybe go to the next page. Do you recognize this exhibit, Mr. Werda?
I do.
And they're also in the binder folder if you wanted to look at a hard copy.
Oh, okay. As long as there's everything showing on the screen that we're going to talk about.
Now these are what we're looking at, and it's on the right. Do you see that? There's 4 posts that are posted. And is that a yes?
Yeah. Yes, there's 4 on the right. Correct.
Okay. And these are examples of death threats that your wife received, correct?
Correct. Or directed at her.
Okay. And what social media site are these from?
These look like they're from Instagram.
Did you take any of these screenshots?
I may have. I don't remember. Both Jen and I took a lot of these together, so I don't remember who took which one.
Okay. Can you go to the next page of Exhibit 1? So do you recognize these screenshots that are on the page that are showing right now?
Yeah, I've seen these before.
Okay. And did you take these screenshots?
I don't remember if it was me or Jen that took these.
Can we pull up Exhibit 74?
Are we done with Exhibit 1?
We might come back to it. So I don't know if there's a way to just split the screen. I don't need the left. Does that make sense?
All right. Well, and Exhibit 74?
Yeah. And then the last page of this exhibit.
Is that the last page?
Yes. Yes, thank you. Do you recognize this exhibit, Mr. Awardo?
I don't. right now. But it looks like, my face is in the bottom, so it looks like it might be, this might be one that I took, but I don't recognize this now.
All right. So if you look at the bottom of the screenshot, right?
Mhm.
That's your photo on the left bottom corner. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then it says at the bottom, add a comment as Nate Awarda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this is a screenshot that you took, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the screenshot itself is black. Do you see that?
I mean, in this exhibit, yeah, I don't know I doubt it was black if I took it.
Right.
Right.
Well, do you have your phone set to dark mode or some sort of a mode that would make the screen black?
I may. I mean, I've experimented with that. It would depend on when the time was taken. It looks like it's 9:54, but it doesn't say if it's PM or AM.
Okay.
I don't know, what are we trying to get at with it being black?
I'm just wondering, like, sometimes people have different settings on their phones to make them look a particular way, right?
Mhm.
Is that right?
I mean, I can speak for myself.
Right.
Often, yes, I will have, like a dark mode is easier to read at night if you're up late.
Okay. And so, but do you have that dark mode on a lot of the time?
I think I go back and forth. Sometimes I find it annoying. So
Okay.
I couldn't tell you on the day of the screenshot if it was on or not, if that's what we're trying to get to.
All right, so this is a screenshot that you took, correct?
Yeah, it appears that way. I mean, it's from my Instagram, yes.
Okay. All right, can we go back to 1.1 and back to that second page of that exhibit again? Okay. Do you see how here these posts are also dark? Do you see that?
By dark, do you mean black background, white text?
Yes, these
yes,
are.
I see
Okay.
that the text is white and the background is black.
And so I'm wondering if black backgrounds means that you took the screenshot.
I don't think you could, that seems like a real jump in logic. No, I don't think you see that.
All right, so if the screenshots are white, it could be either you or your wife took them. Is that correct?
I think no matter what the background color is, it could be me or Jen. We did not keep track of who took each screenshot.
Okay. Now I'm wondering about these screenshots as well. If you notice, we cannot see the original post that they came from, correct?
Not in these, no. These look like they're replies
Okay.
to the
And
post.
so, what are they replies to?
I don't know. I assume that these are replies to a post that either April made or her reposting some of the news media articles that she did.
Okay. Now, earlier you said that you are a chief technology officer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that you've been doing this for, I think you said 20 years?
Correct. A little more, but sure.
Okay. How many years was it? Is it?
It's a 25, let's call it.
Okay. Do you deal with screenshots in your job?
Not typically. Obviously, I've had to deal with lawsuits and things in the past, but they haven't been around screenshots. It's more email discovery, things like that.
Okay. But so if somebody has a technology problem, do people send you a screenshot of the problem?
Not in my role. That would typically go to like a support person.
All right, so in those support roles, people in the support roles under you could receive screenshots,
Sure,
right?
of course that could happen. I mean, yes. I'm really unclear on what you're getting to, so maybe you could help me.
You don't need to know what he's getting to, just
Okay.
answer the
Okay,
question.
got it.
At some point, were you in one of those support roles?
I think at some level, I serve people. That's my job, right? So sure, a support role.
Okay. And so have people sent you screenshots of computer problems that they've had in any of your IT roles?
Yes.
And is it important when they do that they send you a full screenshot showing the full context of what the problem is?
Not necessarily. No.
Is it best practice to do that?
I don't think there is a best practice around that.
Is it preferable that they do that?
Actually, in many cases, no, because you might just want to focus on some component of that's not working correctly, not their entire screen. So, no, I would, in some cases, I would not say that.
Okay. So you think it would be, but wouldn't it be, well, it's fine. Can we also do on half the screen Exhibit 129?
Do you want this one up as well still?
Yeah. That doesn't work. Okay. Do you recognize Exhibit 129, Mr. Werda?
I do.
Okay. This is an Instagram post by my client, right?
That appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if you look at this post at the top, right, you can see that it comes from my client's Instagram account, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you look at the posts on the right, the ones that were in Exhibit 1 of Exhibit 1, right? We don't see that same Instagram handle at the top, right?
Correct.
Why is that?
My guess is the comment thread is so deep that it scrolled past that. Like there were so many comments that I had to scroll up. I don't know for sure though. If you're asking me to guess, that's why I would guess.
Okay.
If
Okay. And so if we could just go to the previous page of Exhibit 1 again. Okay, and then here again, there's 4 posts, right? And none of them show the original Instagram post that they came from, correct?
correct.
Let's see. Do you, in your role as a chief technology officer, do you deal with email chains?
Do I deal with email chains? Yes.
Okay. And have you dealt with legal discovery as part of your role?
I have.
Okay. And so when you go to an employee and ask them for their emails, would it be acceptable for them to cut off parts of those emails when they produce them to you?
I would never ask an employee to produce emails.
Well, what do you do?
There's tools that you can put like legal holds on people's accounts. I wouldn't ask the employee to produce it.
Okay, so you actually just go into their computer without talking to them?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Do you want to tell us what you do then?
Sure, but let me give you an example. In the Google Workspace, there's a tool called Vault. You
Okay.
could create a matter. You could put the legal hold, like say you're holding all water bottle conversations for a particular individual. You place a hold on that, and then that could not be deleted by anyone, including administrators. That's what I would do.
Okay, so it's just based on word searches, correct?
It could be based on word searches. It doesn't always have to be.
Okay.
It could be dates and times or things like that.
In your role as a CTO, have you ever had to be a witness in a trial?
No, I've never been a witness. I've been.
Have you ever had to produce emails or any other kind of correspondence in that role?
I've had to produce them to legal counsel, yes.
Your own emails?
My own emails?
Yeah.
I have not had to produce them myself, no. I've had my emails produced, but I've never actually
Through the
done
Vault
it.
system?
I don't remember which system was used in the trial.
Have you ever had any lawyers at your companies come to you and ask you for documents?
Yes.
Okay, and can you give me an example of something they've asked you for?
It's maybe someone asked for every presentation that included the word internet from, a period from September to October or something.
Okay. And so did you produce in that example?
Mr. Maragani, I'm going to cut you off here because he doesn't get to ask where you're headed, but I do. I don't care what sort of legal discovery he's engaged in. Tell me why this is relevant. I mean, if your point is that this is different, maybe a law firm would have done this differently, I got it. We can move on.
No, Your Honor, I
mean, we've got to finish today, so I'm keeping the.
I totally understand, Your
Because
Honor.
I don't have any other days until July, so
Yeah,
it's,
the purpose of this is to show that,
they weren't produced in native form, I got it.
that this was deliberate, the cutting off of the original postings.
That's not accurate.
Okay. So.
And so I think showing, like, in previous practices, you had to produce documents, you don't go and you alter the documents, you don't produce them in different formats, you don't cut off the original, like the beginning of an email and things like that.
Okay.
I think that's what I was trying to get at.
Am I allowed
Although
to
now he
respond
knows
to that? That is so.
Well, there's not a question, but so, okay, I guess maybe just ask that question, if that's what your question was. Like, I just, it doesn't matter what his experience is in discovery, I don't think.
Okay, Your Honor,
So,
thanks. Yeah.
if you want to just ask, did you do it intentionally to hide stuff, which just seems like that's your question. Okay.
Okay. So,
Or you
Mr.
can ask whatever you want, I don't need to tell you what to do.
No, I understand. No, I understand, Your Honor. Okay. Now everyone's heard it. So,
Yeah.
so Mr. Awarda, was the cutting off of the original or the social media post where these come from, was that intentional?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Then why did you do it?
I did not intend to cut it off. I'd never been involved in a situation where I had to, in my personal life, where my wife was being attacked, where I had to gather evidence. It was all happening very fast over one long weekend, and I just wanted to gather it as quickly as possible and help her. Again, I don't know if she took these or I took these, but I wasn't thinking I'm in the legal discovery mode. I thought, I want this person to stop harassing my family.
Okay.
Obviously, had I known 2 years later we'd be sitting here, we could have been a little more thorough about it.
Okay.
And also the fact remains that these are from posts that she either posted or reposted. It's not like there's anything to hide here. I would wish we could show the full thing.
These posts are from posts that my client posted?
Like, for example, she would repost the Daily Caller article frequently.
And so do you have evidence that these posts are because of her, or do you have evidence that she actually reposted the Daily Caller social media post?
Yeah, I think that's an evidence that she's reposted that multiple times. We've covered that.
All right. And do you have evidence that she's the one that caused any of these people to post these threats?
How could I? She caused them? I don't understand your question. Mr. Mariani, can you repeat it, please?
Do you have evidence that she contacted these people and asked them to post it?
No, I don't have evidence that she contacted them and asked them to post it, but her repeated posting over and over again incited them. It kept going, it kept happening. And again, the narrative isn't even true. I mean, I guess you could make an argument that maybe it's some other random PTA president because it's cut off, but that seems ridiculous.
Okay. For this next part, it might be easier with just the binder because I was just going to ask about exhibits 37 to 51. And so it would be in the petitioner's binder, which I think is that one.
37?
Yeah, to 51.
Sorry, 36.
Your Honor, I object real fast. I don't know if it's much of an objection or just a statement that 37 through 51, we've already stipulated that these are posts and comments that came from the Daily Caller, so to the extent that the questioning is intended to establish, that's already been stipulated.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to ask about that, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
All right, where do you want to start?
Okay. So your wife claims that these are all posts from my client's supporters, correct?
I don't know if she's claimed that all are from your client's supporters.
Okay. Do you think they're from her supporters?
I think the majority of them are from people that either support her or her point of view from her news articles.
Okay.
Yes.
But you don't have any evidence that she has had any contact with any of the people that posted?
I don't know if I
Yes.
could answer on those particular ones, no. She did engage frequently with the comments section of various websites. So I don't know if we're asking about that here, if I couldn't tell you if, she knows Starfighter 757.
Okay. But there's no evidence in here that she engaged with the posts in 37 to 51, right?
Well, I haven't gone through them all, so I don't know if in all these there is something that she engaged in these particular ones. If you'd like, I can sit and go through these. Obviously, some of these are direct messages, so she couldn't have engaged with them. There's one here where she's commenting on Jen's appearance. So, again, do you want me to go through every single one of these?
I mean, they're each one page.
That's not accurate. The other ones are 12 pages. And if you're looking for these particular ones, if there's a comment from April, is that your question?
Yeah.
I'm up to 43. Just trying to move this along.
And just to 51.
Yep, you got it. So in the screenshots through 51, which again are a limited amount of the volume of screenshots that were on many of these posts, I do not see any comments from April, if that's your question.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so during your testimony just a few minutes ago, you said that someone posted a photo of your son, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but that was not my client, right?
No, it was your client's friend and follower. She frequently engaged with him.
Do you remember the person's name?
Yeah, his name is David Mulholland.
Okay. But my client did not tell anyone to post photos of your son, correct?
How would I know if she told him or not? I don't know that.
Okay.
As far as I know, she could have texted him and said, do this.
Okay.
She had a similar pattern of behavior with other people, like Nicole Solis, saying post pictures of Jen and do these things, so it would not surprise me if she had engaged in some other channel with him.
All right, but there's no evidence in the record showing that, correct?
No, with David Mulholland, not that I know.
Now you talked about how every time my client would post, your wife would get death threats, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you contact any sort of authorities about those death threats?
We did. We filed multiple things with the Murray Police.
Okay. And you filed them against the individuals that made the threats?
We reported them, and to the extent that we knew where the individual was making the threats, yes. Obviously, online, you could be anonymous. So we didn't have every single person.
You talked about how you increased security around your house as a result of people driving by and coming to your home, right?
Right.
Okay. Did that include cameras?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you gave the example of the person that drove through your neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that on video?
Unfortunately, I don't.
Is that because that happened after or before you put cameras up?
I didn't save it from my doorbell, and I only had the 7-day retention. I wish I had it.
You said earlier that people called your wife a groomer and a pedophile, right?
Correct.
And April didn't call your wife a groomer or a pedophile, right?
April, I don't know if she directly did, but she liked comments calling her a groomer and pedophile. So people would say, she's a groomer, we need to check her hard drives, and April would like them. So she was encouraging it.
Okay. Now, you gave a range of how many times my client posted about your wife, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think you said was it more than 50?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how many times your wife posted about April?
I don't know exactly. I mean, there was that 3-day period where they engaged. I would say under 10.
And does that include her comments on my client's Facebook posts.
Are you asking how many comments she made total, or?
Yeah.
I don't know if I know that. That might be more than 10. Again, there was that brief window where they engaged quite frequently with each other.
Okay. Can we put up Exhibit 126 and then Exhibit 146? It's side by side.
What were the two numbers again?
126, Your Honor, and 146.
Thank you. And I'm going to assume all these have been admitted unless someone raises it because there's a lot of them. So.
Okay.
The 126 and which one?
146. If it's not in there, it might be just a paper copy.
Yeah, I don't think it's in there.
Okay. Your Honor, can I think 146 might be in the binder.
Yeah, please, approach if you need to.
That was one that was later, was not loaded.
Oh, yeah, I got it right here.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Arwurda, so do you see Exhibit 126?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a post that Jen made in that 3-day window about April.
Okay. And do you see the post? The post includes 3 screenshots, correct?
That's what it appears to. Yeah.
Okay. And in the lower right-hand corner, there is a screenshot that is black. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and it's black with white writing, to be clear. Now, in that screenshot, you can see... Okay, sorry. Okay. So in that screenshot in the lower right-hand corner, it says the word groomer, right?
It does.
Okay. And who posted that?
That comment was posted
Yeah.
by David Mulholland
Okay.
on April's page.
And did you take the screenshot?
I did not.
And so you had nothing to do with creating that screenshot in the lower right-hand corner?
I don't believe so, no. I mean, again, there were many screenshots taken, but assuming this is one of Jen's posts, I would imagine that was a screenshot she took.
Okay.
And if you notice in the post, it says her followers have insinuated I'm a groomer or pedophile, which is true. If you look in the middle of the sentence, her followers insinuate I'm a groomer or pedophile, which is totally true, and I think kind of appropriate, because here's David Mulholland saying she's a groomer, pedophile, how did she get into this position? So if you're trying to make the point that April didn't say that, you're right, but her followers said it, and they repeated to say it, and she encouraged it and liked those type of comments.
Yeah. The way that that's screenshotted, and again, I'm looking at Exhibit 126, the lower right-hand corner, that suggests that April actually posted that comment, correct?
It could suggest that. It could also suggest where she says her followers have insinuated I am a child groomer or pedophile. It could be that.
Okay. But that looks like, in that lower right-hand corner again, that looks like one screenshot, correct?
No, you can tell it's kind of cut off. I don't, this is like, it looks like 3 screenshots put together.
Okay.
So again, if you're trying to say, did April say directly that Jen is a groomer? No, she did not. But Jen's very clear here. Her followers insinuated I'm a child groomer or pedophile, and she has liked to those comments. Those are factually true.
Okay.
And I don't know why we're upset showing that. She seemed to like those things.
Okay.
In fact, I believe she liked that comment that says Jen's a pedophile.
Okay.
If you look at Exhibit 146.
Do you think it would have been better to have screenshotted this with David Mulholland's name?
I mean, if we're like, knew I'd be here 2 years in court, sure. But this is like a 3-day, hyper-intense fight online. We weren't trying to make sure that everyone knows. It was actually David McCollum that called her a groomer. She does say again, her followers have insinuated I'm a child groomer and pedophile. That's very clear.
Okay. Can we turn to Exhibit 73 and go to page 5?
You said 73?
Yeah, 73. And then page 5. Okay. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm blanking on your name. Mr. Awarda.
Yeah, no worries.
Can you read paragraphs 22 and 23, please?
22 and 23?
Yes.
Thereafter, petitioner blocked me from her social media, and I was visited by 2 Murray police officers and told not to directly contact her further. 23, petitioner thereafter unblocked me. I assume she was hoping I would further comment, but I did not. I thereafter blocked petitioner from my social media.
Okay. So this is a declaration that was done by my client, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did you block my client on social media?
Did I block your client? I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you unblock her after the police came to visit?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, and so you kept her continuously blocked throughout this whole period of time?
I believe so. I don't spend a lot of time on my block list, but so I'm not 100% confident on that, but yes.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, can I ask a quick question for the court? After redirect, will we get a chance to recross if we need to, or is it just?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We're calling each witness one time.
Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Okay, that's all I have for now.
Okay. Mr. Nate?
Pretty brief. Thanks. Okay, so you were just asked some questions, Mr. Ward, about the form of the screenshots, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where were the screenshots taken? Were they taken on a computer, on a phone? Where were they taken?
It's on our phone.
So not a very large screen, right?
Correct.
Do you recall approximately how many comments were on each of these posts?
I don't recall an exact number, but it ranged from, dozens to hundreds, in some cases, thousands of comments.
So was it feasible to take a screenshot of the comment of the post and all subsequent comments?
Not from a phone under, we were trying to get through something on a hurry on a weekend.
And I think we've established this as well, but you saw, or did you see posts that were made by Mr. Spain related to Ms. Huerta?
Yes.
And did you also see posts from the Daily Caller?
Yes.
And those were also related to Ms. Huerta?
Correct.
And did you see posts where Mr. Spain reposted the posts from the Daily Caller?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about whether you knew if Mr. Spain contacted her followers to make posts, correct? Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yeah,
Do you know who Nicole Solis is?
I do.
And how do you know who she is?
At some point in this, she got involved and kept reposting April's articles, or would post direct pictures, or she would post information about Jen, and then started posting items that she somehow received from Jen's private Instagram, mocking her.
Have you seen any text messages in this case between Nicole Solis and Mr. Spain?
I have. They came out in
And-
Discovery.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to
Yeah,
cut you
from
off.
the Discovery, yes. Thank you.
At any point, did Mr. Spain ask Ms. Solis to repost or comment on her posts?
Yes.
And were those posts related to or about Ms. Huerta?
Yes, they were.
I
have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Maragoni?
Just one second, Your Honor. We have no further questions, Your Honor.
Great, thank you, Mr. Warren.
Your Honor, we call Ms. Despain.
Okay. Ms. Despain, if you can just come up here and stand in front of this lady to my left.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case now before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So say I do.
Thank you so much. Please have a seat right here.
Good morning, Ms. Despain.
Hi.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
April Wilde Despain. AprilWildeDespain.
And Ms. Despain, do you currently reside in Utah?
Nope, I do not.
Do you reside in Idaho?
Yes,
How long have you resided in Idaho?
a little over a year.
Yeah, you're familiar that this case involves various social media accounts, aren't you?
Yep.
Do you have social media accounts?
Yes, I do.
Which ones?
X, Instagram, and Facebook.
Any others?
Not that I can think of.
And obviously, you're aware of the events that gave rise to this civil stalking injunction, aren't you?
Yep.
And you are aware that Ms. Awerta has contended that it was because you posted about her on social media?
Yeah, I posted about what she did to me. I don't believe I ever posted about Jenna Huerta, just her. I only ever posted about what she did to me and my family.
So you didn't post images of Ms. Awerta?
Only in relation to what she had done to me and my family.
Did Ms. Awerta ever stop posting about you?
She stopped posting, but she continued to contact me through like lawyers and the police, and yeah, so she continued to contact me, but yeah, not posting.
So she,
As
she
far as I
didn't,
know, because I blocked her, so I couldn't see what she was posting either.
but so she didn't engage with you after that short period of time we've talked about, isn't that right?
She did continue to engage with me by sending a cease and desist letter and then sending a stalking injunction, yeah, so she,
But she didn't post about you online anymore, did she?
as far as I know, I'm not aware because, like I said, I blocked her, so.
But you didn't stop posting about her, did you?
I did not stop posting about what she had done to my family, correct?
In fact, you posted about Ms. Awerta for months, right?
Yes, I posted about what she did to my family for months, yes.
And when you posted about Ms. Awerta, you would use her full name on various posts, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It's because you wanted your followers to know who she was?
Well, I mean, her Instagram and Facebook were public, and she had her full name publicly shown, so I didn't feel that it was private information. But
That
yeah.
was not my question. Did you
Yeah, I'm
post?
fine with my followers knowing who she is, right?
And that's why you used her name, so they would know who she was, correct?
Right.
So that they could find her if they looked her up, right?
So that they could know who was harassing my family. Someone who harasses a family or a mother who dares to speak up against gender ideology in public school, you know, that's problematic. That's why the news had reached out to me about it. The public has an interest in people who treat mothers that way and treat families that way. So yeah, I did want the public to be aware of who this person was and the type of behavior that she engaged in.
And you created a nickname for Ms. Awerta by calling her the PTA president, didn't you?
I started referring to her as the PTA president after I stopped using her name, so. But, I mean, it wasn't really a nickname. There was a video from Murray School District that said she was the PTA president, and she had confirmed that she was in her comments to me. My husband and I both said, congrats on your, you know, being called as the PTA president for Hillcrest, and we all watched the video here where they congratulated her, and she said, thanks. You know, I'm glad I've won some awards. At least we can say I've won something. You haven't. So yeah, she confirmed that she was the PTA president. And in fact, I didn't hear that she wasn't PTA president until December of 2023.
Did you ever do any investigation to determine whether she actually was the PTA president?
Yes, I emailed the local, national, and Utah PTA presidents, and they confirmed she was the president-elect. I had a follower also who emailed them. Yeah, it's in the evidence.
Do you understand the difference between being president and president-elect?
I understand that president-elect leads to president, and she never at any time denied that she was president until right before the hearing with the UPEPA hearing. So I was never informed that she wasn't made president. I was told explicitly by the national and state and local PTA that she was indeed going to be PTA president of Hillcrest Junior High,
Well,
and she did not deny it.
President-elect, right? Not that she was going to, not that
Well, I
she was the
mean, did you
president.
see the video where the
I'm not
lady
here to
gave her
answer
the award
questions,
and
Mr. Spain.
awarded her and said, you're going to be the PTA president next year?
I'm not here to answer questions. I would really appreciate it if you would answer mine. You understand the difference between president and president-elect, correct?
Yes, I understand that president-elect leads to president.
Right. But being president-elect does not mean you are president. Isn't that right?
It does mean you're not the president at the time. Correct, yes.
It's only until you become president that you actually become president, correct? Seems kind of counterintuitive to answer or ask it another way. I'll move on.
Yes,
So,
I agree with you.
when-
President-elect becomes president.
So when you referred to Ms. Alwerda as PTA president, you wanted your followers to affiliate PTA president with Ms. Alwerda.
I didn't want them to affiliate. I didn't care. It's just, like I said, it had been made known to me by Hillcrest and by the PTA that she was PTA president of Hillcrest Junior High for the following school year. So yes, I made the association because that was what was given to me. If I hadn't seen that association, I wouldn't say that to my followers. It's not like it matters to me if she's PTA president or not. What matters to me is that she harassed me and my family because we oppose gender ideology.
So when you posted about the PTA president, your followers knew you were talking about Ms. Alwerda, right?
Correct.
Now, you used Ms. Alwerda's full name because Ms. Solis advised you to do that. Isn't that right?
No, her full name is on her Instagram and Facebook account, so
So
I
did
just
Ms.
used the name that
Solis
she
not-
provided. Ms. Solis did advise me during an interview to say her name. I actually never went and did that interview, so no, I didn't do that because Ms. Solis advised me.
But Ms. Solis did advise you to use her full name, right?
If I did a media interview, yes.
And that was so that it would trigger the algorithm, correct?
That was what she said, yeah.
Did you have an understanding of what trigger the algorithm meant?
Basically, I guess,
And what was that understanding?
that if someone searched her name, they would see what she had done to me and my family.
And they would also see that you had continued to post about her, correct?
To post about what she had done to me and my family? Yes, correct.
So any time someone searched for Jen Alwerda, it would pull up her dispute with you, correct?
It would pull up what she had done to my family.
Would it
Mhm.
pull up what you had done to her?
What had I done to her?
You'd
Post
posted
about
images of
her?
her, hadn't you?
I had posted about what she'd done to my family.
Well, so you
I
posted images.
used her public images from her public Instagram account, yes.
Let's go ahead and pull up Exhibit 13. Do you recognize Exhibit 13, Ms. Despain?
Yes, I do. This is a comment in reply to her. Mhm.
And here it says, and I'll read it into the record, it says, Jennifer Sewell Alwerda, as an angry white woman who spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on your plastic surgery, facelifts, Botox, fake teeth, designer clothing, etc., you are the poster child for white privilege. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right. What does this have to do with what Ms. Alwerda did to you, allegedly?
So she came onto my Facebook page and started harassing me immediately. I believe her first comment was that I was a sore loser and that I was a bad LDS church member. I believe that was her very first comment to me. And then her second comment, or third maybe, she brought up a personal family dispute where there had been abuse. And we actually were going to court the next week on that issue. And she had, yeah, and so I was responding to those things. And she immediately took this personal. She immediately took this personal. And so, yeah, I made some personal insults back. Uh-huh.
So this isn't, though, this is just you responding, providing insults to Ms. Alwerda, right?
Right, this is a comment, not, I would differentiate between a comment and a post.
Well, you post a comment online, right?
Okay, well, throughout this hearing, I feel like we have differentiated between comments and posts. When we were asking Mr. Alwerda how many times his wife had posted about me, He said, oh, maybe 3. Well,
So
if you
my
want to add up
question-
the comments, there's hundreds
My
of
question was
comments, so.
You agree with me that a post or a comment is posted online?
I agree that a comment is posted in reply to a main post.
Okay, so we can differentiate. So we can call this is a comment to a main post. And then we can use that parlance if that's easy
Okay.
to clarify things going forward. You also posted images of Ms. Alberta, correct?
Yes, I
You
did.
said that. And you did that to try and mock her, right?
I did that to show her picture. They were
No other
public
reason.
images.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 64. And we're going to go to, one moment here. And you recognize Exhibit 64 as being your text messages with Ms. Solas? Or Solas,
I do.
right? Okay. All right, Austin, let's go to page 3 of Exhibit 64. All right, as you scroll down, you can see this is you sharing images of Ms. Alberta with Ms. Solas, is that right?
Yep.
And then if we scroll down, there's under, can you blow up that top half, Austin? It looks just a little bit blurry to me, I don't know. Can you read that top portion, Ms. Despain? Just my view here, it looks difficult to read. Oh, sorry, the wrong tool. Sorry about that.
Is that the one you want?
Yes, so here it says, the picture of white privilege with fake boobs, Botox, facelift, designer clothing. She brags about how much money she has to get lawyers against me, and she's been bullying us all week just because we don't want gender theory in our kids' schools. And you sent that to Ms. Solis, right?
Correct.
All right, keep scrolling down, Austin. And then Ms. Solis asked you, do you have a more embarrassing pic of her? Do you see that?
I do.
And then you sent another follow-up picture on starts on page 3 and continues on page 4. You see that?
I do.
Let's go to exhibit or to page 5. Once again, more images that you're sharing with Ms. Solis. Is that right?
Uh-huh, yeah.
And these were done to mock Ms. Alberta, weren't they?
All of these, like I said, all these pictures were from her Instagram that she had already publicly shared. So, I mean, was she mocking herself when she posted them?
My question is different. Were you using these images to try and mock Ms. Alberta? You know the answer to that. Yes or no?
I will say that it wasn't my goal to make her look good. But, I mean, like I said, these were all her public images. So if she felt comfortable posting them of herself, I am not sure why she would feel uncomfortable with other people posting them. She
you
posted them for the public to see,
You made
and I
fun of
shared
these
her
images,
post.
though, didn't you?
I do think they're funny, yeah.
You did make fun of them online, correct?
I don't know. I did make fun of them behind her back, but I don't know that I made fun of them. I think I just posted them.
Well, this is an instance here in Exhibit
This is in
64.
private. This is a private text message. I mean, this isn't like,
But-
I don't think that I posted in, well, maybe, I don't remember for sure, but you can direct me to where I did, if I did.
Well, we'll talk about that in a bit, but what's your relationship with Ms. Solis?
She's my friend.
Is she your attorney?
She's not my attorney. She is an attorney, though.
Has she ever advised you as an attorney?
She's given me legal advice, but I wouldn't say she's advised me because she's an attorney in Rhode Island. She doesn't have a license in Utah or Idaho, and she doesn't understand the necessary laws here.
Did she give you legal advice as it relates to Ms. Alberta?
As far as my case, she gave me advice the best that she could.
And you consider that legal advice that you relied on?
Every time when Nicole gives me advice, she always says, "Don't rely on this. Talk to your attorney." So I wouldn't say that I necessarily ever rely on it. I always verify with Gowd or with an attorney that I know in Utah. So,
But at the time that you were texting with Ms. Solis, as we see here in Exhibit 64, Gowd wasn't your attorney, was he?
he wasn't yet, no.
And I believe your prior attorney also wasn't your counsel at this time, isn't that correct?
That's correct, but my brother is an attorney, and I would talk to him.
And so your brother was advising you about the dispute with Ms. Alhuerta at this time?
Yeah, we talked on the phone about it sometimes.
In total, how many times did you make a primary post about Ms. Alhuerta online?
I'm not sure.
More than 2?
Yes.
More than 5?
Mm-hmm.
More than 10?
Well, let me clarify. I made a post about what your client did to me. More than 5 times, yes.
More than 10 times? You posted about Ms. Alhuerta?
I posted about what she did to me more than 10 times, yes, I did.
And then as we've talked about, we've distinguished between original posts and comments. You also made comments about Ms. Alhuerta on your articles, or pardon me, on your primary posts. Is that correct?
I replied to Ms. Alhuerta, yes.
Well, but you also replied to your other followers, didn't you?
Of course, yeah.
And you talked with them about Ms. Alhuerta.
Of course. She also talked to them about herself. So
In total,
yes.
though, you posted about Ms. Alhuerta dozens of times, both primary
I posted dozens of times about what Ms. Alhuerta did to me and my family. I did.
Did you ever ask other people to post about Ms. Alhuerta?
I asked Nicole Solas to,
And why did you do that?
because she has a larger following than I do.
And so you used Ms. Solas's access to the larger following to post or continue to put Ms. Alhuerta out there into the internet, isn't that right?
Actually, the reason Nicole and I became friends is because we are both mothers who have been targeted for speaking out against
That's not
gender
responsive to my
ideology, and the
question.
way, yes, it's relevant, because the way that we combat is by sharing what we go through. And so, yeah, Nicole and I will share things. And I asked her to share what Miss Alhuerta had been doing to harass me and my family because of our religious beliefs, because of our political beliefs.
Let me ask my question again.
Okay.
You asked Ms. Solas to post about Ms. Alhuerta because she had greater reach than you did. Is that right?
To post about what Miss Alhuerta had done to me, yes, because she had greater reach, and I wanted the public to know what Miss Alhuerta had done to me and my family.
And Mrs. Payne, you'll get the opportunity to answer whatever questions your counsel has. I just want the answers to my questions, and I understand you want to tell your side of the story. The way it's working, you're going to get the opportunity to do that with your counsel.
I understand that, however, I do not want it stated on the record that I ever just posted about Miss Alhuerta, because I never did. Every post I ever did about her was in reference to what she did to me and my family. And I won't allow it to be on the record that otherwise happened, because it didn't. All of this happened because of what she had done to me and my family, and all of the reactions were because of what she had done to me and my family, not because of my posts. People, like she said, people don't care about 2 disputes between 2 stupid women online. People care about harassment against a mother who speaks out about pride flags in public schools. That's an issue that's relevant to the public. That's why the public cares. That's why Nicole Solas shared it. That's why I'm friends with Nicole Solas. Yes.
Well, you've brought up a lot on religion. Let's talk a little bit about that. Do you know what religion Ms. Alhuerta is?
I do not.
So what's your basis to say that she targeted you because of your religion?
Her first comment to me was about my religion.
That you weren't a very good LDS member? Are you still
Right.
a member of the LDS Church?
Yes, I am.
And I think you've taken the position in this case that pride flags are against your religion, haven't you?
Yes, I believe they are.
And so go ahead and explain that to me. Is it the Book of Mormon that speaks about pride flags?
The Family Proclamation speaks on gender and identity and sexuality.
Does it talk about pride flags?
Pride flags are representation of gender identity and sexuality, and the Family Proclamation speaks on the same topic. So, I mean, I think it's not necessary for it to explicitly state pride flags.
Take a look at the proclamation on the family. I just
Yes, please.
All right, Mrs. Spain, do you recognize Exhibit 79?
I do.
What is it?
The Family, A Proclamation to the World.
Is this what you were referring to when you were talking about the proclamation a few moments ago?
It is.
And is this an official church document or proclamation from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
It is.
And you are a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I am.
Is that right? Okay, please go ahead and point to me where it talks about pride flags in the proclamation on the family.
All human beings, male and female, are created in the image of God. Each is a beloved spirit son or daughter of heavenly parents, and as such, each has a divine nature and destiny. Gender is an essential characteristic of individual, premortal, mortal, and eternal identity and purpose.
And Mrs. Spain, I asked you to point to me where it talks about pride flags in the proclamation.
Pride flags represent gender identity.
Well,
This speaks of gender and identity right here.
So that's your interpretation that pride flags speak to gender identity. Isn't that correct?
A transgender flag is not speaking about
Well, then
gender
let me ask you a
identity.
question. Have you ever heard an argument that pride flags stand for equality?
They can stand for multiple things.
So you concede that one symbol is not necessarily the only thing that, or one flag can symbolize multiple things, correct?
Yes, and they also symbolize gender, identity, sexuality. Yes.
And Your Honor, let's move to exhibits, admit Exhibit 79.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Petitioner's Exhibit 79 is admitted.
Almost forgot about that. But I guess my question again is, the proclamation on the family does not specifically say anything about pride flags at all, does it?
No, it does not mention the words pride flags.
It's just your interpretation of the proclamation on the family that you dislike pride flags. Isn't that right?
The family proclamation states that male and female are an eternal and essential and unchanging characteristic of our identity. Pride flags symbolize that gender can change.
But that's your
So yes,
interpretation.
they are definitely at odds.
So that's your interpretation of what pride flags stand for. Is that right?
I believe it's also the interpretation of our church leaders and apostles, and they've given talks on such.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at that. Are you familiar with the
Okay.
website? There's a website that deals with same-sex attraction that is operated by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that.
All right. Have you visited it before?
Not that I remember.
Thank you.
Ms. Despain, do you recognize, this is a printout from, I guess it's not LDS.org anymore, it's the Church of Jesus Christ.org. Do you recognize this?
I guess. I mean, I recognize that this is from my church, yes.
And does this appear to be the website that deals with same-sex attraction that is offered by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
It appears to be, yes.
Do you have any reason to dispute that this is the website from the Church of Jesus Christ?
No, I don't.
All right. And there at the top, it has a picture of an individual, and then underneath it says, same-sex attraction. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
What does it say underneath same-sex attraction? Can you read that?
Kindness, inclusion, and respect for all of God's children.
So isn't the position of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that one should show kindness, inclusion, and respect for all of God's children,
It is, and I agree with that.
even if they're gay,
Of course.
even if they're transgender?
Of course. No matter what.
Okay, so how does a pride flag then contradict the beliefs of the Church of Jesus Christ?
Do you
of
see a
Latter-day
pride
Saints?
flag on this website?
No, there's not one.
So is a pride flag required to show kindness, inclusion, and respect for these children here?
I'm not here to answer questions, but
But there's not a pride flag on it, so, I mean, it's not necessary.
it's not necessary. What's not
A
necessary?
pride flag is not necessary to show kindness, inclusion, and respect.
But if somebody uses a pride flag to show equality and inclusion, and
It
then you attack them
also
for it,
symbolizes gender identity as a reality and a truth,
And
and
so-
it's not a reality or a truth.
And so if someone uses gender identity or reality, then it's okay to attack them online, right?
Can you rephrase the question? I
Yeah,
didn't
so,
understand
so
that.
from your perspective, if someone uses or relies on gender reality or ideology, I think is the term that you used, it's okay to attack them online then, right?
No, of course not.
Even though that's exactly what you've done.
I don't ever attack people. I attack the ideology.
When you post about the ideology, do you also post images of, for example, teachers at Murray School District? that post
I
the pride
post
flag?
images-
Let me finish my question,
okay.
please. So when you post or attack gender ideology, do you also identify teachers at Murray School District that use a pride flag?
I do. Because they are public school teachers educating the public's children. And the public deserves to know who's exposing children to ideology that they may not believe in or they may not agree with. However, I don't believe that's a personal attack on teachers. I know that your client feels that it is. I know that many people feel that it is. I differentiate. I think that public education should be available to the public. So if a teacher's flying a pride flag in their classroom, the public should know about it. You know, a lot of people don't agree with the ideology behind the pride flag. And
Well, let me stop you,
you
because
can
we've
show
moved
kindness
well
and inclusion
beyond-
and respect without agreeing with the ideology behind
Mrs.
it.
Spain, you've moved well beyond my question. My
Okay.
question is, when you post about an individual that supports gender ideology, you don't consider that to be an attack on the individual?
I don't.
Even when you post their picture online, correct?
That's not an attack.
And then you accuse them or I guess accuse them of indoctrinating children. That's not an attack?
That's a statement. Not an
You
attack.
realize an attack can be a statement.
It's a statement of fact. If they're flying pride flags, they are indoctrinating children to pride ideology. And so,
simply
yes,
having-
that's not an attack, that's making a statement of truth.
Let me make sure I
Sorry.
understand you. So simply having a pride flag counts as indoctrination.
It does, yes.
What about flying a proclamation of the family flag in your front yard? Is that indoctrination as well? No, because
It
it's your
could
religion.
be, sure. It's my doctrine. It's the doctrine of
So
my
it counts-
church.
So it counts as indoctrination then?
However, it's not a public school classroom. It's my private property.
But it's being publicly flown where people can see it from the street.
It's not a school where children are captive audience. It's my front yard. And if my children see it, they're my children. That's the point. I'm allowed to teach my children my church's doctrine.
What about your
A
neighbors?
teacher is not allowed to teach my children his beliefs or
Your
doctrine.
kids don't attend public school, do they?
They do.
Or they do in Idaho?
Yes, they do.
They did not in Utah. You took them out,
They
correct?
did until until I found out that they were being indoctrinated with gender ideology.
And when was that?
January of 2021, and, well, I found out in January 2021. I removed them in August of 2021.
Okay, so at the time of the events involving Ms. Alberta, your kids were not attending Murray School District or any public schools, isn't that right?
That's right.
Okay. And yet you still took it upon yourself to attack Murray School District teachers and post about them?
To expose what they were teaching, I wouldn't say that I attacked anyone.
Okay. But you don't deny posting about it? I mean, it's in the record.
No, I would never deny that. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not sure why it's a problem. I think the pictures I shared of the teachers were taken from the public website also. So, same with their email addresses and their, whatever I shared, it was already public info.
Yeah. Let's go to, in fact, yeah, let's go to Exhibit 104. Ms. Despain, do you recognize this as one of your posts on May 16th?
I do.
And here it says, another amazing sexual flag shrine in Murray School District, Utah. District administration told teachers no flags on the classroom walls, but they're A-OK with LGBTQ flags on teachers' desks. So this Hillcrest Junior High English teacher, Brittany Dunn, went to town. Do you see that?
I do.
So in your opinion, that's not an attack, that's just exposing a teacher?
Where's the attack?
I asked you a question, please answer.
No, it's not an attack. I'm
Okay,
asking you if you're telling me it's an
Let's
attack.
move
I
to
don't see
Exhibit
it.
113, please. All right, this is another post from you, May 22nd. You see that?
I do.
And here you are calling out Mr. Gabriel Smith at Murray School District. Is that right?
Yes.
You've included his picture, correct?
Taken from the school's public website, yes.
And his email address?
Also taken from the school's public website, yes.
And you've highlighted that he has a pride flag on his...
Actually, I think he came on my post and he said, hey, that's my desk with the cool lava lamp and the pride flags you can see at the bottom. So he actually wanted it pointed out. At first, I just posted the pictures that were given to me, and I didn't know whose desk it was, but Gabriel Smith came onto my Facebook and said, hey, that's my desk. So then I said, oh, well, you want it made known? Okay, so I made a post about it. As you can see his comment there on the bottom left.
Okay, but my question was, this is you posting about him with a copy of, or with an image of the pride flag, right?
Correct.
And here it says up above, hey guys, U.S. History and World Geography teacher Gabriel Smith at Hillcrest Junior High in Murray School District, Utah, wanted to make sure everyone knows it's his desk with the sexuality flag in his picture. Great job, Gabriel Smith. You go, Gabriel Smith. Such a good little activist, aren't you? And you don't view that as an attack.
No, I mean, I'm making a joke. I don't think it's an attack.
Let's continue on here.
I'm sorry, you said you were making a joke?
A joke, yeah, like such a good little activist, aren't you? I don't think that's an attack.
Now, you previously mentioned that you posted pictures that were provided to you, I believe, of Ms. Alwerta. Do you remember that testimony? Or when you said, I only posted the pictures that were provided to me, who provided pictures to you? Or where did you get those pictures?
She had posted them on her Instagram publicly. She also had pictures on her Facebook publicly.
Do you know if her Instagram was public or private at
It was
the time?
public.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
And that's how you got them?
Yes.
And then you saved them
She
down?
posted about her plastic surgeon, Dr. Shitty, and everything. So yeah, I knew that because I had read her public post on her Instagram.
And so
Yes.
you were going and looking at her social media page?
I had, yes.
And then you
After
were-
she came online, I did.
Well, and you did that more than once?
I
Going to her social
don't
media
know.
pages?
I don't know how many times. It wasn't very often. It wasn't.
Well, we can go and look at those, at least you accessed her social media pages more than once, right?
After she came onto my Facebook page, before that I didn't know who she was, but after that, yes, I went to find out who is this lady who won't leave me and my family alone. So yeah, I did access after that. But I didn't go to it very often. And like we've talked about in court, I think the majority of the comments happened on my Facebook, where she was coming to my Facebook and commenting.
So let me ask my question again, because I don't think I got a response. You went to her Facebook or Instagram pages at least one time?
I did.
At least two times?
Instagram, I don't know. Facebook, definitely more than 2 times because she posted about me, so yeah.
So, and did you continue to monitor Ms. Alwerta's Facebook and Instagram pages?
I wouldn't say I ever monitored her social media pages, though clearly she did mine.
How long did the discussions with Ms. Alwerta occur online?
If I remember right, I think she started commenting on May 23rd, and then it went on until May 28th when she sent the pride flags, and possibly May 29th.
Would it refresh your memory if we showed you some of your posts, for example? Let's go to.
I think I just said when it happened, so
Well, you
we
said you
don't
weren't
need to
sure. You
refresh my
thought maybe
memory.
the 29th. So let's go ahead and make sure that's clear in our minds. Is it
Okay.
117? All right, here, and you see May 29th. It says PTA President Jennifer Sewell Alwerta in Murray School District has finally realized her mistake and blocked me. So it looks like sometime between the 28th and the 29th, Ms. Alwerta stopped communicating with you directly online. Is that right?
Yeah, she blocked me at that point.
And Ms. Alhuerta did not contact you directly again after May 28th via social media, did she?
Via social media?
Via social media.
Not that I can remember.
And then I think you mentioned the only other contact she has had with you was through attorneys. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, after Ms. Alhuerta blocked you, you continued to post about her online, didn't you?
I continued to post about what she had done to me and my family, yes.
And you continued to do so for months, right?
It's 2 years and I'm still dealing with what she's doing to me and my family. So yeah, I continued to post about it.
Well, you realize that the reason we're here 2 years later is because of the legal strategy that was devised, correct?
I realize that the reason we're here is because your client came onto my Facebook page and began harassing me and then escalated it to sending pride flags to my yard, which got the public involved, and she didn't like that.
So you asked Ms. Alhuerta to leave you alone, didn't you?
Multiple times.
And she did
probably
leave
a
you
dozen
alone.
times.
After May
She
28th,
didn't leave me
left you
alone when I
didn't she?
asked her. Then she escalated it. Then she sent pride flags.
This, May 29th, is after the pride flags were sent.
Okay, well, I asked her to leave me alone on like May 23rd or whenever it started. I was like, just go away, please. No, she continued and continued and continued until,
For 5 days, right? She continued for 5 days, isn't that right?
yeah, and now it's 2 years later and it's still going on. So yes,
Well, she
5 days
hasn't-
and 2 years.
She has not contacted you directly, you said via social media.
Does that matter? She's still harassing me.
Answer my question, please. She hasn't contacted you
I
via social media?
answered it.
Okay, that answer was no, she has not, right?
Not through social media.
That's right. And the only communication you've had is through this lawsuit, correct?
I don't know. There's people on like X who have made comments to me and Nicole Solas about her lawsuit and saying things about the UPEPA ruling that I'm not sure how they could know. So I'm not sure if she's sending people to, as she, the same as she says, I don't know who her followers are. I don't know who she, like I provided in my discovery who I actually contacted. She never did. So I really don't know who she reaches out to contact and harass me further.
After you blocked Ms. Alhuerta, you actually posted online that you hoped other people would let her know that you were posting about her, didn't you?
Can you show me where I did that?
Yeah, let's go to Exhibit 16. All right, here it looks like it's posted May 30th. So we're now 2 days after Ms. Alhuerta has stopped posting about you or contacting you via social media. And here, it's in the PS portion, it says, P.S. Jennifer Sewell Alhuerta, your terrorizing of my family hasn't had the effect you hoped, has it? Not quite the hero you thought you were going to be, huh? Sorry that didn't work out for you. Hopefully Gabriel Smith and Brittany Dunn can let you know, since you can't read my posts yourself because you had to hide from me in cowardice. We are ever patiently awaiting your lawsuit. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And so you wanted Mr. Smith and Ms. Dunn to let Ms. Alhuerta know that you were posting about her still.
It was a little bit facetious, but yeah.
Well, you
I mean, Brittany
don't
Dunn
dispute
and
that you
Gabriel
posted
Smith are
this.
teachers. I don't think that they like me very much. It was kind of just, generally my posts aren't like super serious. I'm a little bit of a joker person.
You continued to post about Ms. Alhuerta after May 30th as well, we've talked about, isn't that right?
I continued to post about what she had done to me and my family.
And you used words in your posts trying to incite your followers against Ms. Alhuerta, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't use words like bullied, terrorized, harassed, intimidated, or attacked in your posts
I
about Ms.
described what
Alhuerta?
she had done to me.
Well,
That's
you-
not inciting people to do that to her. I wouldn't want anyone to do to her what she's done to me.
Would you want anyone to do to her what you've done to her? To continue to post about her for months?
I posted about what she did to
That's
me.
my question. Please answer my question.
Restate the question, please.
Would you want anyone to do to her what you've done to her by continuously posting about her for months?
If she did to any, I'm answering your question. If she did to someone what she did to me, I would hope that they would share publicly what she had done. because people need to be aware of those who harass mothers and families because we have the courage to stand up to public issues with gender ideology.
But how
So
is Ms.
yes, I
Alwera
would be
a public
okay
issue?
with that. I think it's appropriate.
How is Ms. Alwera a public issue? Talking about her and her appearance and what she's doing, that's not a public issue, is
Didn't
it?
Trevor Lee just run a bill on pride flags in
I told you
classrooms?
I'm not
It's a
answering
public issue.
Pride
It's a
flags-
public issue, and I've stood up on
You
that.
gotta listen to the question, you
Yes.
gotta be quiet while the question's asked, and then you gotta answer the question. We can't talk over each other, the records.
I apologize, Your Honor, and I will do better. Posting about Ms. Alwera is not a public issue, is it?
Posting about what she did to me and my family is a public issue, yes.
Posting images of Ms. Alwera and commenting on her appearance, that is not a public issue, is it?
As it relates to what she did to me and my family, yes, it is.
So you don't deny using words like bullying in your posts, correct?
I don't deny that's what she did to me and my family.
So you believe that being online, someone can bully somebody else online, is that right?
Of course.
All right. And you
Sending
believe
pride
that,
flags is also bullying.
you also said that Ms. Alwera terrorized you online, isn't that correct?
She terrorized my family by sending pride flags.
Let's
My
go to
children were
exhibit 10,
home. It was our private residence. I mean, I think that's terrorizing someone.
Here, do you recognize your post, Ms. Despain?
I do.
It says, this is the woman who has terrorized my family online all week. You considered what she did online as terrorization, right? That she was terrorizing you.
Right, like I said, she brought up a private family issue regarding abuse and mocked my husband and me. It was something I had never shared about publicly. I'm not sure how she found out. And she claimed, oh, it's just in-law troubles. Well, she went to my husband and said, must be sad not to have a relationship with your mother anymore. Those are things that hurt. Yes, that's terrorizing. It's like,
My question, though, was, this was terrorizing that occurred online, right?
yes, it did.
All right.
And in person.
Well, Ms. Alwera never went to your property, did she?
She sent people to my property.
But she never went to your property, did she?
I'm not sure. I don't watch my property 24/7.
To your knowledge, has Ms. Alwera been to your property?
To my knowledge, she hasn't. She sent people to my property, though.
So you admit that people can be harassed, terrorized, bullied, and intimidated online, right?
Yes.
Now, when you asked people to post about Ms. Alwera, like Ms. Solis, did you ask them to use the same language, like harass, intimidate, and bully?
I don't believe that I ever directed Miss Solis to use any kind of language. She's pretty good at knowing how to speak for herself.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 30. And here, this is a post by Ms. Solis. Do you see that?
I do?
It says, Jennifer Alwera, who harassed Mom April Despain. So you didn't ask Ms. Solis to characterize it as harassment?
It was harassment. I did not ask her to characterize it as harassment.
Now, you never sought a stalking injunction against Ms. Alwera, did you?
I asked my attorney, and he said that because he felt that the stalking statute was unconstitutional, it would be unwise to file a stalking injunction, but I did ask. I also asked the police
So
to file it.
Can I ask my question again? You never filed a stalking injunction against Ms. Alwera,
I tried to.
did you?
I didn't. I tried to, though.
Did you go to the court and ask for help to file one?
I went to the police, and I went to my lawyer.
Okay, but you never went online and tried to file a stalking injunction with the court, did you?
Nope. Nope.
But you believed that what Ms. Alwera did online, by posting about you and attacking you, terrorizing you, intimidating you, that she was stalking you, didn't you?
Yeah, I do feel that it's a form of stalking, and my way of dealing with it was publicizing it. Not everyone has tons of money to use the courts, so my poor man's method was to publicize what she did to me.
But you disagree that you're continuing to post about Ms. Alwera for months after she has disengaged with you online, you don't think that that constitutes stalking?
I posted about what she did to me, so no, it's not stalking.
Well, let's look
I
at-
believe it's freedom to share about what happens in your own life.
So whenever Ms. Alberta does it, it's stalking, but when you do it, it's freedom of speech?
I'm sharing what she did to me. That's the difference. She came after me. I didn't even know who she was. She got my private address May 16th. I didn't even know who she was. She was emailing about me, looking at my Facebook.
Isn't your address publicly available? Isn't it on the county records?
It is, but you have to look it up.
So is that any different than like looking up the email address for someone at Murray School District?
She sent pride flags
That's
to
my
me,
question.
though.
Please answer my question.
I mean, sure, but I don't see
So
how
there's no difference.
that matters.
There's no
She had
difference,
to
right?
look up my name and my address
Just
to
like you
target
had to
me.
look up Gabriel Smith and his email address online,
He's a
right?
public school teacher.
Well, you live in a public city in Murray, right?
I'm a private citizen. And she looked up my information to target me, knowing that I was opposed to gender ideology.
After Ms. Alberta posted about you and sent the pride flags to you, you were angry with her, weren't you?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, after Ms. Alberta posted online about you, engaged with you online, and sent you the pride flags, you were angry with her, weren't you?
Yeah, it angered me, especially when she brought up the private family issues. That definitely,
No, did Ms. Alberta talk about the private family issues in depth?
she talked about my relationship with my in-laws and my husband's relationship with his mother.
Don't
That's-
many people have strained relationships with their in-laws?
I
In
don't
your
know. I
experience.
mean, we were going to court the next week about spousal and child abuse with a brother-in-law, so it was very personal. We were helping our sister-in-law. It was very personal for us,
So
and
my
she brought
question
that
is-
up and publicized and mocked us for it.
How do you
so, yeah, I was
know
angry.
that she knew that you were going to court?
It's
or did-
it is irrelevant if she knew that. She brought up a private issue.
Well, she commented on your relationship with your in-laws, didn't she?
And my husband's relationship with his own mother, yes.
Okay, and that's all she said. It's sad that you have a bad relationship with your
Either
mother
way,
and
it's
in-laws.
it's
But my
private
question is,
and
what-
personal and hurtful
Okay,
for me.
Let's ask
so
a different one.
Yeah, I was
What
angry.
evidence do you have that she was referring the private issue that was going to court in a week?
It's very specific to say, must be sad not to have a relationship with your mother anymore. How would she know that my husband didn't have a relationship with his mother? How many people don't have relationships with their mothers? That's very specific.
So my question is, what evidence do you have that she was referencing that private instance that was going to court in a week as you testified?
I don't think that she knew the details. But she referenced it, and it still hurt.
But she referenced the relationship was all, right?
And the relationship was strained due to those issues. So yeah, she had a piece of gossip that she was trying to mock us over.
Now, on your Facebook page, there is a motto that you live by, isn't there? Bite me and I bite back.
Yes?
And so after Ms. Alhuerta attacked you, you weren't going to let it slide, were you?
Thanks for saying that she attacked me.
Well,
No, I
those were
wasn't
your
going to
words.
let it slide.
So you believe that she did attack you online, correct?
Of course, yes, she did.
And you weren't going
And
to
in
let it slide?
person.
And you were going to make an example of her, weren't you?
An example in that I'm not going to back down. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in your text messages with Ms. Solis, didn't you say, I'm going to make an example of her and publicly mock her for the rest of my life?
And I said, an example
My
in that I
question is,
won't back
did you
down.
say
Yes,
that?
you're
Yes or
right.
no?
Yes, I won't back down.
And so your goal was to make an example of Ms. Alhuerta, wasn't it?
Yes, by showing that I won't back down.
And then you said that your poor man's way of doing so was posting about her online continuously.
Posting about what she had done to me and my family. Yes.
If someone were to continue to post about you after you had tried to disengage with them, would that upset you?
I think it, like my attorney pointed out the last time we met, I think it's kind of
Hold on
crazy,
here. Are you-
presumptuous to,
Is she disclosing attorney-client privilege communications with you?
I don't, I don't know.
Okay, well, if you're not going to object, go right ahead.
As my attorney said in the previous hearing, Miss Awerda came onto my page, she came to my home, she sent flags to my home, and then immediately said, stop talking about it. I think that's quite presumptuous.
Well, you got upset at Ms. Awerda when she wouldn't stop talking with you or posting with you online, right?
I got upset with her harassing my family, yes.
It caused you emotional distress?
Yes.
And so if someone were to be harassed online, it can cause them emotional distress, can it?
Yes.
If the court doesn't enter a permanent stalking injunction against you, you're going to follow through with your threats and continue to mock Ms. Awerda, aren't you?
I am going to continue to share about how this experience has affected me and my family, yes.
So you'll continue to post about Ms. Awerda?
I will continue to post about how this experience has affected me and my family,
My
yes.
question is different. Will you continue to post about Ms. Awerda?
I will continue to post about what Miss Awerda did to me and my family, yes,
So that's a yes.
correct.
So you'll continue to intimidate her online?
No,
You'll continue to harass her online?
I've never done that.
And you'll continue then to post unless the court orders you to stop about Ms. Awerda?
About what she did to my family and what I've had to endure as a result, yes. I will continue to share about that, as is my right.
If someone were to continue posting images of you online for months, would that upset you?
People do that to me all the time.
That's not
In
my
fact,
question. Please answer.
No, it doesn't upset me.
It doesn't upset you, okay.
I mean,
But when
I
this-
guess you could, yeah, it upsets me to like any degree that it would upset anyone, but like I laugh about it for the most part. People do it to me all the time. In fact, there's an account that is parody, mocks me, and the Awerdas follow it. So I think they enjoy the mocking that I receive from the rest of the public.
Now, you were informed by Ms. Awerda that she was receiving threats, weren't you?
Will you restate the question?
Ms. Awerda informed you through counsel that she was receiving threats.
She
correct?
informed me that she had received threats. I didn't see them, though, at the beginning. Her cease and desist letter said that there were threats. However, she provided no evidence, so I didn't know for sure if it was true.
Well, you never responded to the demand letter, did you?
No.
You
I thought it
never
was ridiculous.
sent a follow-up letter to her counsel or email saying, hey, provide the evidence you claim you have? Did you?
That would cost money, and I am not rich, so I tried to avoid dealing with it in that way.
It would have cost money for you to send an email to her counsel asking for...
To hire an attorney to deal with it. Yeah,
Right.
that would cost
You
money.
recognize you could have sent an email asking for evidence.
I could, but I don't know that that's smart. You should, if you're dealing with attorneys, you should probably have your own attorney, and I was hoping to avoid that.
In your post, though, didn't you say you patiently awaited the lawsuit coming?
And like I said, I was being a little facetious.
But you posted that multiple times, saying we are waiting for the lawsuit, right?
Like I said, I was being a little facetious. I didn't really believe that she could have a lawsuit. Under the First Amendment, I was just sharing about what she had done to me, and I believe I didn't make any violent threats. I'm pretty aware of what the First Amendment covers, so I didn't believe she would have a lawsuit. So yeah, I was kind of just being facetious.
Let's see, you never did send a follow-up email to her attorney asking for proof of the threats that she'd received?
No,
right?
I didn't.
Right. You didn't hire a lawyer to follow up, as you just said, to ask for evidence of that, of those threats, did you?
No, not at that time.
In fact, you didn't do anything to find out if Ms. Awerda's claims that she was being threatened were true, did you?
No. I
Instead,
didn't.
you went online and made fun of her about it, didn't you?
I posted about what she continued to do to harass me, yes.
Let's go to Exhibit 70, please. This appears to be an ex post by you, Ms. Despain. Do you see that?
I do.
And here it says, right, when and where did this happen to the PTA lady? She's never shared a shred of evidence corroborating her claims. I wonder why. You posted that, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, and that was to call into question whether Ms. Alwerda had ever received any threats, correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure why the onus would be on me to know that she had death threats. If she had death threats and wanted me to know, I believe that would be on her to provide those, so.
Did she not have counsel send you a letter informing you that there were death threats?
She did, but she didn't send evidence of the death threats.
Oh, so the only way it's legitimate is if you can substantiate it with evidence then, is that right?
I think that's pretty typical, to be able to say, like, if I believe something, I need to see evidence of it.
Let's go to Exhibit
I
71.
don't think that's unreasonable.
All right, and this is another post that you made about Ms. Alwerda, isn't it?
Looks like a reply.
Yeah, and it looks like it's on probably X as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Sorry.
Yes.
All right. And it says, Glee, no, I think it's devastating for anyone to receive death threats, but as far as I'm aware, the PTA president never actually received any death threats. She has never shown any evidence of them. Anyone can pretend to get death threats to play the victim. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
And that's what you posted?
Yes.
And when here in Exhibit 70 and 71, when you're referencing the PTA president, you're referring to Ms. Alwerda, aren't you?
I am.
So once again, saying, hey, because she hasn't shown me any evidence, she's just playing the victim.
I'm not aware that I'm required to, like, blindly believe any claims people make without evidence.
And then you continued to post about her after this, and this is July 1st, right? Exhibit 71?
I continued to post about what she did to me and my family, yes.
Yeah. Now, at the time that this was ongoing, you were receiving death threats, weren't you?
I did receive death threats.
And in
I believe
fact,
I've received death threats since I ran for our school board.
And I think there's been instances of those death threats that were made against you included into the record, right?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So you knew at a minimum that the ongoing discussions with Ms. Alwerda were causing people to receive death threats, didn't you?
Yeah. I knew that I had received death threats, but that doesn't mean that I know what Alwerda is going to receive. She's on the other side. And, you know, I believe she stated in her testimony at the last hearing that she never received a death threat when she was defending pride flags in the Fox 13 news article from January or from 2021. She said, you know, I'd been in the
And I'll
news
move
about
to
pride
strike.
flags
The
and
testimony is mischaracterizing and non-responsive to the question.
The testimony is what the testimony is, but I agree that it's not responsive.
Yeah.
Just listen to the question and answer it.
Yes.
okay.
So even if Ms. Alwerda didn't tell you that she was getting threats or provide evidence that she was getting threats, you knew that she could be receiving death threats because you yourself were receiving them, right?
Sure, anyone can receive death threats.
And then Ms. Alwerda specifically told you in that demand letter that you received that she was getting death threats, right?
She said she was, yes.
And you didn't believe her.
I saw no evidence, so no, I didn't necessarily believe it.
And so you continued to post about Ms. Alwerda.
I continued to post about what she was doing to me and my family, yes.
You continued to post her name, correct?
I am not sure, because I think at some point, that's why I was saying PTA president, I was trying not to use her name.
But
So-
everyone knew who the PTA president was, right?
Well, I mean, this is X, and this goes out to people anywhere. I wouldn't say necessarily that they know.
But you had made an effort to associate PTA president with Jennifer Sewell Alwerda in your prior post.
I had earlier, yeah, but it would depend on who the follower was, I guess.
And you continued to post images online of Ms. Alwerda?
I'm not sure if I did at this point.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at Exhibit 32. So we were looking at July 1st. Do you recognize Exhibit 32, Ms. Despain?
I do.
It appears to be, I think, is that an Instagram post by you?
I think so.
Okay. And here we have you posting an article that has an image of Ms. Alwerda, doesn't it?
It does. I didn't write that article, and that's not my picture. I just shared the article.
But you were interviewed by Reed Lyon or by Lion, I guess, that news source. Is that right? Is this a Lion argument or a Lion article?
I think so. Yeah, I think I was interviewed.
You were
by him.
interviewed by them? Did you provide Ms. Floresca with a copy of that image of Ms. Alwerda?
I don't know that I provided her with that image. I may have, because this is a picture from Murray School District. It's like a still from the video that Murray School District published. It was public. So the journalist, she could have gotten that herself.
But you had posted this image of Ms. Alwerda on your...
I don't think I ever posted that image. I think I shared the video. I don't think I ever took a still of the video.
Well, but that video has this image inside of it, doesn't it?
Murray School District posted that video. I just shared it. So, I mean, if there's an issue with her image being there, that would have to go to Murray School District.
My question is, so you shared the video, which is posting, correct?
I shared Murray School District's post, yes.
Yes, so, and you shared it on your Facebook page, right?
I think I probably did.
And that's where this image comes from, is the video that you shared online, right? Or
The video that Murray School District shared online?
you said that you shared it. Those were
I
your
shared it
words.
from them.
Right.
They are the source, though. So no, I didn't
So they're
take
the
this video.
source.
I didn't post this video. Murray School District posted this public video. And any journalist from anywhere can access it and take a still from it. So no, I am not responsible for this picture.
You were also interviewed by the Daily Caller, weren't you?
I was.
You can take that one down. And it was about the issues between you and Ms. Alwerda, is that right?
It was about what Miss Awarda had done to me and my family, yes.
And the Daily Caller published an article, didn't they?
They did.
And you posted that article across all your social media accounts, correct?
I did.
For example, you included a link to the article on Facebook.
I probably did, yeah.
That's right. And do you recall if those articles had an image of Ms. Alwerda on them?
I don't recall. I think that they had the image of the flags being delivered to my home.
All right. You posted on Instagram as well
I did.
with the Daily Caller article?
Yes, I did.
Now, Instagram doesn't allow you to include links, does it?
No.
All right,
It does
let's
in
go-
your bio, but
Let's go to Exhibit
not in a
18.
post.
And so Exhibit 18 is your post from Instagram about the Daily Caller article, right?
Yeah. So I took a screenshot of the Daily Caller article and posted that, and then just said to check out the story.
And you did more than just check out the story. If you go to the second paragraph, it says, check out the story on @DailyCaller. And you see that's in blue, right?
I do.
And that's a hyperlink, isn't it?
It is.
And what happens if you click on that hyperlink?
It will take you to the Daily Caller's Instagram account.
And so you were directing your followers and those who saw your post on Instagram to the Daily Caller Instagram page, correct?
Correct.
Which is where the article was.
The article was not on their Instagram page, no.
All right. But at least they posted about this article on their Instagram page, the Daily Caller did, correct?
They did the next day. So the time I made this post was May 30th, 2023. And at that time, they hadn't made the post. They posted it May 31st. And I actually never knew that they even posted about it, you know. I asked you guys for a year and a half where those death threats came from and was told repeatedly they
I'll
came
strike
from
as
my...
non-responsive because it's
Okay.
not answering my question. I really appreciate it. We can get through this quicker if you just answer my questions.
Okay.
And so if anyone were to click on this hyperlink, it would take them to the Daily Caller Instagram page, right?
That's correct.
Did you visit the Daily Caller Instagram page after posting this?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you saw that comments were being made on...
No, I never did. I actually, like I said, they didn't make their post till May 31st. So when I made this on May 30th, I was like, oh, they haven't posted about it. And I didn't know if they posted about every single article that went on their website. So I just assumed that they wouldn't make a post about it.
So-
And they didn't actually make the post until the next day. I never saw the post. I didn't know it existed until December 12th of 2024.
So your testimony is that you never, despite including the hyperlink, you never went to see if the Daily Caller actually included a post about this article.
Yes, that is my testimony.
Now, by including the hyperlink, you were directing your followers to the Daily Caller, though, weren't you?
The Daily Caller's Instagram account, yes, it was.
And in fact, you told them to check the article out, didn't you?
Let's see, check out the story. Sure, I told them to check out the article, but like I said, the
Oh,
post hasn't
you-
been made yet, so how can I direct them to a post that's non-existent?
And you expected your followers to go and check out the story at Daily Caller, didn't
I
you?
mean, it's kind of like when
You
someone
please
does a
answer my
story
question.
for you, you direct them to the source.
As I've said, Mrs. Spain, I know you want to tell your side of the story, but you're here to answer my questions, and you'll...
I'm trying to be honest with you.
Well, I'm asking you to answer my questions. So,
I'm
when
trying
you
to do that.
posted at Daily Caller, you expected your followers to click on that hyperlink and go and check out the Daily Caller, didn't you?
Sure, yeah,
In fact, you were directing them to go there, weren't you?
sure.
You wanted them to see the article, right?
I wanted them to see the article, yes.
Because you wanted to continue to tell your story about Ms. Alwerda, right?
I wanted the public to know what she had done to me and my family, yes.
Did you ever bother to tell anyone who interviewed you that Ms. Alwerda had stopped engaging with you?
No, because she hadn't.
Look
She
at the date of
continued
this
to
post.
engage with me through the attorneys.
As of May
I'm still
30th.
here. She's still engaging with me.
May 30th is the date of this post here in Exhibit 18, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you had posted back on May 29th that you'd been blocked by Ms. Alwerda, right?
The pride flags were
Answer my
delivered
question,
2 days
please.
before. I don't consider that over. Is there a time limit to how long I can react to someone harassing me?
So in your mind, if someone does something wrong to you, you can attack them forever, indefinitely, right?
Is 2 days
That's my
indefinitely? This is 2 days after.
Okay, just, so, restate the question.
So if someone, yes, if someone attacks you, it's your opinion that you can continue to attack them indefinitely. Isn't that correct?
I can continue to share about someone who's attacked me for as long as I live. That is my free speech. Yes.
And so long as you're posting, it's free speech, right?
As long as I'm sharing about what someone did to me, that's my free speech, absolutely. Yes.
And posting images of them is your free speech as well.
Their images that they shared publicly, yes, they made
Now-
them public. That's part of free speech.
You said you're not an attorney, right?
I'm not.
Have you ever researched the First Amendment?
I have.
Are you familiar with current governing case law on the First Amendment?
I don't know. You'll have to fill me in and I'll see if I know.
When you made these posts and you continued to post about Ms. Alwerda for months, did you expect that it would get back to her?
Sure. That's not necessarily my purpose. It doesn't really matter.
Well, I mean, you were targeting Ms. Alwerda,
She targeted me, actually. I just shared what she did to me.
but then she stopped, right? She
It-
stopped after May 28th.
So if she
posted about you.
targets me and it affects me for the rest of my life, am I required to stop talking about it after 2 days, or 3 days, or a week? What's the time limit?
You continued to post about Ms. Alwerda for months because you wanted people to continue to think about what you believed were the slights and the wrongs you had suffered at Ms. Alwerda's hands, right?
I wanted the public to know what she had done to me and my family. Yes, and how it had affected us.
You know, we've been going for about 2 hours. Can we take just a quick break, and then I may be able to wrap up before lunch. And so I just want to quickly see if I can do that. If we can just take a quick 5-minute break.
Do you want to move to admit Exhibit 80?
Oh, yeah, let's move to Exhibit 80. Thank you.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Petitioner's Exhibit.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Any objection to taking a break, Mr. Maragoni?
No objection, Your Honor.
Let's just take a
Take about a 5-minute break if you want to step off. Okay.
Your Honor,
One, this item real fast, we just want to ensure that no one in the gallery has or is recording the proceedings here today.
Well, that would be against the court rules, so if someone's,
Just ensuring, wanted to just phrase that, wanted to make sure that nothing is being recorded today.
okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If that happens, you're going to be ejected from the room, so. Okay, we'll be in recess for about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
Great. Mr. Spain, if you want to use your spot. We are back on the record in Jennifer Aware versus April Despain, 230904766. We've got all counsel and the parties present. And Mr. Spain, you understand you're still on the road?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nate, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. After you received the demand letter that was Exhibit 4, you continued to post about Ms. Alhuerta online, isn't that correct?
I continued to post about what she did to me and my family, correct.
And at some point after that, you were served with a civil stalking injunction, weren't you?
I was on July 3rd.
And did you read that civil stalking injunction?
I did.
Did you understand that it instructed you not to harass or annoy Ms. Alhuerta?
Yeah.
Did you stop posting about Ms. Alhuerta after the stalking injunction?
I think I didn't use her name. I still posted about what I was going through, yeah.
Did you still post about the PTA president?
I probably did, as far as it related to what she was doing to me and my family.
And you understood that the civil stalking injunction was an official court order, correct?
I do understand that. Like I said, I was just posting about what I was experiencing. So, yeah.
Well, so my question is, you understand that, let's go to Exhibit 2, please. Just to make sure there's no confusion here. So Exhibit 2 is the stalking injunction that you were served with, is that right?
Yeah.
All right, and you see at the very top, there is a seal from the court?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And so you understood that this temporary civil stalking injunction that was served on you was an official court order, correct?
I did. I think we had time to respond, so I didn't know that it was in effect at that time. Like, I'm not super well versed in legal issues, but I knew that we had like a few weeks to respond if we didn't agree with it. And the guy who delivered it had said, yeah, you should respond to this.
And in fact, on the stalking injunction itself, it says, warnings to the respondent, attention, this is an official court order, right?
Yeah, it says that.
And did you read this when you received it?
I'm sure I did.
Didn't you post online about getting served with a stalking injunction?
I can't remember if I did. What I do know is that it was a public document, and actually people online posted about it to me, and they started posting pictures of like my face with a hoodie and the word stalker underneath. So yeah, it definitely was made public. I think it was a public document though. So
So you recall the day that you were served with this? I think you said
July
it was
3rd, yes,
July
I do.
3rd. And you said you couldn't remember if you continued to post about Ms. Alhuerta after, is that right?
I just can't remember the details of the dates.
Okay, let's
So
go to
you can
Exhibit
refresh my
34.
mind.
This will help. All right, do you recognize Exhibit 34?
I do.
And this is a post from your, I believe, is this X or Instagram? I can't quite tell. It looks like
It looked
maybe
like X.
All right. And here, do you see the date?
July 13th.
All right, so this was approximately 10 days after you were served with the stalking injunction order, is that right?
Yep.
And here you have, looks like you are posting about Ms. Alhuerta. You're referring to her as the PTA president, right?
Yeah, I'm sharing an article from a third source. So yeah, I'm sharing what they wrote.
And here you say, the media picked up my story about being served with a stalking injunction by the Murray PTA president. Do you see that?
Mhm.
And the Murray PTA president is Ms. Alhuerta.
Yeah. And like I said, it was a public document, so any journalist could see it. and we also tried to raise funds, which we had to do publicly. So I'm not really sure how I couldn't have shared about it if I was trying to raise funds publicly and make the public aware of what I have to endure, because she just won't leave us alone.
Wasn't the point of the stalking injunction for you to leave Ms. Alwerda alone?
The point was to silence me and intimidate me, like it has been from day one.
Does the stalking injunction prohibit you from talking about LGBTQ issues?
It prohibits me from talking about what I've had to endure.
Your Honor, can you please instruct the witness to answer the questions?
No, I can still talk about LGBT issues, but
So-
that's not what this issue is. This issue is about a mother standing up against gender ideology in public schools and being targeted and harassed by the PTA president at the time. That's what this issue is, and this has silenced me from speaking out on that issue.
But as we've already established, Ms. Alwerda wasn't the PTA president, so that's...
That's irrelevant. She
That's not
targeted
correct, is
me.
it?
It is irrelevant. She targeted me when she was PTA president-elect. She never made aware to me that she wasn't made PTA president. Even if she's not PTA president, I really don't care. I care about the fact that she's targeting my family and harassing us.
We're here at July 13th, right? Is the date of this post?
Correct.
So that's over almost 2 months since Ms. Alwerda blocked you online, right? It was May 28th.
So a month and a half, about.
So a month and a half.
Actually, I blocked her. She unblocked me. After the police showed up, she unblocked me.
All right, and then after, let's go to Exhibit 35 as well. So after, so looks like a post from the same day, July 13th, and it looks like you are, do they still call it tweeting when it's no longer Twitter? Tweeting at Murray Police, Utah. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says you're going to come and arrest me because I spoke out publicly on public issues in Murray School District, Utah. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
How is talking about Ms. Alwerda a public issue that relates to Murray School District in Utah?
Well, as I said before, I was speaking out against gender ideology in Murray School District, which is why she came onto my Facebook page and why she sent pride flags to my home. You can read her email to Brittany Dunn about why she sent me the pride flags.
So
That was a Murray School District teacher, correct?
Ms. Alwerda is not an employee of Murray School District, is she?
She was the PTA president and she won PTA Volunteer of the
You
Year.
know that's not accurate. She was not the
Can
PTA
you go
president.
to the injunction where she listed her work address as Hillcrest Junior High? That's Murray School District, is it not? I wonder why she put that.
Well, your counsel could have asked her.
We did.
So here's the question.
She changed her story.
Here's the question for you again.
Okay,
Ms. Alwerda is not an employee of Murray School District, is she?
not currently,
She's
as far
not
as
a
I
rep-
know.
She's not a representative of Murray School District, is she?
Not that I know of. I actually really don't follow her. I have her blocked, so I don't know much about her.
And despite your continued testimony to the contrary, Ms. Alwerda was not the PTA president at this time for Hillcrest Junior High School, was she?
As far as I knew, she actually was.
But she wasn't, was she?
She was, actually. I would say she was. I think she's lying about it.
So you think president-elect and president are the same thing?
President-elect leads to president.
All right, we beat that to death, so I will move on.
Okay.
Here in this post that we're looking at, Exhibit 35, why did you decide to tweet at Murray Police?
Because someone had said, so I'm like retweeting what someone else said where it says, "Hey Murray Police, I could be wrong, but isn't this interview a potential violation of April Despain's stalking injunction?" So here you can see the public is aware of the stalking injunction because
you
it was a
posted
public
about it.
document.
Well, you posted about the stalking
This
injunction
person is
online.
definitely not in my favor, so I don't think they got it from me.
Well, let me ask, didn't you post the stalking injunction having been served across all your social media pages?
I probably did, and I don't remember exactly when I did, but like I said, even people against me had already known because it was a public document, and I assume Alwerda probably directed them to it so that they could publicize it and slander me and call me a stalker, and which is what happened. And so, yeah, so someone had commented and said, isn't this a violation of her stalking injunction? And I retweeted it because I think this is the heart of the issue. And I said, are you going to come arrest me because I spoke out publicly on public issues in Murray School District, Utah? That's what this is about. It's about silencing a mother who dares to speak out about gender ideology in public schools and then gets targeted and harassed for it.
Does Ms. Alwerda work for Murray Police Department?
Not that I'm aware of. Like I said, I don't follow her, so I'm not sure.
So after you received the stalking injunction, you continued to post about Ms. Alwerda online.
About what she had done to me and my family, yes.
And you continued to conduct interviews online, talking about Ms. Alwerda, not online. You continued to provide interviews to people in the media, correct?
If they asked, it was a public issue, yeah, I did.
Was it only if they asked, or did you contact them to try and get them to publish your story?
There may have been a time or two when I reached out to someone, but most of the time it was them contacting me. I don't have a lot of contacts in public media.
Didn't you use your friendship with Ms. Solis to try and get additional interviews?
I don't know that I asked her to, but she may have reached out to people.
Didn't you discuss that with her in the text messages? Isn't that why she recommended or said to say her full name during the interviews?
Nicole has done a ton of interviews, so she was just giving me advice.
But weren't you talking with her so that she could help you get interviewed by news sources?
No, I already had an interview, and I don't think Nicole arranged that. So she was just giving me advice because she gave interviews all the time, and she knew how to give interviews well.
Do you know how the Lion article, how they got a copy or an image of Ms. Alwerda? Any idea?
Isn't that what we already talked about?
Well, I'm
It was
asking-
from Murray School District's Facebook page.
I'm asking you if you know, if you...
I do not know.
Okay.
It was public.
You don't recall whether you gave it to them?
I do not think I gave them that. I can't recall for sure, but that's a still from the video, and I generally try to provide high quality pictures if I'm doing things. I'm a little bit careful.
All right, you talked about posting online about the getting money to fund the opposition to the lawsuit. Do you recall that?
I do.
Is that the Give, Send, Go account
It
that
is.
you were referring to? Help me understand, when you told Ms. Alwerda to file suit and you egged her on in multiple posts, why you thought it was the public's responsibility to pay for the defense of a civil stalking injunction?
As I've stated repeatedly now, I was targeted because I stood up against gender ideology in public schools. The public was very interested in this case. Fox News wouldn't reach out to me if it weren't interesting news to their audience. So this is definitely a public issue with public schools and the public's children, and that's why the public would want to support me, and I did get support from people who feel the same and have the same concerns about gender ideology in public schools, and parents who are unfairly targeted and harassed because they dare to say that they disagree with it.
Let's go to Exhibit 31. And this is an image looks like we don't have the date on there, but this is the publishing, or at least one of the publishing, of your Give, Send, Go. Do you see that?
I do.
And the title of the campaign says, PTA President Sues Mom to Silence Her Free Speech. Do you see that?
Yep,
Yeah,
I see
and
that.
We've already established that you didn't do anything to determine whether she actually was the PTA president before posting this, right?
We haven't established that. I actually told you that I emailed the local, national, and Utah PTA who confirmed she was to be the PTA president, and at no time was I told otherwise. So yes, we've established that I did, in fact, confirm she was PTA president.
Did you send a follow-up after to see?
Am I required? It was confirmed to me.
As I've said, I'm not here to answer questions. It would be
Well,
a
I'm
lot
answering you.
faster if
It was
would answer the
confirmed.
question.
She was going to be the PTA president.
So did you follow up to see if she was made the PTA president?
That's not my responsibility,
So the
no.
answer is no. You did not.
No, I didn't.
Okay, that's very simple to just answer the question.
Okay?
Here it says PTA president, you're referring to Ms.
I'm sorry, do you have your phone out?
I do. I'm not recording anything. I'm just...
It's your, her. Okay.
Am I not allowed to have my phone up here?
No.
Oh.
Mrs. Spain, were you getting text messages or notes during your testimony?
No, I wasn't. You can check my phone. Feel free.
Okay, just checking.
I didn't know it wasn't allowed, but my kids are home with my in-laws, so.
Here it says PTA president, that's referring to Ms. Awerta, correct?
It is.
And it says sues mom to silence her free speech. Do you see that?
I do.
What portion of the stalking injunction tried to silence your free speech?
She is trying to silence me from speaking out about the harassment that she's forced me to endure. That's my free speech. I think most people are free to speak about what they experience.
Anything else?
She wants me to stop talking about what she did to me and my family. That's my free speech.
Does she just want you to stop talking about her?
The only reason I'm talking about her is because she targeted me and my family. I'm not just talking about Jen Awerta. I don't care about Jen Awerta. Like I said, I didn't know who she was. I didn't know anything about her. I don't care about her. But I do care about how she's targeting my family.
Aren't you actually just talking about her so you can gain more followers?
No.
Didn't you brag to one of your friends in a text message that you had gained at least 100 followers?
The only reason that I want followers is to expose the issues.
I'll ask the question again. Didn't you brag to one of your friends in text messages that you had received like 100 more followers based off this dispute with Ms. Awerta?
I informed my friend that yes, I had received, which shows how the public cares about this issue. A lot of people want to follow this issue.
The public cares about your fight with Ms. Awerta over leaving her alone?
No, they don't care about that. That's weird that I got 100 followers though, huh? Because they care about a mom being targeted for standing up against gender ideology in public schools.
All right. January 11th, 2024. Had you moved to Idaho by that point in time?
Nope, I had not.
All right. Did you attend a state school board meeting?
I did.
Did you see Ms. Awerta there?
I did.
Were you aware that the stalking injunction was still in place?
Yes, I was.
Did you come within a few feet of Ms. Awerta while you were there at the state school board meeting?
Yeah, probably. I don't know how many feet. I tried to keep my distance. It's a public meeting though. And actually it was on the pride flag issue, so pretty interesting that she wanted to kick me out.
Did Ms. Awerta try and kick you out?
She was mad that I stayed. She made that clear in her testimony at the last hearing.
Okay, my question was different. Did Ms. Awerta try and kick you out of the state school board meeting?
She told Monica that I couldn't sit there. And then she testified that I should have left. So as far as I'm concerned, she wanted me out of there. No, she didn't physically kick me out.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Perfect time to break for lunch, I think. It's 11:57. Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we on track scheduling-wise, do we think? How many more witnesses do we have after Ms. Destain?
She's our final witness.
She's your final witness.
And then we have Ms. Solas,
Uh-huh.
should be quick.
Okay.
And then Mr. Despain, which also should be quick.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, can we be back ready to go at 1 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can clean up my disastrous mess here.
Are we on the record? Okay, we're back on the record in 230904766. Mrs. Spain, you understand you're still on the road?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Maragani, go ahead.
Can we put Exhibit 106 up?
We logged out, so just a second.
Thanks.
You said 106, Cal?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Despain, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
My Twitter account, or X.
Okay. And when did you start this account?
March 2022, when I was running for school board.
Okay. And how many followers do you have?
Right there it says 2,889. Right now it's like 29,000 something, or 2,900 something.
Okay. Is this account monetized?
No.
Okay. You have other social media accounts, right?
I do.
Are any of them monetized?
No.
And so why do you post on social media?
To expose issues and hopefully get them publicized and spread through the public so that people can be aware and take action.
What sorts of issues?
Generally related to like public education and like gender ideology in public schools or critical race theory those types of things are generally where I focus, but sometimes I'll post other things.
What is your view of gender ideology?
I don't believe in it. I think it's a belief system that I don't buy into. I believe that everyone has the right to believe as they choose for themselves, but they don't have the right to force their beliefs on children in public schools or to like force it in public. The government, you know, there's the separation of church and state. The government doesn't have the right to force a belief system as truth in the public realm. That's my view.
What is the belief system?
The belief is that gender can be fluid when the facts state that biologically you're a man or a woman based on your chromosomes, based on your DNA, you know, so my belief system aligns with factual biology, but also there's a spiritual aspect to my belief system that we are children of God and that God created us as male or female and that it is unchanging. Like you can change the way you dress, you can change how you think about yourself, but it doesn't change that you're male or female eternally. So that's my belief, and I don't think that my children should be forced to have other beliefs pushed on them.
Okay. And what's your view of the LGBTQ plus community?
It's nothing like they're great. I don't have anything against anyone personally. I have issues with ideology being pushed on my children. So like in the public school system, my child's principal was a lesbian. I was fine with that. I liked her. I thought she was a great lady. My child's second grade teacher was gay. I was fine with it. I never had an issue with him. In third grade, however, the teacher who was, as far as I know, straight and everything, she started teaching gender ideology to my child. That's where I have an issue. You know, I think people can believe whatever they want about themselves and they can be good people. But I have an issue when they're forcing their beliefs on me or my children.
Okay. When that happened, so when the teacher started promoting gender ideology to your kid, what did you do?
And tell me how that happened. How was it being promoted?
So there was a book called Call Me Max, and it talked about a girl who believed she was a boy. So she said, "Call me Max." She said when she looked in the mirror, she saw a boy.
So you had to read that?
The teacher read that to the class, and it taught all about what transgender is and how this girl was transgender. And then additionally, the book was written by a transgender person, and there was a picture of the person about the author in the back of the book, and it was a woman who was now a man and had taken hormones and grown a big beard and lost her hair on top of her head. And the kids asked, well, if she was a girl, how did that happen? And the teacher explained to the class, oh, you can take medication that will, make you change your gender. And all of this was without parental knowledge or consent. So that was where it started. What was your question? How did
you respond to that?
I emailed the teacher and the principals and the superintendent. I asked what was going on, why wasn't this made known to parents. Basically, that's what I did at the beginning, to take action. And after not getting responses that I felt were sufficient, I felt that I was lied to, and the story changed after 2 weeks. And I did a lot of research. I submitted lots of grammar requests and formed a parent group. At that time, I started taking further action. I came to find that the only action that seemed to make a difference was publicizing the issues, because the district continually just tried to push it under the rug and hoped that parents would roll over and shut up. And so I finally got to the route of, okay, I'm just going to publicize everything, because when the public gets involved, then they can't shut it down.
Okay. And why do you want more followers on social media?
So that I have more reach to share what's going on in public schools, so that more people can take action and help shut down those things that shouldn't be happening in public schools.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 103? Okay, and then, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And what is it?
This is an email chain with me and Greg Marchant, and there were several other people. Well, it was mainly me and Greg, but we were talking with the superintendent. And like I said before, the district seemed to ignore our concerns and try to just shush them and push them under the rug. So Greg, because I wasn't getting responses, Greg went ahead and went to the school website and took all the emails he could find on the school website and put them all in this chain email. And so that was when the superintendent did start replying, because she could see that there were, dozens of people reading these words and oh, now they're going to have concerns, I better take action. And this came up because for our discovery, Awerda had requested that I produce any and all communication with her name in it, and her email was in this email chain. It said awerda@gmail.com, and then I think there was Jen Awerda somewhere. So, and this was in February 2021 when all of this had begun. It began in January. But so this just, to me, showed like, oh wow, she's been involved, like she's been aware of these issues since at least 2021. And she was actually, her email was on this list because she was PTA president at McMillan at the time, McMillan Elementary. So I believe she's been PTA president multiple times.
Okay. And so just so everyone's clear, what email address did you use to send this email?
Greg wrote this one.
Okay, can we go to page 6? Okay, and if you look at the bottom, there's an email from you.
Oh, so that's my personal email.
Okay.
lerpa333@yahoo.com.
Okay, and then if you could go to the next page, please.
So 7.
7, yes. Okay, and then if you look at the top here, there is an email, jawarda@gmail.com. Is that what you were talking about, that her email was in this chain?
Right,
Okay. And you said Greg Marchant is the one that added her. Did you know who she was at the time?
I didn't.
Okay, if we could, and then how many kids do you have?
I have 6.
And what age range are they?
13 to 3.
Okay. And for a period of time, I think this came up earlier, you actually took them out of public schools, right?
Right.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Because the gender ideology and other political ideology was all over the schools. And like when I would go to their elementary school, they wouldn't even let me go back to their classrooms. They're like, no, you can't go back because you could have COVID. And I'm like, well, I'm wearing a mask and I don't have it. And they wouldn't let me go back. And then come to find out from substitutes, there's like pride flags in the classrooms. And there's this book program, and they're saying that the book program has no LGBTQ content. And I'm finding out from teachers that, yeah, it did, and it was planned. And, I can't in good conscience send my children to a school where teachers and administrators are dishonest with me. I don't trust them, so I removed them after that school year.
Okay. If we could go to Exhibit 101. Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
What is it?
This is a picture in Hillcrest Junior High of the Pride Progress flag and the Pride flag, and it was Morgan Lammy. From what I understand, she's an 8th grade French and English teacher at Hillcrest Junior High, and she runs this Ready Club, which is like Rainbow Educational something. I can't remember all the words, but it was basically the gay straight club, or I don't even know if it was straight. I don't know. It was just a club for the gender ideology type of stuff.
Where did you get the photo from?
A parent gave it to me who's student had taken the picture.
So were parents sending you information for you to then
Yes.
expose?
Teachers as well.
Okay. And do you know who Morgan Lammy is?
I don't know her personally, but I know that she's a teacher in Murray School District.
Let's see. Can we go to exhibit? Actually, we can skip that. If we go to exhibit 104. Okay, I think you talked about this on your cross, or on, with the other attorney. What is this? Exhibit 104.
This is teacher Brittany Dunn's desk, I believe.
Okay.
So the district had issued some sort of policy about pride flags on the walls of the school classrooms or whatever, but they said it was okay to have a flag on your desk if you're a teacher. And so this teacher draped flags all over her desk, and yeah, a student gave this to their parent, who then gave it to me.
Okay. Right, and let's see here. Did you ever meet Ms. Dunn personally?
No.
And when you post email addresses or photos, or when you post email addresses, are you only posting public addresses?
I do. In fact, I had an email from Morgan Lammy that she sent from her private account to the state superintendent, Sydney Dixon. And so she had sent it from her private account to try to avoid being grandma'd, because I had been submitting grandma requests. I can only assume that's why. But I still happened to get it because she sent it to the state email of Sydney Dixon. And so it had her private email on there. They hadn't redacted it. And when I shared it, I actually went in and redacted her private email. But public email addresses, I'm totally fine sharing those because it's public information. It's on public websites. I'm very careful. I try to be very careful. I try not to be personally malicious.
What about posting photos of children?
I've never posted a photo of a child.
Is that something you're sensitive about?
I am. If I have seen a child in a picture, I would block their face out. I know one of my followers posted, like they referenced, apparently he posted a picture of Awerda with her son. It was her profile picture from Instagram. So, I mean, I'm not sure why it would bother her that someone posted. I do understand the content of what he said is a problem. I mean, I would feel bothered by that content. But the picture itself is already public. So on my political accounts, I don't share generally pictures of my children and stuff.
Okay. If you return to Exhibit 105. Okay, what is this?
This is the pride flag that was on Gabriel Smith's desk. He's a history and geography teacher at Hillcrest Junior High in Murray School District.
And where did you get this photo from?
A student who gave it to his or her parent, and they shared it with me.
And what platform was this posted on?
That looks like Facebook.
Okay. Okay, if we could turn to Exhibit 107. Okay, what is this?
This is a post from X sharing the video of the flags that Jen Awerda had ordered to be staked into our front yard.
Okay. And what platform did you post this on?
I posted it on I posted it on X and Facebook. I don't think I posted it on Instagram.
And what date did you post it on?
May 28th, the day I received them.
So that's the same day that Project Rainbow came to your house?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And how did you know that Miss Awerda is the one that sent Project Rainbow to your house?
We asked them who ordered these, and they spelled out her name.
Okay. If we could,
I also know because she sent an email to Brittany Dunn telling her that she ordered them. So, two.
Okay. Your Honor, can I just ask a question? We already played this video at the last hearing.
I don't need to see it again then.
Okay, that was my question. Okay.
I can always look at it again. I'll have all the exhibits.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, great.
Who took the video?
I think my husband took it.
And who was the first person to see the Project Rainbow people in your front yard?
I was.
And did you know who they were?
No.
Were you expecting them?
No.
And so tell us what happened.
I was in my front room about to write an email, sitting at my table, and I saw someone pull up and park in front of my house, which I'm like, okay, maybe they're going to the neighbors. But then they walked into my yard, and I'm like, what? And then they started hammering things into my lawn. And I'm like, what is going on here? And I had been dealing with a WordF for the past week or so, and I just, I told my husband, grab your camera, we got to record this. I didn't know what it was, but glad we got it.
How did that make you feel?
Harassed, threatened, intimidated, terrorized, unsafe. My children were at home.
And then, let's see here. Was it offensive?
Yes,
Why was it offensive?
because I've made very clear, the whole reason I ran for school board is that I don't agree with this ideology. I don't think it should be forced on children in public schools. I believe that my gender is eternal, and that matters to me. My beliefs matter to me, and I think they matter to my children, and it matter to a lot of people. So to come and force exactly what I've stated I don't believe on me and my family is very offensive, and she meant it to be offensive. I'm sure she did.
Well, how do you know that?
Because I had posted, she was clearly following my Facebook, as she stated in her email to Brittany Dunn. I didn't know who she was. She was watching my posts. She was talking about my family behind my back and our family issues with my mother-in-law and whatever. Like, she clearly was very invested in me and what I believed. So her first comment to me was, you're a sore loser and you're a bad LDS person. And, she knew what I believed about the pride flags, and she meant to be offensive.
Okay. I'm not LDS, so if someone says that you're not a good LDS person, is that offensive?
It depends on where you stand with the church, I guess, if you don't care. But yeah, it's offensive to me.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 111? Okay. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the emails that Jenna Werda sent to Brittany Dunn about sending pride flags to my family, about reading the posts that I had done about her classroom. I had to obtain this through a grandma request that then I was denied, and I had to appeal. I had to I had to go through the process to obtain this. And even though in our discovery request, we asked for the exact same things that she had requested, she did not provide any of this. No text messages, no emails, no private, nothing of her communications about me, which clearly there were, because I obtained them through a grandma request. Whereas I was completely honest in everything I submitted in my...
Okay. If you look at the bottom message on this page, can you read that?
Well, which one?
It says, it starts with hey.
Hey, so I saw that April Despain posted a picture of your room and also your personal information. Well, I just wanted you to know that since she loves posting so much about Pride, I donated to Project Rainbow for 7 Pride flags.
I think it gets cut off.
Yeah. It says 7 pride flags to be delivered to her home. I don't stand for her hateful comments, and just know that in the next few days that she will be enjoying a beautiful view of rainbow flags. Jen.
Okay. Sorry. What date was this sent on?
May 16th, 2023.
Did you know who Miss Awarda was at this time?
I did not.
Had you ever interacted with her?
Not that I'm aware of. I did see the emails, but I hadn't been aware that she was on those, so this was the first time I didn't know of her at this time.
Okay. Okay, let's go back. Okay, if we could go. 1 sec, sorry. Can we go to the second page of this exhibit?
The second page you said?
Yes, please. Yeah.
This is, oh, wait, is this a different exhibit? Or wasn't that 111 or was that 11?
That was 111. On mine, it's showing up 111 in my paper.
Wait, what was the exhibit before this? Can you go
It's
back?
111.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
That was
this
111.
is not 111, page 2, this is exhibit 12. Is that right?
It should be the same. I don't know if something. It is possible. This is the second page of that exhibit, Your Honor. It is possible that I messed something up. I don't know.
And I can explain. So remember when we had designated exhibits with the same numbers and then you redesignated? So this is page 2 of Exhibit 111. It says Exhibit 12 because it was previously Exhibit 12, but it is actually the second page.
Okay.
That was a technological error by
I can
counsel.
appreciate-
Okay, so what we are looking at is labeled Exhibit 12002. Do you see that?
But it is actually the second page of exhibit 111.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see that, Ms. Despayne?
I do.
Okay. And who is Doug?
He is the communications director at Murray School District. He manages grammar requests and like the public image of the school. He does like interviews and orchestrates all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Is his name Doug Perry?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Can we go to Exhibit 108? Okay. And so is this Mr. Perry?
It is.
Okay. If you could go to the second page of this exhibit, please. Okay. Do you recognize this document, Ms.
I do.
Okay,
This
what
is a Facebook post that Doug Perry had reported. I was sharing about an issue in Murray schools and found that he was reporting my posts. I had multiple instances where I was alerted that he was reporting my posts.
And why was he reporting your posts?
I can only assume that it was because he didn't like the bad publicity on Murray School District.
Okay. And then he was also involved with your grammar request.
He was. So that last exhibit that you were showing was an email from Jenna Werda to him. It showed up also in the grandma. It was the day after I submitted my grandma request for that email from the Brittany Dunn, which I didn't know existed until I got it after my grandma, but he had clearly contacted Werda and said, send me your stalking injunction. And so then he went on to deny my grandma request based on codes that aligned with her stalking injunction. And I had to get some legal help to submit an appeal and ultimately receive that grandma.
Okay. Why did you make the grammar request?
Because I needed to gather evidence for her harassment against me and my family and to see if how much the school district was involved in that, if at all.
Okay. So now what was the date that the pride flags were delivered to your house?
May 28th, 2023.
Did you talk to Ms. Awerda after that happened?
Never, after, not directly. In
Did
fact,
you-
I blocked her. Anyway, go on.
Did you meet with Ms. Awerda after that happened?
No,
Did you ever go to her house?
no, never,
Did you ever send anyone to her house?
never,
Did you ever post her address online?
never,
Did you ever give her address to any third parties?
no, never,
Did you ever post her phone number online?
never,
Did you ever give it to third parties?
nope, never,
Did you ever post her place of employment online?
nope. I mean, I'm super confused because she put her place of employment as Hillcrest Junior High and now claims that it isn't, so, but no, I don't know where she works, apparently.
When was the first time you met her in person?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been January 11th, 2024 at the State Board of Education meeting where I went to give public comment, and she happened to be there. I didn't speak to her or anything.
Okay. Did you know that she was going to be there when you went?
No.
And why were you there?
It was a meeting on R277328, which is the rule regarding educational equity and references pride flags in the classroom, and I have been very involved on that rule. I've given comment at almost every meeting, if not every meeting, with regard to that. And I don't anymore because I don't live in Utah, but when I was in Utah, I went to give public comment at school board meetings very regularly, almost every month, sometimes every other month. So I was there often. I had never seen Jenna Werda at any of those meetings, but so I was just there to give comment on that, on the rule.
All right, and just for clarity, you were talking about the state school board meetings.
Right, the state school board meetings.
Have you ever posted a photo of Miss Awarda and her son?
No.
Okay, if we could go to Exhibit 109. Okay, what is this?
This is Jennifer Awarda sharing my video of the pride flags that she had delivered to my home. So she said, "Happy Pride to our favorite Murray citizen, April Wild Despain." And so I posted at 1 hour, she posted at 57 minutes. So 3 minutes after I posted, she was on it, watching my post for sure.
Okay. Well, how did you feel when she reposted your post?
She just clearly didn't care. Like, she thought it was funny. She thought it was okay to mock my religious values and and to terrorize my family with my children home. Like, I felt she's a person who, she's just not a nice person. That's how I felt.
Okay. Did you tag Miss Awarda in your post?
I don't remember. Here it's not hyperlinked, so it doesn't look like I did.
Okay. If we could, actually we just did this.
I mean, the screenshot is apparently 57 minutes after, so I don't think that I tagged her. It would show the tag at that point.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, this would have been on May 28th, and Awarda blocked me on May 29th. So if I had tagged her, the tag would be there. So no, it doesn't look like I tagged her on it.
Okay. If we could turn to Exhibit 110. Okay. What is this, Ms. Despain?
This looks like a Facebook post on May 30th that I did, sharing the Daily Caller article that had been written about what Awarda was doing to our family.
Okay. And if you look right under the post, there's a second post by you. Do you see that? Or I guess
Yeah,
it would be a
so
reply.
I do like the post just telling people, and then in the comments I put the link to the article.
Okay, and this is a link to the website where you can find the article,
Right,
correct?
the website.
Okay, if we could go to page 2. Right now.
Sorry, slowly but surely.
No, you're good. I was getting confused looking at this. I'm good. Okay. There's just a lot of names. Who is Jessica Winkler?
She was the volunteer who had delivered the pride flags,
Okay.
her and her husband.
And so, did you and Miss Winkler have a back and forth on Facebook?
We did.
Okay, and is that reflected here?
Yep.
Okay. If we could turn to the next page, page 3. Okay. Can you tell us about this back and forth between you and Miss Winkler?
Yeah, she had, she said that, like, because it was her in the video, people were confused. They thought that she was Jenna Werda, and she was like, I wish you could have blurred my face or whatever. And I was like, I would have if I could have. I don't have the technology, but I explained the reason why I record things. If I'm feeling like I'm being threatened, I'm obviously going to take record. And basically I just said, I'm sorry that for any problems it's caused you, and I think that you should hold accountable those who put you in this position to use you as a tool of harassment.
Okay. And you say that in the last comment on this page, correct?
I do. On the very bottom, I say, I sincerely hope that you will hold accountable those who knowingly and purposefully put you into this situation. I know you didn't have malice. Thank you for being a great neighbor.
And if you could look at the first paragraph of that comment, so last comment, first paragraph. Can you read that?
Yes, Jessica Winkler, yes. Unfortunately, when I see a group of people that I don't know come uninvited onto my property and start hammering things into my lawn without my permission, it is scary and threatening for me and my family, especially knowing that what is being put in is basically a mockery of our religious beliefs. Recording and exposing situations like this are how I protect myself and my family from further harassment. As one who has literally been threatened for standing up for my beliefs, I will always be careful to go out of my way to protect myself and my family.
Okay. Why did you think this was a mockery of your religious beliefs?
Because I believe that male and female and is the way God created us, and gender is eternal. I also believe that marriage, God has ordained marriage to be between a man and a woman, and that is what God has ordained family to look like. And pride flags, all the different pride flags, they represent different variations of those beliefs on gender and sexuality. And so it's clearly contradictory to my religious beliefs.
Did you ever try to talk to Project Rainbow about what happened?
Just on this Facebook page, I had talked to them that I can recall.
Okay. Did you ever go and meet Miss Winkler in person?
I didn't.
Okay. If we go to Exhibit 112. Okay. Do you recognize this document?
It looks like a Facebook post.
It might be helpful to show the second page.
So this is a Facebook post sharing the an article about Jenna Werda's stalking injunction that she used to further harass and try to silence me.
Okay. Let's see. And then if we could go back one page, I apologize. And then if you could read the second paragraph here.
Yes, that's right, folks. She sent 7 pride flags to my home and then had the audacity to serve me with a stalking injunction. I've literally never met her, approached her, or sent anything to her home ever.
So have you ever, you've never tried to send anything to her home?
Never.
You've never sent anyone to her home?
Never.
Good. And did you ask anyone to contact her
Nope.
or to threaten her?
Never.
And then did you contact the reporter about this story?
I might have, but she follows me on social media, so she may have just seen it. I can't remember for sure.
Okay. Yeah, if we could go to Exhibit 113.
Sorry, what was that, got?
113.
Got it.
Okay. You talked about this earlier. Just what is this?
This is a post about the pride flag that Gabriel Smith had on his desk that he commented and said, oh, hey, that's a pride flag on my desk. So I said, okay, I'll let people know.
Okay. And are all of the, in this post, for example, are all of the comments under April Wild Despayne, did you draft those?
I did.
Okay. And you posted them, right?
I did.
Okay, if you could turn to, if we go to page 47. Okay, do you see the first comment by Ms. Awarda on this page?
I do.
Was that the first time that you and Ms. Awarda interacted?
It is. It's the first time I ever heard from her directly. and I didn't know of her existence before this comment.
Okay. And if you look at the fourth comment, right, she mentions your mother-in-law.
Right. She
Okay.
said, April, you can laugh all you want, but when your own mother-in-law asks you to be reasonable, you decide instead of taking her words to heart, you choose to no longer have a relationship with her. Such another great example of you being a daughter of our Heavenly Father.
Yeah, how did that make you feel?
Angry?
Okay. And were you surprised that she knew about this?
Yes, I was very surprised. I was shocked, angry and shocked. Like, what in the world? How does this lady know anything about my private family issues? What a psycho. Stalking me. That's how I felt.
Okay. If we could go to page 24.
Same exhibit?
Yes, please. And so this is a comment, at the top of the page is a comment that you posted, correct?
It is.
Okay. Can you read the second and third paragraphs of that?
Thank you for not criticizing the Murray Homeschool Co-op. Since it's not a public government-run system and your taxes do not pay into it, and those who run it don't use your money to teach and advertise their personal opinions and beliefs, it makes sense that you don't care what we do in it. Public schools, which are run with my taxes and the taxes of all parents of varying beliefs, have a legal obligation to function in accordance with the laws, codes, rules, and policies established by the community and government. So I'm well within my rights and my responsibility to publicly disclose what Brittany and Gabriel are up to with our community's children. You might be A-okay with them advertising their gender beliefs to your kids, but they teach more than your kids, and not all parents are okay with it. If you see my disclosure of what's going on in their public school classrooms as, quote, bashing them, so be it. I can't control your perceptions or interpretations. But if it's no problem what Brittany and Gabriel are advertising, then they should have no problem with me disclosing it. The fact that it upsets you so deeply means you probably know there really is a problem with it.
Okay. So earlier, one of the questions that was asked of you is why were you commenting on public school issues when your children are being homeschooled? Does this explain why?
Yeah, my taxes pay into it. Also, I would have loved, I grew up in Murray School District. You know, I loved Murray School District until this started happening. I was devastated. I cried for weeks when I pulled my kids out of Murray School District. They were in the Spanish immersion program. I majored in Spanish. I love Spanish. I was devastated to remove them, and I hoped that at some point I would be able to put them back in, which is why I ran for school board, even while I was homeschooling. So yeah, it mattered to me regardless of whether my children were in the schools or not, and it should matter to every taxpayer regardless of where their children are.
Okay. Could we go to page 25?
It's trying, I apologize.
It's not good. This is like on the cusp of where I can't actually see it. It's like-
There we go.
Okay. So you see, you made a comment at the top. Can you read the second paragraph of that comment?
If you'd like to continue trolling me and displaying your kindness, tolerance, and inclusivity to all who view your comments, be my guest. I see no point in further discussion with you, but I wish you luck in your kind, inclusive, and non-bigoted behavior. Oh, and congrats on your PTA award.
Okay. Was your intention to stop interacting with Miss Award at this point?
It looks like it was. I think she just wouldn't stop. She would not stop commenting and, you know, finally escalated it to bringing pride flags to my home. She just would not stop.
Oh, okay, so this comment is before the pride flags were sent to your house.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Because I would have mentioned the pride flags if it had happened.
And when do you post about Miss Awarda?
When her behavior is affecting me. When what she does, which it's like, it's kind of incredulous that her attorneys can sit there and say, this was 2 days ago. Why are you still posting about it? Who gets to determine how long someone's harassment affects me and how long I get to talk about it or how it affects my family and my children? You know, I removed them from public schools over these issues. We moved out of state, partly due to her harassment. So now I have to just stop talking about it because she doesn't like that? Sorry, doesn't work for me.
Okay. If we could go to page 26. If you could read the fourth paragraph of your comment.
So for the record?
Yeah. First of all, this is your comment, right?
It is.
Okay. And so if you could read the fourth paragraph.
Okay. For the record, I never, quote, upped my hate for the district or anyone. Murray District lost my respect from the get-go in 2021 when they lied to me. But during my campaign, I was inundated with an endless supply of angry, hateful vitriol from people just like you, bullies. And after that experience, I learned to stand up for and defend myself against your kind of people. So that's what I do. If you don't like it, okay. Just keep on bullying in the name of, quote, inclusion, tolerance, and kindness, and I'll keep standing for my beliefs and defending myself against nasty, angry bullies like you who refuse to accept that others believe differently and that public schools should actually be safe for students of all backgrounds and belief systems.
And what do you mean by you learn to stand up and defend yourself against your kind of people?
I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to I'm going, so many people won't say anything. You know, when I ran for school board, I did not want to run for school board. I had just had a baby 3 weeks previous before I put in my papers to run for the school board. I asked my neighbors, please run, please run. No one wants to run. Why? Because these issues are so heated, so divisive, and people get so angry and mean. And throughout my school board campaign, I was nothing but polite and respectful, and I tried to be kind. And all I received in response, not all, but a lot of the time from these type of people was just hate, vitriol, anger. It didn't matter how kind you were, how respectful. They just walked all over you. And so after my campaign was done, I was like, I'm done. I'm going to hold my ground. If they won't leave me alone, then I will hold my ground and expose what they do to me. And people typically don't like to be exposed for their bad behavior. And that's what I did to Aurora, and she clearly didn't like it.
Okay. And so if you thought someone was bullying you online, was there ever any physical interaction that followed?
The only time I can think of is with Aurora,
Okay.
that she sent the pride flags to my home.
All right. And did you ever initiate physical interaction in response to online bullying?
I didn't.
Okay. If we could go to page 27. Okay. Can you read the fourth comment on this page?
Jennifer Sewell Awarda. Wow, girl, you need help. Considering the amount of time you spend trolling and apparently gossiping about people you've never even met, it appears you need to be doing more volunteering to keep yourself busy. Maybe go get some more Botox or silicone or maybe therapy so you can feel better about yourself rather than endlessly angry and focused on people who don't know who you are and don't give two craps about you. Keep it up, you nasty witch. You're about to be blocked.
Okay. Why did you get personal about Miss Awarda's looks here?
Her very first comments to me were about, oh, you're a sore loser, you're a bad daughter of God, you have a horrible relationship with your mother-in-law, like all these really personal digs. And, you know, I hear the sore loser and the whatever church stuff all the time, but the mother-in-law and the family stuff, especially when it was like abuse of a child and my sister-in-law, it was a serious issue of coercive control and domestic violence that we had taken a stand on, and my mother-in-law did not like that. And it was just very personal. So for her to go after something so personal to me and my family and publicize that to mock and shame us because we don't believe in gender ideology, I was like, okay, well, fair game. I'll go after what's clearly personal to you, and that's her looks. She's clearly very into her appearance, as was very apparent on her Instagram page with her she posted all the time about her plastic surgery and whatever.
All right, so is all the information in your post based on information that she had already put out publicly?
Yes, exactly.
Did you block her after this exchange?
I don't think I did. And the reason that I prefer generally not to block is because, as many have stated, you can live in an echo chamber. And I feel like if you block everyone who disagrees with you, then you're just in an echo chamber. You should be able to discuss and resolve things. And so I preferred to let this play out on social media and let everyone see for themselves how this woman acted and how she treated others in the name of kindness and inclusivity and all that. So yeah, I just was like, well, I'll let you, I think I even said in one of my comments, you're doing my work for me, showing the world who you really are. So that was my attitude.
Okay. How often do you block people?
Very infrequently, and once a month, I don't know. They have to be very just relentless and evil, and because Jen Warda had gone after my family in a personal way, I was more like, okay, I'm going to see this through because this matters. She's clearly stalking me with my family and our family issues.
Okay. Okay. At some point you did block her, right?
I did. The police came on May 30th and cited the electronic harassment code, which I read through the code, and according to the way I understood it, if I were to tag her or message her directly or something, that might constitute electronic harassment. And I noticed she had blocked me the day before. So it was interesting to note that she and her husband both had unblocked me at that point, and I kind of felt like, wow, they're baiting me. They want me to like accidentally tag them, and then they'll call the police and get me a criminal action or whatever. And so I, at that point, blocked her on all my social media accounts. And from what I understood reading the code, it didn't say that you couldn't talk about someone. So.
Okay. Can we go to page 29? Okay. This is your comment, right, Ms.?
It is.
Okay. And can you read the first paragraph, please?
Jennifer Sewell Awerda, here's the difference between me and you. I don't pay thousands of dollars to look like a 44-year-old who still desperately wants to look 20 because her self-esteem hinges on outward appearances. I don't give a crap what anyone thinks of me, and I put my face, name, and reputation on the line to stand for what I know is true. And in response, I receive relentless bullying from angry white progressive women just like you. But that's okay. Truth matters enough to me to endure it. And endure it I have and will.
Okay. What did you mean when you say that you've received relentless bullying from angry white progressive women like Ms. Awerda?
Generally speaking, the people who come after me on social media are angry white progressive women. Occasionally I'll have a gay guy or whatever, but generally speaking, it's angry white progressive women.
Okay. And what have you done in response to that?
I think generally, there was one I blocked. I can remember that she just wouldn't stop, and I did block her. But generally, I just will hold my ground, and they learn to just leave me alone. Because I'm not someone who just takes it and rolls over, which is what they're used to, because most people are like, don't want to cause a problem. And I'm more like, no, I'm going to hold my ground. This matters to me.
But in response to this, you don't go to people's homes?
Oh, no, never.
Okay. And if we could go to page 50. Okay. If you could just read, this is your comment again, right? The second comment page. Can you read the last two paragraphs of it?
No, I'm not jealous. I'm too busy fighting the good fight for my kids, my family, and our society to be that self-absorbed and self-obsessed. Do you really want to keep bullying me and my followers? Because I'm going to keep holding my ground. I'm absolutely fed up with bullies like you, and if you think I'm afraid of looking, quote, unchristlike by defending myself, you couldn't be more wrong. If you want to keep publicly taking personal digs at me and my family, I will keep publicly defending myself and my family, and I will take this to the next level on a publicity scale. Considering the amount of time, money, and effort you devote to your public image, it seems like that might be a big deal to you. But you keep doing your bullying, Jennifer, and I will keep defending.
Okay. What did you mean when you said that you would take this to the next level on the publicity scale?
I meant that I would share it. What I always do, I take screenshots of what people are doing to me. I compile it in a post, and I share it publicly on all my social media platforms. And, you know, from there, the mainstream media can pick it up if they're interested, and other accounts can share who might have a greater following. And on issues like this that are very heated, people definitely want to pick it up and share it. And I believe her response was like, you go ahead and share it. I don't care.
Okay.
So, but apparently she did care.
If we could go to the next page. So, all right, do you see the comment at the top?
I do.
Who is that from?
Jennifer Awerda.
Okay, and what was her response to you saying you're going to increase the publicity?
She said in the middle, kind of bottom, it says, also, you can take whatever you want publicly. I'm sure your 46 followers have your back. They're probably the same 46 people that voted for you. Ha, defending yourself. Go back under your bridge. The reason you keep bullying our educators is because you know they can't defend themselves, but I can.
Okay.
So she said, go ahead. Take it publicly. I don't care.
Okay. Can you also go back and read, there's two sentences. It starts with for someone. Do you see that?
For someone that clearly gives two shits about their appearance, you seem to comment a lot on mine. I'm very comfortable in my own skin, and you can continue to comment on it. It doesn't bother me.
Okay, and how did you interpret that?
She thinks that I don't care about my appearance. She thinks I'm not attractive. I look like I rolled off the set of The Handmaid's Tale. That's what she said. Which I've never seen, so I don't know. They might be very attractive for all I know, but I don't think they are.
Could you go to the next page, please? Page 52. Okay. Sorry, I have to compose myself. If we could go to do you see this, the second, it's the comment that starts better lawyer up. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, can you just, that's a comment by Miss Awarda, right?
It says better lawyer up now, and then it says, and you better have a good one.
Okay. Is this the first time she threatened to sue you?
As far as I know, it was, and that was May 26th,
All right, so this is before,
before the pride flags were even delivered, yeah.
Wait, how do you know it's May 26th? Does it say that on there?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
I know because I went into my Facebook and found the comment and hovered over it, and I knew it, so it's not on there, but.
okay. If you could turn to Exhibit 114. Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit, Mr. Spain?
I do. It's a post I did on Facebook on June 3rd about the emails to the PTA representatives.
Okay. Can we go to the second page of this exhibit? Okay. And what is this?
This is an email that someone had sent to the PTA and in regard to this situation, and then they had forwarded it to me to let me know. So she was the Utah PTA president, Stacy Molinet. I don't know how you say that, but she said, yeah, we are concerned about this. It's an ugly situation. And nowhere did she say, oh, she's not our PTA president. She just said, yeah, I'm in contact. This is a problem.
Okay. And did you ask the person who sent the email to send it?
As far as I know, I didn't. I don't think I did. I think she just did it of herself. But there was a post I did where I had encouraged people to reach out to the PTA, but I think it was probably after this. I can't remember for sure.
All right,
Well, you can see, because this was June 1st, so you could
Yeah.
probably find the post where I
Can we,
encouraged.
can we go back to the first page of this exhibit?
Yeah, so
Yes.
June 3rd. So yeah, I hadn't asked people to send emails until after someone sent me one. I was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, and what was the purpose of asking people to contact the, I guess, the national and the Utah PTAs?
To make them aware of how this president-elect treated parents who lived in the school district who didn't buy into gender ideology. I felt that it was inappropriate, and I'm guessing they actually told her to step down, and that's why she didn't end up being a PTA president, because it looked really bad for Murray School District.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 115? Okay, what is this?
This is the cease and desist letter that Awerda had someone send to me.
Okay, and how do you know?
I received it.
Okay, how did you receive this letter?
It was just a letter in the mail, as far as I remember.
Yeah, and what platform is this posted on?
Looks like Facebook.
In this post, you say, after coming on my social media and sending 7 pride flags to my home to bully me. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and what did you mean by that?
I meant that she was the one harassing, this is a cease and desist letter, and accusing me of harassment and hate and all this, all the things that she was doing to me. She had initiated everything, and then she had the audacity to tell me to stop, as if I were the instigator in this situation, when all I was doing was defending myself, and I had asked her, please stop, please leave us alone, and instead, she went ahead and had the pride flags delivered and just continued to escalate it.
Okay. What was your response to this letter?
I posted it online and said, I'm not giving into this. Most people would be afraid, and I think that's what she expected. Most people would say, oh, I better stop. I don't want to pay legal fees. I'm scared. And to me, I was like, nope, this matters. I'm standing.
Let's see, we already covered this. Okay, if we could go to Exhibit 116. You know, one thing that came up in your earlier testimony is that you have posted about Miss Awerda for months, right? And so I'm wondering, what motivates you to post about her?
The way that her actions affect me and my family, and making aware what I'm having to go through, so that other parents will have the courage to say, wow, I need to step up. I need to help take a stand on these issues, because look what happens to this little mom who's forced to stand alone, and now I'm like 50 grand in debt for this legal lawfare. That's all it is. And when you make the public known, when you make it known to the public what little mothers are forced to endure, oh, it activates them, because they're like, that's not right. A parent should be able to stand up for their beliefs and for their children without having to endure harassment like this. That's why Nicole Solas is famous. The NEA sued her for standing up for the exact same issues that I've stood on. It's everywhere. I'm not alone in this. And Awerda's not alone in her harassment. She's one of a million who harasses mothers like me. And she's definitely not a victim. She's a persecutor.
Okay, actually, can we go to Exhibit 123? Do you recognize this exhibit?
This is a X post or Twitter post about my trying to raise funds for this this lawsuit that she forced me into.
Okay. How has the lawsuit impacted your family financially?
We're in debt. I pay monthly on my, as you know, I pay monthly on my legal fees. We are in debt.
Yep.
We're not made of money to pay fees like this, but we'll do what we have to.
Why haven't you posted more fundraising post.
Because she claims it's stalking every time I try to raise funds. It's like, the only way I would be allowed to raise funds would be to say, guys, I'm going through something, I can't talk about what it is, and I can't tell you who's doing it, but I need money, just give it to me. Instead of saying, hey, I'm a little mom who's being bullied and harassed and now run through the legal system because I dared to stand up for my beliefs and for my children. When I put it that way, people are like, sign me up, let me donate. I support that, but she doesn't want me to talk about that part because it doesn't make her look good.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 116? Do you recognize this document?
This looks like a Facebook post sharing when the pride flags were delivered that she ordered for our family.
Okay. And you've reviewed this full document previously, right?
I have.
Okay. And so any posts that are under your name of April Wild Dispain, you drafted and posted those, right?
I did.
Okay. Can we turn to page 6? Okay. Do you see your comment on this page?
I do.
Can you read it?
Jennifer Sewell Awarda, please stop bullying and harassing me and my family. Please allow others to believe differently than you and to publicly express viewpoints that are different than yours. Why can't you leave us alone? How far will you take this? Do we need to file a restraining order against you?
Okay. What, if anything, changed after you posted this comment?
I can't remember exactly when this was, but yeah, this was, I'm pretty sure, after the pride flags and then before her cease and desist letter. So it was like she would not stop, and then she went on to say, you stop posting about me. Stop telling people what I did to you because I don't like it. That's what happened after this.
Okay. Did she stop bullying you?
No. I'm here today, so no.
And you consider this lawsuit to be...
Oh, yeah. All it is intimidation, bullying, harassment. It's her attempt to silence me. And she's talked about how much money she has. I clearly don't have money. I'm in tons of debt to fight this, which is why most people would be silenced, and she would win. And unfortunately, I don't back down. So that's where we are, and her bullying is going on right here while she smiles at me.
Did you look into getting a restraining order?
I asked the police to file trespassing, and I can't remember, my husband knows more because he filed all of that, but they wouldn't do it. They said it wasn't trespassing, and then I talked to my attorney about filing a stalking injunction as well, and like I said before, he said that because he believed the stalking law was the stalking code was unconstitutional, that it would undercut his argument if he were to file. So we ended up not filing, and then we got past the deadline that I could file. So I'm kind of, unfortunately, I can't.
Okay.
But I also moved to a different state, so I'm a little bit safer from her harassment and bullying.
Okay. Can you put like page 19 and 20 up at the same time?
If you bet. We say, page 19
Yeah,
and 20?
page 19 and 20. Just side by side if you can.
Let's see if I can do this.
Okay. You've seen this before, right?
Yes.
Okay. And here, Ms. Awarda offers to meet with you personally, right?
Yes. On the left, she said, I have invited April Wild, at the bottom, 3 comments up. I have invited April Wild to Spain to speak in person about our differences. I also invited her to volunteer in our schools. I'm even willing to discuss with her lawyer and mine. We can all sit down together.
Okay. Did you ever take her up on our offer?
I told her on the next page, at the top, Jennifer Sewell Awarda, you feel free to come to my next meeting and discuss with me, you psycho. I'll tag you next time I have a meeting. I did public meetings all the time with my political friends, so, and I also ran for school board. At any time, she could have come and spoken to me about the issues if she so desired, but instead she did a keyboard warrior thing and came on my Facebook instead.
Okay.
Do we have a time frame? Is this after the pride flags, before, is that where we are here? It's May 20.
It has to go to the top of the post to see the date, for sure.
Maybe can we do the first page of the post on the left?
It's after the pride flags, because you can see her comment, you crossed the crazy line with the, this is, I'm sure it's after the flags.
There you go. That's the original post, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
So this is comments on the post.
And are they like on the same day as the?
Yeah, because she blocked me the day after. So she came on the post where I shared about it, and she was commenting and
So all
saying,
those comments were posted, are the same day?
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Okay, sorry. What was that? Can we go to page 22? Okay. Do you see how you have a comment at the top of the page?
I do.
Can you read that comment?
Jennifer Sewell Awarda, as an angry white woman who spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on your plastic surgery, facelifts, Botox, fake teeth, designer clothing, etc., you are the poster child for, quote, white privilege. Look at you using all your money you brag about to bully those who believe differently than you. You are the poster child for, quote, white privilege, and yet you act like you stand for the oppressed of our society. You think you're on the right side of history. You'll be remembered as an embarrassment to your family and Maurice School District, Utah. You keep on with your bullying, Jennifer. You're doing my work for me, exposing who you really are to the world.
What was the purpose of this comment?
Like I said, you know, the way that she's treating me and my family, coming on to our posts and mocking our private family situations, mocking my religion, mocking my school board run, sending pride flags to harass us. People see that and they get bothered. They get enraged sometimes. Not by me posting it, but by what she did, because it's outrageous. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. And so I said, you're doing my work for me, exposing who you really are to the world. You know, you want to keep commenting, you want to keep making these ridiculous comments and doing these ridiculous things to my family, you go ahead, I'll just share it, and everyone will see you for who you really are. And that's what's happened.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 117?
Do you still want a side-by-side or just all
No.
on 117?
Yeah, you can take off the side by side. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Looks like a Facebook post on May 29th when I was sharing that she had finally blocked me, was going to leave me alone from then on. So I was like, take note. Don't bully me. I felt like, okay, finally, she's going to go away and leave us alone. But no. Instead, she escalated it further and made it lawfare so she could punish me financially.
Okay. Again, any responses that are here written under April Wild Dispain were
Yeah,
ones
they're
you
me.
drafted and posted, right?
I did.
Okay. There's you see the photo on the lower right-hand corner?
Uh-huh.
Where did you get that photo?
From her Instagram page. She shared it publicly.
Okay. And what was the purpose of using that photo?
She was like dressed up like a Barbie for Halloween, and I thought it made her look silly, and my intent was definitely not to make her look good. Obviously, this woman's harassing and stalking my family, basically, and so I'm like, It was her picture though, so I figured she must be okay with it.
Okay. Did you get that from Instagram?
Yeah.
And do you know what her privacy settings were on Instagram?
They were public at that time when I got it.
Okay. Can you read this post?
PTA President Jennifer Sewell Awarda in Murray School District, Utah has finally realized her mistakes and blocked me. After coming onto my page to relentlessly terrorize me, my husband, and our family, it culminated in her sending 7 pride flags to be staked into our front yard without our permission. This story is going national. I will keep you updated. Those looking to bully me and my family because we believe that gender is binary and biological reality matters, take note. Bite me, I bite back.
Okay, what did you mean by the story is going national?
Daily Caller had picked it up, their national news source, and Fox News was interested. A lot of different news sources had reached out to me. I was not reaching out. Like, I may have contacted a couple people. I think I tried to reach out to like some local people and they never got back to me, but especially the national ones, they contacted me. They were very interested, and so yeah, like I think that the story going national ups the publicity of what someone has done to someone, and she definitely didn't like people knowing what she had done to me.
Okay. And what did you mean when you said, bite me, I bite back, with a little blowing kiss emoji?
I mean, I don't back down. I'm not going to roll over and be like, okay, I'll just be nice. I mean, I'm going to expose it. And that's how I get people to leave me alone. When they get exposure, people are like, this is wrong. And it affects your reputation. And people see you for who you really are, which is a bully. And people don't like to be seen in a negative light. Clearly, Awarda doesn't like to be seen in a negative light. So it's my way of holding my ground and biting back, is exposing. It's not violent. It's not harassing. It's not like going after her to her house. It's simply sharing. And it's effective.
Okay. Can we go to page 6?
Bet.
Do you see your comment here, Ms. Despain? It's like in the middle of the page.
I do. I see a couple comments.
Can you read the one that says, I see what you're saying?
Brandon Valentine, I see what you're saying. I don't use the word lightly. I've been bullied by many over the past 2.5 years and never called it that. But giving away my name and address and coming to my house without my permission was a new level of low, and I think it qualifies. Because I believe I had used the word terrorized my family, and this guy said, be careful using words like that. And I felt that it did warrant the word of terrorizing.
All right, so this felt like it was beyond the normal types of
Oh,
bullying
for
that-
sure.
Objection leading.
It definitely was, because I've never had anyone else do anything like this.
Okay.
Most people haven't. It's pretty extreme.
Okay. We go to Exhibit 118. Okay. If we could can we go to Exhibit 1? I'm wondering if it might be easier to just flip in the book instead with this. So I'm sorry, I apologize. It's Exhibit 118 and then Exhibit 1, so it's page 8 or page 7 of Exhibit 118.
118 what?
Page 8.
Okay, I'm there.
First, if you look at the first page of this exhibit, so Exhibit 118,
Uh-huh.
001, okay, do you recognize this document? You're not on the first page right now.
Oh, not on the first page?
Just-
I'm on Exhibit 1.
Yeah, Exhibit.
Oh, I do,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
I
okay.
know, this is for stalking injunction. Mhm.
Okay, so it's a request for civil stalking injunction, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. If you go to page 8,
Okay.
and then so at page 8 and 9, you've seen these before, right?
I have, from her stalking injunction. This is the first time I ever saw any of these.
Okay. And what are they?
They are comments on what I now know is the Daily Caller's post about, the Daily Caller shared my video of the pride flags being delivered to my home, and the public was clearly incensed, as they should be, because it is outrageous, and people made some inappropriate comments. I agree, they're totally inappropriate, where they're insinuating death threats.
Okay. Are any of these posts from your responses to your social media posts?
No.
Okay. And how did you find that out?
Oh, as the council knows, we contacted them several times asking where did these come from. And repeatedly they said they were from my post. I believe in the very first UPEPA hearing, Mr. Nate straight up said that they were on my Instagram posts and I could have deleted them and should have, which was not true. I found out because on December 12th, which was around the same time that we had received at the exhibits, I was going through all of the exhibits, just looking at everything, and I noticed in one of Alberta's screenshots that she had little thumbnails on the side of her Instagram alerts, her notifications, and I could see that it said Daily Caller, like a little tiny logo, and I'm like, I think that's Daily Caller because I've read their articles. So I then went to the Daily Caller's Instagram page and finally found the post. So it's been a year and a half. I've been asking incessantly, where did these comments come from? I'm being gaslit and told they're from my Instagram page when clearly they couldn't be. I have 237 followers and this is thousands and thousands of comments. I don't know who could even be commenting this on my Facebook, nor have I even shared the video on my Instagram. But yeah, so that's how I found it. I had to go through evidence myself and do some digging and research. And that was when finally their council agreed to stipulate that they came from Daily Caller, which I'm very grateful for.
Okay. And so do you know any of these people who posted in these?
I do not. I mean, these are anonymous accounts, so could be anyone, but as far as I know, I do not know them.
Okay, and so you didn't contact anyone personally?
Never.
Okay. You didn't instruct anyone to make these comments?
Nope.
And then if we could go to page 10.
Okay.
So here, do you see there's two people at the top?
I do.
Okay. Do you know either John Charles 66 or Brendan Taylor?
I don't. I actually went through all of these, every single comment, and checked them against my followers on Facebook and Instagram, and none of them follow me. I don't know any of them.
Okay.
So every single of these death threat ones.
Okay, let's just, oh, okay, if we could go to,
So, I'm sorry, so this page 10, so page 8 is comments on the Daily Caller's Instagram post. Page 9, is that also, this is the same thing?
It is.
Okay, so page 9 is also comments on the Daily Caller's Instagram page, and then page 10 is Facebook, or no? Maybe it's also Instagram.
Do you know what the
screenshots?
top-
The top left is Instagram. It says Instagram, and then on the top right, that's Facebook. And then those two comments on the bottom are like comments on a Facebook post that she
Oh,
took
okay.
out of context. So
okay. Okay, if we could go to page 11.
Okay.
Okay, if you, what is the, so there's a screenshot at the top, do you see that?
Mhm.
What is that?
It is my Instagram post from, looks like May 26, 2023. And I'm sharing about how Awarda bullies me because I don't believe in gender and sexual ideologies in public schools.
Okay. If you look at the bottom, there's some language in gray. Do you see that?
Mhm. Yeah.
Can you read that?
It says comments on this post have been limited.
And what does that mean?
This must be one of Awarda's screenshots because on my end it says only your followers can comment. So when I'm on my account, it tells me because after I lost my school board election, I set my account to only allow my followers to comment because I was just sick and tired of dealing with people like her. So I just set it to more privacy, and so she went in and screenshot this, and so the only people who could comment were people who followed me.
And that's on Instagram?
It is.
Does that apply to your other social medias as well?
I don't think there's an ability to do that on Facebook or X, so no. Only on Instagram do we have that ability.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 129?
In here, or should I go there?
They can put this up on the
Okay.
screen. Okay. Do you see this?
Right, that's my view. So that's a screenshot from my account's view, and it says only your followers can add comments. Comments are visible to everyone. So the posts are still public, anyone can view the post, but only my followers can comment.
Okay. And so were you surprised when you saw this request for civil stalking injunction with these threats in them that were being attributed to your social
Oh
media?
yeah, I was like, those did not come from my account. I was also surprised in the UPEPA hearing when her attorneys straight up claimed that, and that was not true.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 118 and go to page 11? Okay, and then if you look, if you look at there's comments underneath your screenshot. Do you see that?
I do.
And were these just random comments that you made?
No, these were like a thread of comments on a post. So she cut. This was the stalking. I thought this was crazy that you can submit this to the courts. So she just clipped out certain comments that she felt were derogatory against her and completely left out all the comments that were derogatory against me, and then claimed that I was stalking. So yeah, it was a long thread, which we've read through several of those. So in my opinion, it's misleading the court, and I think that's a serious offense.
Okay. Can we turn to Exhibit 139? Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit, Mr. Spain?
I do. So after on December 12th, had been looking through the evidence, like I said, I saw the tiny little Daily Caller logo at the top of one of her little notification screenshots, and I finally went and found this Daily Caller post, and no, I did not know that this had been created. This was, it says the date in the bottom right, May 31st. So I made my post on May 30th, and then I assumed the Daily Caller wasn't going to do a post on it, and I never went back and looked. I really don't use Instagram that much. I use mainly X and Facebook. So I never went back and looked at Daily Caller's posts, but they did do a post on it the day after I did mine. And I finally found that a year and a half later, and my husband and I went through and keyword searched the death threat. So I got out the injunction. I looked at every death threat that appeared to come from Instagram, and we word searched them, and we found a lot of them. So that was how finally, after a year and a half of asking, I found where those death threats came from. People I don't know, who don't follow me, who have nothing to do with me. on a post I had never seen in my life.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 119? Okay, what is this?
Text message with Laurel Fetzer.
And did you write all the comments in blue?
I did.
Okay. On the do you see your second comment on the, or actually, do you see your first comment on this page?
Yeah, I said, who are all the PTA presidents for next year?
And why did you want to know that?
Laurel had been, I think she's been a PTA president like 4 times in Murray School District, and so she was majorly involved. We worked together on school issues, and she had told me that Awerda was a PTA president at Macmillan, I think maybe twice, and then that she was going to be PTA president for Hillcrest. So I knew that with Laurel's work in the PTA, she would have more knowledge than I would, so that's why I was asking.
Okay. And this is a conversation with Laurel Fetzer, right?
It is.
If you could go to page 5. All right. Do you see your second full comment?
It's awesome, though, that one.
It starts, ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha, Jennifer Awerda dug her own grave, and I've gotten like 100 more followers on Twitter today alone because of this.
Yeah, what did you mean by she dug her own grave?
As I said in my comment to her previously, she's exposed who she is, what her actions do, and the words that she says to me and my family. That's her digging her own grave. I don't need to do anything, just show the world what she does to me and to other people, I'm sure. Okay. So that's what I meant by that. And when I said, you know, I got 100 more followers, it's great. People definitely were interested in the story. They want to know why a PTA president bullies members of the school district. It's so sad.
Okay. And can we go to Exhibit 120? Okay. What is this exhibit?
My text conversations with Nicole Solas.
Okay. And are all of the comments in green from you?
Yes.
Did you publicize your
I'm
discussions?
sorry, what exhibit is this? Sorry, I was...
120, Your Honor.
Here we are, got it, thank you.
Did you publicize any of your discussions with Nicole on social media or anywhere else?
No, these were private, but Awerda got them in Discovery because I was actually honest and provided my communications with people.
Okay. On page 1, can you read your second message?
I'm going to publicize it. Will you share it when I do?
Okay. And did you send messages like this to other people?
No. Nicole Solas, she's the only one because she had a large following. I don't have other friends who have as great of a following. And she also has a following for the same reasons. So she's been sued, involved in lawfare many times. And so people are interested from her.
What did Nicole do in response to your request?
She shared it. And I think she may have done a few of her own posts. She was very, like me, just incredulous that someone could treat a mother this way. I mean, she's experienced it, but it's still, and I think that gives her greater empathy for someone like me. And so, yeah, she was definitely willing to help me on this.
Okay. Can we turn to page 5? Okay. Do you see your second comment here?
My husband is sending me these. She had a ton of pics on her Instagram, but she blocked me.
All right. So are the photos you used on social media all then from Miss Awerda's Instagram account?
I think so. She, like, everything was public on her Instagram. And she had a lot of pictures and posts, if I recall correctly.
Okay. If we could turn to page 10. Okay. Do you see the message from Miss Solas that starts right?
Yeah, it says, write Amy Knox an email asking for clarification on her like of your Facebook post. Quote, are you supporting me as a victim of harassment, or are you endorsing the harassment of me for my religion and parental rights, unquote.
Okay. Who is Amy Knox?
She is a school counselor at Murray High,
Okay.
Murray School District.
Did you follow this instruction?
I didn't write an email, but I commented on the post and asked her that question.
Okay,
So-
did she respond?
She did.
Do you remember what she said?
Basically along the lines of like, you homeschool your kids, leave us alone, you know, you don't have to like what we do, but your kids aren't in our schools, so you just need to stop and leave us alone. And it was funny though, because she was the one who constantly followed my posts and, you know, made comments and stuff, so.
Okay. Can we go to page 20? Can you put 20 and 21 up at the same time?
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. Can you read, so at the bottom of page 20, it should start, "I'm still fuming." I think it's on the right
Okay.
side.
I'm still fuming about the stupid police. They said if I contact her, I will be criminally charged with electronic harassment, even though she is the one who came on my page to bully my family. Obviously, I would not contact her personally except if she starts bullying me. I just defended myself.
Okay, so does that reflect your attitude about how you handle these types of situations?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like with Amy Knox, I don't go after her. It's only if she comes and starts harassing me, then I will, you know, make a post about it. And Alwerda, man, she just wouldn't stop. 2 years later, here we are. And I have every right to share about what I've had to endure because I dare to speak out about gender ideology.
If we could go to page 25. I do see, so if you look at the top comment, the last paragraph,
On
it starts the Murray Equity Alliance.
the Murray Equity Alliance was formed specifically because my work exposed the Murray School District Equity Council and dissolved it.
And then, what do you mean that the Murray Equity Alliance was formed because of your work?
So Murray School District, this was part of the issue that started in 2021 when they read the book to my son's class. There was a Murray Equity Council, which no one was really aware of, but they were basically running the school district now, and they had implemented these equity programs and the equity book bundles, which is what were being used in my son's school, which is how Calling Max was read to his class. And so what I did was expose to the public and to Murray District and to parents what was actually going on. I submitted thousands of dollars worth of grammar requests. I created a video streamlining everything. It was a lot of work, but basically the Murray Equity the Murray City School District Equity Council was dissolved because of it, because a lot of parents were really bothered. So, you know, just further proof of what exposure does. It makes changes. And the Murray Equity Alliance was formed. So the way they tried to get around it was because the Murray Equity Council, when it works in the school district, is subject to grandma laws. It's subject to everything with being a part of a public institution. So they formed a private group called the Murray Equity Alliance, and they invited Murray teachers to join, but it was on the private side. So that way I couldn't submit grandmas, I couldn't insist that I attend the meetings, etc. So they were like, we're going to sidestep these parents who want transparency.
Okay. Can we go to page 28? Okay. Do you see the screenshot that you put in this
I
text
do.
thread? And can you read the one that's highlighted?
Let's see if I can read it. Jennifer Sulawarda said, "You have no idea what you are talking about." Oh, thanks. "You have mentioned many times the amount of money you think I spend on my appearance. Just wait to see how much I can spend on lawyers to come after you."
Okay.
And that was Saturday, May 27th.
So this
for
is
Pride flags.
this is before the Pride Flag?
It was.
Okay. And what did you think when you saw that comment?
It's, again, lawfare. It's saying, I'm going to punish you financially now. You won't submit to my bullying and stop posting about these issues? Well, let me just up the cost for you. Wait to see how much I can spend on lawyers to come after you. It's a threat. And she followed through, and here we are.
Okay. Okay, if we could go to page 49. Okay, if you see the second comment you made that starts can you read that?
Can you comment again? I want that post to get traction.
Did Nicole comment when you asked her to?
She did. She said you bet, so I assume she did.
Okay. Okay, if we could go to Exhibit 121. Okay, what is this?
These are replies on Twitter or X, and someone said, if PTA wins the suit, April could end up a hobo. Utah has too many hobos already, which is why I support non-consensual euthanasia to be legal in Utah. So, insinuating that Awarda is going to take all my money through this lawsuit, and then I would end up a homeless person, and I should be killed.
What is this from?
Twitter.
Ex-
And this is July 2023? Is that it?
Yeah, July 2023 it says. Well, I don't know for sure.
Okay. You know, if you could look in the binder in front of
Okay.
you, actually, there's more than one page to this exhibit, Exhibit 121. Just, if you just want to page through it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And are these examples of death threats that you've received?
They are.
And how often do you get death threats?
It depends on how active I am in sharing things. When I flew the family proclamation, I got a lot of death threats. When I ran for school board, I got a few. At this time, I've moved out of Utah, so I can kind of insulate my family from the harassment that we had to endure in Utah from Awarda and others. But yeah, during that time, I got a lot of death threats.
Okay. How do you respond to them?
I expose them. I don't generally like, I don't think I've ever responded to anyone who's given me a death threat. I screenshot them and expose them for the public to see so that they can be aware that this is a person who makes death threats and should action be taken, like reporting it or whatever, then they can do that.
Okay.
So can we just look at page 4?
Okay.
So this is an Instagram post.
It's a message on Instagram.
Okay, so this is someone messaged you.
Right, uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't, that's helpful. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. If we could go to Exhibit 125.
Oh.
sorry, I'm just trying to, I don't know if we need to actually go over this one. Can we go to Exhibit 127? Okay. What is this exhibit?
So Jennifer and her husband had made a post about me, saying that I bully educators and that she has a responsibility to defend teachers, and she said that my followers have insinuated that she's a child groomer or a pedophile, and she has liked those comments. And anyway, she was publicizing what she felt I had done to her and was trying to get her followers to take action against me. And then I shared it and just told the true story from my perspective. Please be aware that this woman, Jennifer Huerta, has attacked my family repeatedly, mocking a traumatic personal family situation involving allegations of spousal and child abuse. I tried to comment about this on her post, and she deleted my comments.
Okay, and why do you think she deleted your comments?
The same reason she's coming after me with this lawsuit. She doesn't want people to know the truth of how she treats others, how she treats people who believe differently than her.
Do you have a sense of the time frame as to when this exchange occurred? Is this after the flags?
I think it's before the flags. So maybe May 27th.
Okay. If we could go to Exhibit 131. What is this exhibit?
I went through and found the very last post, a public comment on my Instagram post. So this was 113 weeks ago, so more than 2 years. So I was just showing that it's been more than 2 years since the public could even comment on my Instagram page. So there's no way that those death threats could have been made on my Instagram page.
And this is actually the 113 weeks from whenever you took this.
Right, yeah, so it would have been, I made it like that people couldn't comment when I lost the school board election, which was November 2022. And then the whole issue with Huerta was like May 2023, so like 6 or 7 months later, May and June.
Okay.
So I couldn't have had any comments, not to mention I only have 200 and something followers, and there were like 2,500 comments on the Daily Caller's post. They probably have 1 million followers or whatever.
Did you ever go through all of the comments in the Daily Caller post?
I didn't go through all of them. We just like keyword search. We just used her stalking injunction and keyword searched the death threats to verify that, yeah, they were from Daily Caller's post.
Okay. If we could go to Exhibit 134. Okay, what is this exhibit?
A post I did on May 18th, 2023 about activism in Murray School District. Do you want me to read it? It's on Facebook.
And how object is to relevance? Just, I mean, it's fine. It's already been admitted into the record, but I don't know if it's necessary to reread it because this predates the dispute between.
She sent the flags on May 16th. It doesn't predate anything.
I thought it was May 26th.
It is May.
She ordered them May 16th. That's when she sent Brittany Dunn the email. This is May 18th.
Yeah, well, overruled. I'm here to hear it all, so let's get it done.
Okay, so you said this was posted on Facebook?
Yeah, this is a Facebook post.
Okay. You don't need to read it. My question is,
Actually, this might be an Instagram post. Yeah, this is a Facebook post. Yeah, it is.
okay. And where did you get the photos?
From students who would give them to their parents, and then the parents would contact me and provide them.
Okay. And like you just said, this was after the pride flags were ordered, but before they were delivered, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now if we go to exhibit 135. Okay. So what is this exhibit?
A Twitter post. I said, "Pride flags contradict my religious beliefs, and Awerta bullied me for my religion. The Utah Constitution states, quote, no inhabitant of this state shall ever be molested in person or property on account of his or her mode of religious worship." I then linked to the code and screenshot it. And I attached this to my former tweet of the pride flags that she tried to stake into my front yard. So clearly I felt that this was against the code, that it was a hate crime as far as I'm concerned.
All right. I think earlier in your testimony with opposing counsel, there was a discussion about whether pride flags are contradictory to your religious beliefs. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I believe that gender is eternal and we are male or female. There's no alternative. We can't switch our gender. And there's not a myriad. It's not a spectrum. Pride flags, there's many different versions of them, and they all represent different versions of gender identity or sexuality. My religion has a very clear definition of appropriate sexuality in marriage, which is between a man and a woman, and that is how God ordained marriage and family. That is my religious belief. Pride flags represent all these different variations of sexuality and families and gender identities, and they're clearly at odds. So in that way, it contradicts my religious beliefs. Of course, a flag can represent more than one thing, but that doesn't negate the fact that it also represents gender identity and sexuality ideologies that I do not buy into as a matter of religious belief.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 136? Okay. What is this document?
This was the rejection of my grandma request. As I stated, I wanted to figure out how involved Murray School District was with the harassment that Awerta was inflicting on our family. And I submitted a grandma request to see who she was emailing in the district or who might be emailing with her. And Doug Perry denied my request, citing several codes, which I looked up the codes, and they were like such things as her life might be in danger, her safety might be in danger if they were to give us this information, which that's ridiculous. I have never incited violence against her or threatened her, or she's the one who's harassing me. So clearly, and I finally did receive the grandma, and it showed that Doug Perry had told Awerta to send him the injunction the day after I submitted my request. To me, it shows collusion with the school district to limit my ability to expose her harassment of me and my family.
Okay. Can we turn to Exhibit 137?
Sorry, what was that, Gavin?
Oh, can we go to Exhibit 137?
Yeah, Bruce.
Okay. And what is this exhibit?
This is me showing on my Twitter account that Murray School District had deleted their Twitter account.
Okay. You say it's because of you expose their activism. How do you know that?
I don't know that for sure, but that's my assumption. When I expose things, I tag any public institution involved in it. And so I always tagged Murray School District's handle on Twitter, and they just went ahead and deleted it. I think people would see the post and they would go to their account and say, what are you doing in these schools? And nobody likes negative press. So the school district just deletes it, and they report my posts, and they collude with PTA presidents to keep me from exposing issues. So.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 140? Okay. What is this exhibit?
This is the Daily Caller's post sharing about what Jennifer Orta had been doing to me and my family. And so I think, because the two little dots underneath the picture show that, like, the first part was the picture in it, and I think if you scrolled to the right, it showed the video of the flags being delivered, and as you can see, there's like 2,500, almost 2,600 comments and almost 19,000 likes, and this was the post where the death threats had happened, but like, I had 200 followers. There's no way I got 18,000 likes on any of my posts.
Okay. Can you go to can we go to page 3 of this exhibit? And then, do you see what date this was posted on? By the
May
day?
31st, 2023. So this was the day after I had made my Instagram post.
Okay. And then can we go to exhibit 110? Here, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do. This looks like a Facebook post from May 30th where I shared the Daily Caller article.
Okay. But that does not go, or does that go to the social media post that we were just
No,
looking
this
at?
goes directly to the website. So it has nothing to do with our Instagram post. Daily Caller is going to, just like me, they're going to have a social media post on every forum, because, you know, the more forums, the more publicity you can get. And so they're going to have their website, they're going to have their Instagram, they're going to have their Facebook and their Twitter account, et cetera, et cetera. And so I was simply linking to the article itself on the website, not to any of their social media handles here.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Can we go to exhibit 66? Okay, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do. This is my Instagram post, it looks like, and I shared a screenshot of the Daily Caller's article on their website. And as you can see, the date in the bottom is May 30th, 2023.
All right, so this is before the Daily Caller posted about it, right?
It is.
And did you, here you posted about, sorry, hold on. Oh. What happens when you, this kind of came up with your testimony before, but what happens when you go to the @dailycaller handle?
It takes you to their account. So the account, it doesn't take you to any specific post. It'll take you to just their account, and you can scroll through and see hundreds or thousands of posts, which they probably have thousands at this point. And so it just will direct you to their Instagram handle. And then from there, anyone can click on any story they want. And like I said, at this time, my story didn't even exist on that handle. So I definitely couldn't have been directing people to any death threats. They were non-existent at that point.
All right, and what's on the left in this post?
This is a screenshot of the article itself. So it says at the top, dailycaller.com. That's going to take you directly to the website where their articles are listed.
Okay.
So it's just to the website.
Sorry. Okay, can we go to exhibit 9?
It's 3 o'clock. Are we okay on time?
Yeah, I think so. I'm really close to being done.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Do we have, like, what time do you want to stop? What time are we done? Let's
We are
start.
done at 5.
5, okay, yeah, we should, I'm almost done, Your Honor. I am watching the clock, too.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit?
This looks like some Facebook comments on a post. Yep.
Okay, and what is this conversation about?
This is David Mulholland, who, like, he's on one of my Facebook followers. I don't know him personally. I've never met him in person. I've never communicated with him outside of just commenting on Facebook. And so he's talking about the screenshot that Awerda had posted, where she put his comment with my name and picture, which was basically implying I said it, because people who didn't know any better would just say, oh, well, she must have said that. And he, in his comment, I want to make clear, he didn't say she was a groomer. He said, could she be a groomer, or something like that. On a personal level, I won't like a comment that calls someone a groomer. I am careful. I mean, and to be perfectly square, like, if somebody calls someone a groomer, that is within the rights of free speech. But I personally don't think it's right to necessarily call people that, unless they actually are grooming, you know what I mean? So, if I remember the wording of his comment, he said, could she be a groomer, or something like that. And then he made several other statements in the comment. And when you like a comment, you can agree with one thing and not agree with another part. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I endorse any certain part, and she wouldn't know what I endorse or not endorse.
Okay.
And so this petitioner's 9 is from after issuance of the stalking injunction?
No, this is before. I'm pretty sure this is before. It's just, there was clearly a pattern where they would, like, make screenshots in a way where you couldn't tell who made the comment.
Screenshots on social media?
Right.
Okay.
Screenshots where you can't tell who actually said what or where it was the original source.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. Oh, can we go to Exhibit 33? Okay. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Despain?
This looks like a Facebook post sharing about the article that was talking about the stalking injunction she had filed on me.
Okay. And do you see how you like the post on here?
Oh, yeah, they highlighted that I liked that comment.
Yeah. Why did you like that comment?
She said, this makes me so angry, not only for you, but all of us. Who is this judge that dared to sign this order? Get him out. This is unconstitutional and, according to Utah's code, an illegal order. Are you going to fight the restraining order? I liked it because, I agree. She said, this makes me angry, not only for you, but all of us. And this should make everyone angry. If someone can doctor screenshots and imply that I'm responsible for death threats that I have no idea where they came from, and pick little pieces of a conversation out of a greater huge text thread where she was clearly insulting and instigating all the harassment, and then just say that I'm harassing her, that's misleading the court. And I don't know what the legal consequences could be for that, but I think it's wrong. You're abusing the court system and wasting everyone's time here and everyone's money. And it's not why the legal system was created so that people can abuse people and abuse the court system. So when she says, this makes me so angry, not only for you, but all of us, well, I agree 100%, and I'm going to like that. And as far as the judge who dared to sign this order, how can he know, or whoever signed it, how can he know if those submitting the injunction are insanely dishonest? You know, he doesn't know, which is why they did provide the follow-up, and why we're here, and also $50,000 later, still here, unfortunately for me.
Okay, if we go to Exhibit 73 and go to page 5. Do you recognize this exhibit, Ms. Despayne?
Yeah, so this looks like one of the briefs that Andrew McCullough submitted for me.
Do you need to see the first page of it?
No, I've looked at, I've read through everything.
Okay. Okay, let's see. If you could read paragraphs 22 and 23.
Okay, 22, the request for civil stalking order lists in paragraph C on page 3 those who have witnessed the stalking. The names listed there include the leaders of the Murray Equity Alliance, which is a political interest group opposed to my political views on gender, sexuality, and identity. Also included are former and current Murray City School District teachers and administrators who are opposed to my political views on the issues in the school district. 22. Oh, there's two 22s. Thereafter, petitioner blocked me from her social media, and I was visited by 2 Murray police officers and told not to directly contact her further. 23, petitioner thereafter, quote, unblocked me, and I assume she was hoping I would further comment, but I did not. I thereafter blocked petitioner from my social media.
Can you explain what that is about?
So the police showed up on for me, apparently they showed up for her on May 29th, Monday. For me, it was Tuesday, May 30th. And they cited the electronic harassment code, which I then read through and determined, okay, well, I don't want to tag her or message her directly or in any way violate that code. And so I knew she had blocked me on May 29th, the day before. So I was like, okay, I won't be able to tag her because I'm blocked. But I went to check just to be sure once I read the code. And amazingly, she and her husband both had unblocked me. So I was like, oh, wow, kind of seems like she's beating me in hopes that I'll tag her or somehow, and then I'll be cited criminally. And so I made sure to block her and her husband across all social media platforms from then on, and they're still blocked on my platforms today.
And what date was that?
May 30th.
Okay. Last exhibit, could we go to exhibit 126? Okay. A moment ago, you were talking about, well, first, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Okay. And a moment ago, you were talking about, can you talk about what's in this exhibit that, can you talk about the screenshots in this exhibit?
Yeah, so she has a screenshot of my face and then a screenshot of a comment I made, and then another screenshot with my face and my name above someone else's comment. So you can't, she could have easily scrolled up just like a centimeter or two and shown who actually said that. Instead, she chose to scroll down just enough to cover who actually made that comment, which then her followers would assume, oh, April must have said that. Oh my gosh, how dare she say such a thing? You know, so just this pattern of the same with the Daily Caller post where they scrolled up just enough to cover up the Daily Caller logo, and then claimed, oh, this came from April's Instagram post, and she could have deleted them and she didn't, like her counsel straight up said in the UPEPA hearing. It didn't come from my Instagram post. I didn't make this comment. But Alwerda and her husband have a nice pattern and habit of screenshotting things in such a way as to incriminate people who are not liable for that.
Good.
And that's what they submitted to the court as well, which is sad.
Okay, so you're talking about the comment in the lower right-hand corner, right?
Right, the dark mode one.
All right. Also, you had an interaction with the police, right?
I did.
Okay, and there is a video of it, right?
There is.
Can you just talk about that interaction and what it made you do?
Is this the same when they come to our house?
Yes, Your
Oh,
Honor.
okay.
Yeah. If you want, we can play a portion of it, but I didn't know.
I don't care. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about, so this is May 30th.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
So do you want to play it, or do you want me to say?
We could, well, because we just had
I
a
know we're
short
short on
clip from
time.
it. Can we do Exhibit 143? It might be easier. I don't think we played it last time. Oh, that was 2 months ago, so I'm not sure.
We don't have 143 on this.
Oh, then I think I have it.
I could put it away.
You have it?
I do.
Oh, so you want to put it up?
Sure.
Thanks. And just do 552. Yeah, 143. And then just 552 to 635. Down there.
Oh, man. It's going.
Let me try a different. I downloaded it.
Okay.
Did you say 552?
553.
As close as I can get.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
No, it's still not.
You want me to do it?
You got it?
Yeah, I got it here.
Doesn't like my Mac.
What about the rainbow? It's not playing on the broader thing, right?
Right click on your volume down here.
Can you, like, put your microphone up to it?
Oh, yeah. Just do that.
Is it not playing in your, it should be
Is
playing.
it-
Yeah, try that.
This one? Or is that just right?
It's all been addressed, is what we're talking about.
Okay, so that wasn't electronic, right?
That's not electronic communication, husband, then it's not trespassing.
It's not trespassing.
You can look up the law, it's not trespassing.
So you don't put a flag in anybody's yard, no property?
That's not the situation, and I'm not gonna play it games with you. Okay, you look up the law, and you can read the law. She didn't come on your property.
You
You
hired
had
someone
somebody else
to come
come
on
on.
our property.
Okay, look at the law and read law. That's what I'm going with. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I appreciate your time. I know there's a lot of passion, and I know there's a lot of history here, and.
There's not a lot of history, I don't know her.
Well, you,
But she came on page
So-
and started bullying my
okay,
family.
there's a lot of back and forth that's going on.
Because
and I
I
get-
different stuff, yeah.
Okay, and I get there's a lot of emotion behind it. We get that.
Okay, I think that, unless the court wants to see more, okay. Okay, so, did you take that video?
I did.
Okay. After that interaction with the police, what was your response?
Like I said, I blocked her.
Okay.
And I think for the most part, I stopped using her name, but I can't remember for sure when that was. And I would refer to her as the PTA president, as she had told me she was. But I definitely felt like the police wouldn't protect me. Like they said it wasn't trespassing, which was interesting because in her testimony in the last hearing, she talked about the police telling her that it wasn't trespassing because they didn't actually put the flags up. So they gave her more information than they gave me, being the victim. I was the victim here. And in fact, they did hammer in you can see in the video that he's pulling out the stakes that he had hammered in to our front lawn. So we'll have to look back into that law. I do believe it was trespassing, and it's a crime, thus it's a hate crime. I was targeted for my religious beliefs.
Okay.
I was angry that the police wouldn't protect my family, which is definitely partly why we moved out of Utah.
Okay, that's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Mr. Nate?
Can we take just a quick 5-minute break?
Quick 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be quick. Sorry.
Do I come back up?
You'll have to come back up, you can step down now.
Okay.
Okay, we are back on the record. Mrs. Despain, you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Nate, go ahead.
All right, Mrs. Spain, I think one thing that would be helpful here is to nail down the timeline since we've been talking about a lot of dates.
Okay.
It's correct that the first date you had any online interaction with Ms. Alberta was May 22nd, isn't that right?
Actually, I believe it was May 23rd.
Oh, so May 23rd. Okay, so May 23rd was the first interaction you had with Ms. Alberta.
It is.
All right, May 28th was the last day you had online interaction with Ms. Alberta, correct?
I believe so.
And then May 30th is when the police visited your home, correct?
It is.
And this is obviously not an exhaustive, but essentially told both you and Ms. Alberta to knock it off, essentially.
I guess.
Yeah,
That is how they termed it, yeah.
Obviously paraphrasing, but they told both of you to knock it off. Now, by May 30th, I believe you previously testified, Ms. Alberta had already blocked you, correct?
She blocked me on May 29th, I believe, and then unblocked me on May 30th,
All right,
which is when I blocked her.
And you speculated as to why Ms. Alberta may have unblocked you, but
She did?
you don't know why she actually unblocked you, do you?
Oh, I don't know for sure. I've never talked to her about it.
All right, and you have also, and you included during some of your testimony some statements about why Ms. Alberta attacked you because she didn't like your religious beliefs. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. Her comments said, she was making fun of my religious beliefs. It was pretty clear.
But you previously testified you don't even know what religion Ms. Alberta is, do you?
That's irrelevant for her to attack my religion. I don't need to know hers.
Would you answer my question, please?
I know that she used to be LDS, so she stated to Gowd in the previous hearing. And I don't know from then on. I don't know.
So you don't know?
I don't.
The demand letter, we're going back to the timeline. The demand letter you received was June 3rd. Is that right?
I believe it was June 5th that I received it.
I believe the letter was dated June 3rd. Is that correct?
Oh, maybe it was dated June 3rd and I received it the 5th.
You received it the 5th. And so that comes after the police had already visited both of you and told you to knock it off, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And by June 5th, Ms. Alberta had not posted about you again, had she?
No, she had not, but she had sent the pride flags just within that week, and I was still affected by it. And I felt I had the right to speak out about how that affected me.
On May 28th is what you're saying, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Within a week, I was still feeling the effects of that. In fact, I still am 2 years later.
And you continue to post about it now, don't you?
I do. I'll share my feelings on the things that affect me. Yeah, I believe that's within the realms of free speech.
It's so you can mock Ms. Alwerda for the rest of her life, right?
I can mock what she did to me, yes.
And you can make an example of her for the rest of her life, right?
I can make an example of what she did to me and my family. Yes, I can. That is
Now-
within the realms of free speech.
You previously testified about Murray School District, and I believe it was Doug Perry, is that correct?
I did.
You don't contend that Doug Perry works for Ms. Alwerda, do you?
I don't. I contend that they work together underhandedly.
What evidence do you have to support that?
The grandma request and
So-
her email saying, here's the stalking injunction. She's not allowed to come onto Hillcrest property. In the injunction, she stated Hillcrest Junior High as her work address and now claims with all her heart that she doesn't work for Hillcrest and was never a PTA president. So it's clearly a little muddled there on, she wanted me to stay away from the schools and use the injunction to keep me away from the schools.
Did Ms. Alwerda volunteer at Hillcrest Junior High School?
She did, as a
Would that be
PTA
one-
volunteer, and then she was made PTA president. So she did, yes.
She was not made PTA president, was she?
She was.
Despite your testimony to the contrary.
She was made PTA president, as we saw in the Murray School District video. You saw it too. There's also comments
So
on the
let's-
post where she said, thanks.
Let's go ahead and follow up.
Thanks, I'm PTA president, thank you.
Okay, so your evidence that you have that Ms. Alwerda and Murray School District are working together are the submission of the stalking injunction, which was issued by a court, right?
It was after I appealed it, yeah. Oh, no, sorry, I thought you meant the grandma request.
All right, and then you issued a grandma request that was denied.
It was denied, and then I had to appeal it, yeah.
Was Ms. Alwerda involved in the
She
denial?
was.
In the denial?
submitted-
Will you let me finish my question?
Oh,
please?
sure, go ahead.
Was Ms. Alwerda involved in the denial of your grandma request?
I believe underhandedly, yes, she was.
And what's your basis for that belief?
Because I submitted the grandma request on August 7th, 2023, and then on August 8th, we have her emailing Doug Perry and saying, here's my injunction, she can't do this and do that. And then 10 days later, we have Doug Perry denying the grandma request and citing codes that state her life and her body or whatever is in danger, which is ridiculous because Doug Perry has zero evidence that I've ever done anything of a violent nature, and I haven't, so why would he say that? Sure sounds like someone's working with someone.
So
I
you're-
also have her emails
So you're
to Brittany
speculating.
Dunn.
What you're doing is speculating. You don't actually have any physical evidence that they're working.
I do have the grandma denials and the code cited.
And those grandma denials, they identify Ms. Alwerda as one of those causing the grandma request to be denied.
It says, the person about whom the request pertains would be in danger. So definitely, they cited Jennifer Alwerda because I was requesting her emails.
The stalking injunction stated that Ms. Alwerda feared for her life, did it not?
That's separate from Murray School District, is it not? You just
Please
stated
answer my
that.
question. The stalking injunction stated that Ms. Alwerda was afraid for her life, did it not?
I believe it did.
And it included some screenshots that we've talked about and that were previously stipulated came from the Daily Caller's article. Those were attached to the stalking injunction. Is that right?
That's right. And that has nothing to do with Murray School District, does it? So I'm not sure why Doug Perry.
Just to answer his question, we are not going to finish if this keeps up. We gotta-
Okay.
You have attributed various motives to Ms. Alwerda as to why she did things. You haven't spoken with Ms. Alwerda about why she did things in this case, have you?
Nope, I've never spoken to her.
So you're just speculating as to why you think why she did certain things in this case?
Well, like there's the emails that she wrote to Brittany Dunn. She said she doesn't stand for my hate. So, I mean, that's not speculative. That's what she said. I also have her comments all over my Facebook and, you know, so I think that's not speculative. That's fact. That's what she said. She stated my religion, I'm a sore loser, I hate the teachers, I'm a bully, whatever, like all the reasons that she thinks I deserve her harassment.
You had talked about UPEPA and not getting discovery that you thought you were entitled to. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you know what the scope of UPEPA was? Or, pardon me, do you know what the scope of discovery was under UPEPA?
I don't know all the details, but I know that she requested any and all communication about her, which I produced, and we requested the same and didn't receive the same. We just received like social media screenshots that we already had.
Did you review any of the objections to the discovery that were served upon you?
I did read the document about your objections, and you said something about all these news articles and everything from the news made her feel threatened, so you didn't want to give more information or something like that. In one of your briefs. I actually read it recently.
Did you follow up on those objections after not receiving discovery you thought you were entitled to?
Unfortunately, my attorney did not, which is why I have a new attorney.
Let's go to Exhibit 67. Real quick.
Oops, sorry. That's on me.
So Exhibit 67, I believe you previously testified, is the article from the Daily Caller. Is that right?
This is your exhibit, so I believe this is the article. This isn't my exhibit.
Right, but, okay, do you dispute that Exhibit 67 is the article from the Daily Caller?
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, okay, all right. And this is what you link to on your Facebook and your X accounts. Is that correct?
Yeah. On
Instagram, you had just put...
right, because you
Daily
can't
Caller.
put a link on Instagram.
Correct. All right, let's go ahead and go to page 7. And after linking to this account, did you look at the comments that were being made?
I didn't. You mean to the article itself?
To
Did
the
I read the
article
comments? I never did.
You never did?
No,
What did
I read them since because you include them in your exhibits, but no, I never read them at the time. I don't generally read like comments on articles.
So when you include links to the articles, you don't look to see what comments might be made to the article?
Not generally, no. I just read the article. And like comments, you can see there's many different dates on here. So like if say I did, which I didn't, but say I had read some of the comments, many more could have been added since I read it, so. But no, I didn't read them.
So on your Facebook and X pages, there still is the link to this article, is correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, you never took those posts down?
I didn't.
Same with the Instagram. There's still the link to @DailyCaller.
I believe. Yeah, I didn't
So-
remove anything.
And so,
And like I said, I didn't know that Daily Caller had any death threats until a month ago. So
did you review the posts or the comments made to the Daily Caller article since you received it?
I reviewed it once it was in exhibits.
Did you see any comments in there that were threatening?
I don't remember any. I thought they were pretty innocuous.
Would you highlight the KKK?
And
put them
these are
across?
posts to the Facebook or to the article itself?
These
Comments to the
are
article.
comments to the article itself. That's correct. All right, so you can see a comment that was made on May 30th, 2023. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And May 30th, I believe, this is at or around the time that you had included the link to the Daily Caller article. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, and here it says, perhaps the president of Utah School Parent Teacher Association would appreciate some KKK flags and burning crosses in their yard. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you view that as threatening?
I don't agree with this comment. However, it's not like threatening in that they're going to harm her personally, but they are saying, I think they're making a comparison. She put pride flags into my yard, which is equivalent of something like this. I think this is wrong, but they're not saying I'm going to take violent action against Awerta. So no.
Oh, if someone suggested that you would like some burning crosses in your yard, would you view that as threatening?
I wouldn't like that, just the same as I don't like pride flags in my yard.
Would it cause you emotional distress?
I think so.
All right, you can go ahead and take that down. go back to the Daily Caller article, Instagram post, Austin, I think that is Exhibit 18. All right, just very quick, a few quick points here. So the image that is included there on May 30th, do you see that? The Utah School PTA president, and then there's the image of the woman with the flags.
I do.
And that was the front page of the article for the Daily Caller, is that correct?
I assume so.
And is that also the front image for the Instagram post made by the Daily Caller?
I believe so. I haven't cross-checked to verify.
So if someone were to click on the Daily Caller, they could rely on the image you posted to find that article on the Daily Caller's Instagram page, right?
I mean, now I guess I know that. I didn't know that at the time. I personally don't see how it's relevant, though. What does it matter?
Well, you were driving your followers to go to the Daily Caller Instagram page, weren't you? Or inviting them to go there by posting the hyperlink?
I was, but the post did not exist yet, so I couldn't be directing people to that post because it didn't exist.
But
Right?
the post existed the day after this, correct? So May 30th
And I
is the
didn't
day
know
you posted
that.
this.
Am I responsible for anything anyone posts or says?
Did you check after May 30th to see if the Daily Caller posted?
I told you already no. I didn't know about it until December 12th, 2024, after I had to deep dive and do my own research because you guys continually said that it came from my Instagram. I'm the one who had to find it, that it came from Daily Caller. Apparently, you didn't even know that it came from Daily Caller until December of 2024. So we both weren't in the know.
So the civil stalking injunction that was being sought, it didn't ask you to stop posting about Murray School District, did it?
No.
And in fact, you can still post about Murray School District without posting about Ms. Alwerda, can't you?
I want to post about what Miss Awerda did to me, so it's irrelevant.
I'll ask my question.
I can
again.
post about Murray School District and about what the Murray School District PTA president did to me.
But you don't have to post about.
No, of course I don't have to, but under the free speech, I can post about what someone's done to me.
So, for example, your posts about your disagreement with LGBTQ plus society, those don't have to include Ms. Alwerda, do they?
Of course they don't have to, but that's not what I'm posting about. I'm posting about what your client did to me. I'm not clear how this is relevant.
Please just answer the question.
You're posting about pride flags. Doesn't have to involve Ms. Alwerda, does it?
No, it doesn't.
You're posting about your disagreement with gender ideology or gender theory. Doesn't have to involve Ms. Alwerda, does it?
I think it does.
Why is that?
Because when I post about gender ideology and pride flags, I get harassed by Jen Awerda and people like her.
You still do?
I do. I do. Anytime I post, I get about those issues, I get harassed by people just like Jen.
But
That's a public issue.
But
So yes,
Ms.
it's relevant. Every time I post about those issues, it's
Ms.
relevant.
Alwerda has not posted about you since May 28th of 2023.
That's okay. The emotional distress that she caused to me is still lasting.
Would you please answer my question? She has not posted about you since May 28th, 2023, correct?
Nope, she's not posted about me.
I believe you previously testified that after the police told you to stop tagging or contacting Ms. Alwerda, you looked up the statute that they referenced when they about electronic violations. Is that correct?
It is?
All right. And so when they said don't contact her anymore, you looked for a way that you could continue posting about her without tagging her, right?
Posting about what she did to me and my family?
And,
Yes.
And in fact, you continued to post about her for months.
I continued to post about what she did to me and my family for months. Yes.
Even after the police told you to knock it off.
I knocked off what they asked me to, and I continued to post about what she had done to me and my family and how it continues to affect us.
So essentially, your reading of the statute was looking for a way to get around what the police told you not to do, right?
I believe anyone who is cited a statute should read through it to understand it. So yeah, that's what I did.
At one point, you said that you believed that somebody told Ms. Awerta to step down from being PTA president. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Did anyone tell you that Ms. Awerta was forced to resign?
No, I said it was my belief.
So it's your guess, essentially.
Yeah.
All right, you've talked about the amount of legal fees that you have spent in this case. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Are you aware that under the civil stalking injunction statute, you had the right to go to trial within 10 days to challenge the civil stalking injunction statute?
I am aware of what it says. That doesn't mean that the way it happens always plays out in that way.
Well, because in fact, you elected to file a UPEPA motion, correct?
I did. I was just following advice from different attorneys, so.
And the UPEPA motion delayed the case in its entirety for almost a year, isn't that right?
That was an unfortunate, unintended consequence.
Well, you said you read the statute before you do something. Did you read UPEPA before you?
I believe UPEPA says that it should speed things up. It's supposed to, if I remember correctly, it's supposed to like quicken things or whatever. I can't remember the word, but it didn't work that way. It ended up taking 6 months or more. So yeah, I don't believe the court system always functions within the deadlines that it always has.
And then you also filed a motion to dismiss on constitutional grounds at the same time as the UPEPA motion, right?
My attorney did, yeah.
And then you ultimately withdrew that motion about 2 years later. Isn't that right?
My attorney did whatever he wanted. That's why I fired him. He did things without my consent.
And then you filed a new motion seeking to strike the civil stalking injunction, raising new arguments. Isn't that right?
I don't recall. My attorneys did all of these things.
Well, and every step of the way, that caused attorneys to do work and increase legal fees, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And I don't like that. Trust me. It's unfortunate we're in this mess at all.
And that was based on the strategy that you chose to pursue, correct?
My attorney made, as I said, that's why I fired him. He made choices. I told him, do not take action on my case without my consent, and he ignored me and did whatever he wanted, which is why he's not here today.
You had previously made some minor testimony about a deadline to file a stalking injunction that it had passed. Do you recall that?
I do.
When did the deadline for you to file a stalking injunction pass?
I'm not sure. I talked about it with Gowd. Was it a year? I don't know.
And you never looked into that when the civil stalking injunction was filed against you over 2 years
As
ago?
I said repeatedly, my counsel said that he believed the stalking statute to be unconstitutional. So then if he went ahead and filed something using the stalking statute, it would undercut his argument. So I followed his advice. You know, I feel I was ill-advised, but at the time I didn't know. I just thought he was being a good attorney. So
that's a no. You didn't look into it.
I did look into it. And as I said, my attorney said no.
You also have provided some testimony today contending that the Awertas tried to hide the source of various screenshots and Instagram and other social media posts. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
You're aware, though, that with every social media post, it has the name of the individual who posts on whatever platform that's there. Isn't that right?
The Daily Caller posts don't include the Daily Caller logo at the top, but every other screenshot that was from my account, they included my name. And I think that's really interesting.
My question was different. So if I
Okay.
were to go to any one of the screenshots, the person who made a comment, their name is next to the comment, right?
Their name, yes, but the post itself doesn't show where it came from. It could be a comment from anywhere in the universe.
But that doesn't change the fact that the person whose name is by the comment is the one that made the comment, does it?
No, it doesn't. But how do I know if it's even about me or Awerda or anyone if it doesn't show where it came from? Could just be a random comment about anyone, anywhere.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Maradoni, anything else?
A quick couple questions, Your Honor. Can we just put Exhibit 67 up?
Yep, you bet.
Right. You recognize this exhibit?
I do?
Okay, and you just testified, I think counsel just showed you a bunch of comments that were at the end of the article, right?
Right?
You said that you reviewed them?
I have.
Okay, and you reviewed them after you received the exhibit, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
It was after.
Do you recognize any of the people that had posted?
No, I don't know any of them. What I think is interesting about that comment is, with the KKK flags, it's a random person I don't know making some weird comment to her, whereas the pride flags that she put on my lawn were from her directly. There's quite a difference there. A random person on some article who no one here even knows versus the person sitting right there who did it to me. That's actual harassment.
Okay. Now, also, the last post that Ms. Awerda did on your social media sites was May 28th, 2023, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Right. Did she stop interacting with you at that point?
No, she didn't.
Okay, and how did she interact with you after that?
From then on, she began the lawfare, as she had threatened when she was on my Facebook. As she said, I have so much money to come after you, you just wait. And she followed through, and that began early June. So she made good on her Facebook threats and took it into reality, just like she did with the flags. She escalated it. So yes, she has continued to contact me, and here I am with her today, unfortunately.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Singh.
Thanks.
I need Maureen to come back before we call the next witness, but who is the next witness going to be?
It would be Nicole Solas, Your Honor. She's online.
Yeah.
Is she ready?
Is she online? Let me make sure.
Ms. Solis, if you can hear me, I need you to unmute yourself and turn on your camera. There we go. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the case now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maradoni, go ahead.
Okay. Just 1 second. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Nicole Solis.
Can you spell it?
Nicolesolas.
Ms. Solis, where do you live?
Rhode Island.
Okay. And how do you know the respondent, Ms. Despain?
I became aware of her on Twitter because she was another mom objecting to gender ideology indoctrination in school, and we were both being harassed, threatened with lawsuits. In my case, I was actually sued because of our objection to gender ideology in school.
Who sued you?
The teachers union sued me because I was submitting public records requests about gender ideology indoctrination in school. And then I have numerous lawsuits that I have filed against my school district for keeping me out of public meetings, withholding public records. So I've had quite a wild ride with being targeted by my school district for the same issues that April deals with.
Okay, and what do you do for a living?
I don't do anything for a living. I'm a stay-at-home mom, but at the time that I had first met April online, I was a fellow with an organization where my job was to promote matters related to public education and policy around public education. So when I met April, I was really interested in what she was going through because it was part of my job to bring attention to other parents like her who were being harassed because of her religious beliefs when she was objecting to gender ideology in school.
Do you know around the time frame when you first met Ms. Despain?
I mean, maybe it was either 2022 or 23. I'm not really sure.
Okay. Can we put Exhibit 120 up?
Ooh. That's not gonna show to her.
You have
I see it. I have.
Oh, okay, yeah. I apologize. Yeah, I forgot. We already sent these to her. Okay. So if you turn to Exhibit 120, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, it's a text message between me and April.
Okay. And are the messages engraved from you?
Right. Yes.
If you look at on the first page, where April says she asks you to publicize one of her posts, right? Do you see that?
Yeah, she says I'm going to publicize it. Will you share it when I do?
Okay. And did you do that?
I believe I made a tweet about this pride flag here on the desk.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Because I think I retweeted it because it was a public school teacher having political propaganda in class. Yeah.
Okay. If you could turn to page 29.
Oh, hold on a second. Page 29. Let me pull up exhibits. Hold on, I'm sorry. I have a list of exhibits, not necessarily page numbers. Are you still on the same exhibit?
The same exhibit, yeah. The page is in the upper right-hand corner.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
Okay. Can you read your third text out loud, starting with everyone?
Okay. Everyone knows they harass us and then accuse us of harassing them. Don't get into the... Do you want me to keep going?
No, that's good.
Okay.
What are you referring to there?
I'm referring to a national trend where parents like April and I have an objection to an issue in public school. And what happens is, and it happens like clockwork, is that a parent like myself or a parent like April will, be engaged in public discourse in public school, whether it's going to a school board meeting, whether it's making a post online about something happening in public school. And then we are attacked by usually someone affiliated with public school, and they attack us, like in both of our cases, with litigation that is used to silence us because they view us as being a political opponent. And so once they do that to us, me and April, and this is why I encouraged April to do this, we go to the media and say, look what these people are doing to us just because we object to gender ideology being taught in public school. And then once it gets in the media, and this happened to me too, parents like me and April are then accused of harassing the people who were the ones harassing us. And so even in my case, when I was sued by the teachers union, which is now an anti-SLAPP lawsuit, and we're still in litigation with that, we're now showing how they harassed me. The teachers union claimed that I was harassing people just by posting about the lawsuit and by sending public records requests. So they're always claiming that we are harassing other people, or they say that other people's response to our media exposure, we are somehow responsible for other people's words that are reacting to the bad behavior of people like Jennifer Awerta sending pride flags to April, or of people like the teachers union who harassed me with frivolous litigation. I mean, I was even asked in an interview by the news, oh, you sent public records requests to your school district threatened to sue you, you expose them in the news, and the next thing you know, your school district gets a threat against them. Aren't you remorseful? And that's exactly, they want you to feel remorse for the actions of other people responding to the harassment that you have received. So it's, in very short, it's victim blaming. And it's a tactic that is used across the country to cancel, humiliate, gaslight people like me in April who were just participating we were publicly engaging with our public school, and then other people like Jennifer Awerta or other people affiliated with public school, they come after us and attack us first, and then blame us for defending ourselves when they get bad feedback in the media about their bad behavior.
Okay. Can you read your fifth text on this page? It starts with "she is."
She is suing you to silence your free speech.
And why did you think that?
Well, first of all, the civil stalking injunction in Utah is unconstitutional. You don't have to be a lawyer to read.
Objection, Your Honor. We're crossing into expert
I'm
testimony.
not even sure why any of this testimony is relevant.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me what Ms. Solis thinks about the law.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Is it relevant?
Well, I can move
Why?
on. I think the point of this was to say that for her to give kind of her view of the intent behind the lawsuit, because she was interacting with Ms. Despain as this was going on.
Why? The only question here is whether or not there was stalking, which all predates the filing of the stalking injunction, right? That's the question.
Okay.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
I think it's.
Well, first of all, no one's opinion about whether the statute is
Yeah,
legal
I understand,
affects the
yeah.
court's decision as to whether they're stalking.
Yeah.
So let's move on. It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll go to the next question. If you go to page 49.
One second. Okay.
Okay. On this page, do you see where April commented, "Can you comment again?"
Oh, yeah, yep.
Okay. Can you read that post in the next one?
Can you comment again? I want that post to get traction. And you want me to keep going?
Yeah.
And then I say, you bet.
All right. That's
She
good.
says,
Yeah,
okay.
that's good. And what is the date of that conversation?
November 2nd.
And is this an example of you posting in response to a request from April?
Yeah, she asked me to comment again, I
Okay.
think. Yeah.
And so after you got this, did you go and comment on social media like she asked you to?
Probably, I think so. I
And
mean, I don't have the post, so.
okay. And why would you oblige her request to comment or to post?
Because I want to amplify parents that have been harassed for their religious beliefs or their political beliefs, like myself. I think it's an important political issue, it's an important education issue, and exposing parents who've been harassed by people like this is really the only way to stop the harassment and to bring attention to it. I mean, I regard myself as a citizen journalist on social media, and so I think this is newsworthy information to be amplifying people like April.
Oh, and do you have Exhibit 30 or Exhibit 67?
Yeah, I have both of them.
All right, can you pull up Exhibit 30?
Yep.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's a screenshot of my post on X.
Okay. And what is the date of the post?
July 8th.
Did you post this at the request of April?
I can't remember. Maybe, but I'm not sure. I mean, I think
Okay.
April told me to, I really can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if April told you the language to write in your post?
No, she never tells me the language to write my post. No one tells me language to write my post. This is all my original writing.
Okay. And then can you turn to Exhibit 67?
Yep.
All right. Do you recognize this document?
Yeah, this is the news article about Jennifer Warder sending pride flags to April's house to harass her.
Okay. What, if any, role did you play in getting this story published?
I didn't play a role in this story.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor, for now.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you.
Mr. Maragoni, ready for next witness?
Yeah, it's our last witness, Your Honor. It's Mr. Despain.
All right, so if you just come up here and stand in front of this lady to my left.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, if so say I do?
Thank you so much. Please have a seat right here.
Okay. Can you please say and spell your name for the record?
Tony Despain, TonyDespain.
What is your relationship to April Despain?
She's my wife
Okay. How long have you guys been married?
since 2010, if my memory serves correct.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 113, page 27?
On the screen? Will it be on the screen?
Yeah, I think you can pull it up for us.
Page 27.
Page 27, yeah. Right. Can you read the second comment by Miss Awerda?
The one that says, what does it start with?
It's the third comment on the page.
Okay. Tony, and says the person who spews hate for those that have a pride flag displayed on their desk must be sad to not have a relationship with your mother anymore.
And what did you think when she made this comment about your mother?
I felt violated. Like, how does this person who I've never met know anything about my relationship with my mom?
Okay. And was information about your relationship with your mother public?
No. Nope.
Do you know where she got the information?
No idea.
Okay, if we could turn to Exhibit 120.
And just to be clear, that Tony.
That's me.
Your,
That's me.
Okay.
And this might be easier if you go into the binder and go to Exhibit 120, and then if you could flip through pages 2 through 8. And look at the images. Okay. Did you find these images?
Yeah, I think so. My wife asked me to look on her Instagram profile and grab pictures, and those are the ones that were public.
Okay. When you found them, were you one of petitioner's followers on Instagram?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know who she was.
Okay. And was her Instagram profile open to the public?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
I wouldn't have been able to see those if they weren't public.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I am tech support, or I'm a system engineer for Zions Bank.
And so, do you have a lot of? Do you understand how social media works?
Yeah, I'd say probably not as good as my wife. She's a little more versed, but I know how it works.
Okay. And so you would know if someone blocked you what that would look like on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you could turn to Exhibit 122. Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And just for one point of clarification, I think you've seen the exhibits before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all the posts or comments under Tony 2020 are from you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what were you talking about in these posts?
About how she knew about my relationship with my mother and how that had anything to do with pride flags in schools.
Okay. And you already said that was this information public at the time?
No, it was not public.
Okay, if we could go to Exhibit 132. Okay, what is this exhibit?
Facebook comments look like.
Okay. Can you read the last comment you made on this page out loud?
Yeah. Says Jennifer Sula Huerta, yep, I do. Public employee emails aren't personal emails. Otherwise, they wouldn't post them on the school website.
Okay. And so, do you remember what was going on in this exchange?
So yeah, she was saying my wife was posting personal information about teachers, and I was saying that she was spreading a lie about my family, and I was pointing out that the lie is that they're not personal. They're public emails. Teachers are public employees that we employ with our taxes.
Okay. Can we go to Exhibit 133? Okay. What is this?
This is an email that I sent using my Gmail account, thefezzik@gmail.com, to the police. I had previously sent to this police officer evidence of what I thought was a hate crime. I wanted him to issue a trespass, stuff like that. And basically he's saying, unless you have more evidence, we're not going to do anything, basically.
So did they take any action based on your emails?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Then Exhibit 107. Okay, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yeah, this is Facebook post, maybe, about the pride flags that Jennifer put in her yard.
And you've seen the video that's in here before, right?
Yes,
Okay. So
I was the one that took it. I was holding the phone, recording it.
okay. And how did you feel when this happened?
Again, violated, intimidated, harassed, bullied for my beliefs, for my wife's beliefs, and yeah, I felt unsafe, kind of.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Nate?
Alrighty, and I will be pretty brief as well. I think we've endured 2 full days of testimony, so we can go pretty quickly here if that's okay. So, Mr. Despain, just to confirm then, based off the testimony you provided, you were the one that recorded, that made this video recording of the folks from Project Rainbow, correct?
Correct.
So that was on your cell phone?
Yeah, my phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Exhibit 113. So do you recognize this exhibit, Mr. Despain?
Yeah, it looks like a Facebook post that my wife did.
And then if you go down, the second comment is from you, and it says, he's proud to be a communist and happy to brainwash kids to do the same. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you think that folks that display pride flags are communists and brainwashers?
I believe intersectionality is a communist idea, and so yes, I believe that it is communistic to push that propaganda on children.
Okay, so then just to confirm my question, it's fair to say that those who display pride flags, you consider those individuals to be communists and brainwashers, correct?
Well, I guess I should have been more clear. Maybe communistic would be better.
Okay, so communistic and brainwashers, correct?
Correct.
I don't know what that means. What does communist mean?
Of the ideology of a communist or behavior of a communist, pushing propaganda on people, that's what I mean. On kids.
Okay, and here you're using the term communist as in the derogatory sense, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so being a communist is a very negative thing in your mind, right?
Correct.
And intended to convey that here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to page 2. And you respond to a comment from Ashley Blaylock. I think it's a little bit towards the bottom, and it says, Ashley Blaylock, and you are, can you blow that up? Perfect. And again, here you say, and Ashley Blaylock, and you are a communist sympathizer. Shame on you for promoting and protecting communists and communism. You see that?
All right. Yes.
So again, same response to the questions I just asked. Those that display pride flags are communists, brainwashers, communist sympathizers, correct?
Yes, I believe that has nothing to, that should not be anywhere near kids.
Okay. And does your wife share that sentiment and belief?
I know she doesn't want pride flags in the schools. I don't know if she believes the same as I do as far as being communistic.
Okay. And does she also believe that anyone that displays a pride flag is a brainwasher?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Exhibit 122. Actually, I apologize. Go back to 113. I missed one thing. My apologies. We're going to go to 113, and we're going to go to page 28. Okay, and there's a comment from Jennifer Sewell-Ware that says, too bad, spewing hateful, and then the next comment is from you, only hate. Can you blow that up? Just those top two, is that all right? Perfect. So here you see a comment from Jennifer Sewell-Ware. This is in the same chain that we've been looking at, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, and Ms. Orta says, too bad, spewing hateful things wasn't a qualification for the school board, or your wife would have won. Your response, only hate to someone protecting their gender religion for kids. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's fair to say that you think it's okay to spew hate to those that have an opinion on gender religion for kids, as you define it.
Say that again?
So, based off your statement here, it's okay to spew hate to those that, and I'll rephrase my previous question, it's okay to spew hate to those that display pride flags.
No, I don't agree with spewing hate to anybody.
Isn't that what you're saying here, though?
I'm saying it's only hate if you consider telling the truth as hate. Because that's...
He's disagreeing that his
I'm-
wife was spewing hateful things.
Got it, okay.
Right.
So you're not saying spewing hate here, you're disagreeing as to the context of what's actually happening. Is
And
that right?
I'm saying Jennifer Huerta is saying my wife is spewing hate, and I'm saying it would only be considered hate if you view exposing the truth about what's going on in the schools as hateful.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Let's now go to Exhibit 122. Here, there's another comment, and it says, Jennifer Sewell Huerta, and why are you stalking me and my family, revealing personal information? Do you see that?
I do.
So it's fair to say that you saw this online engagement between the two as stalking, correct?
Yeah, I viewed Jennifer planting flags and revealing personal information that nobody else would have known as stalking.
Okay, so again, to answer my question, the online back and forth between the two, you consider that to be stalking, correct?
Well, I don't know, you'd have to say all of it was, but if you're asking the way you're asking, I'm just saying what she did was stalking. Revealing personal information, I considered stalking.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 133. And we're going to go to page 20. Okay, and there's a comment, I believe, towards the bottom that says the endless harassment, if we can blow that up. Okay. So this is an email exchange that you had with Murray City Police, correct? We can go back to the beginning if we need to, but
hold on, let me read it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
I recognize that.
So here you're saying the endless harassment has continued with more comments from Ms. Huerta. Am I reading that correctly?
Correct.
Okay, and you understand that Ms. Huerta and Mr. Spain engaged online for approximately 5 days, correct?
Yes,
So in your mind, endless is 5 days is endless, correct?
correct.
Okay. And then above that, you see, we have never met Ms. Huerta, and clearly she knows about my family issues that we have never shared. She appears to be stalking me and my family. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And again, you saw this exchange between these two individuals as stalking, right?
Yes, I saw Miss Huerta as stalking. She figured out where we lived, had somebody else post flags in my yard, intimidating and harassing my family, finding out personal information about my mom and me, and that's pretty creepy.
And after the police came, Ms. Huerta's never posted about either you or Mr. Spain or anybody in your family, correct?
I have no idea. I don't know, and I don't have her phone, so I can't answer that. To be sure, I haven't seen it.
Okay, you haven't seen it.
Right.
But your wife has continued to post about Ms. Huerta, correct?
My wife has posted about what she's done to us. Yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say that she has continued to post for months, if not years, since this initial exchange, correct?
Yes,
Your
she's-
wife, right?
My wife has posted about what harassment Huerta has done to us. Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Marivani?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Saw your face light up.
Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor. We rest.
Rebuttal? I'm hoping no.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, good. 420. Let's talk next steps. Well, first, before I forget, I'm going to need counsel to work on an exhibit list, so my team doesn't have to do it, because they don't have the ability, the time, the minutes to do it. So,
We have one that's ready to go. We will
Great.
finish typing it up and submit it to the court.
great, and make sure you share it with Mr. Maragoni, because I want it to be complete. So share it with Mr. Maragoni, make sure everyone's in agreement, and then if you could email that to the court, that'd be great. All right. And before everyone leaves, everyone should make sure that this is a complete set of all the exhibits that we've got right here. Oh, yeah, so you need to, if there's stuff on that thumb drive, we need to get it back. Okay. Let's see. So, how do you all want to proceed? Do you want to have an opportunity for a briefing? Do you want to just come for argument? Do you want to do neither of those things?
I think from our perspective, short briefing would be the best and agree to a limitation. I mean, 10 pages or less would be our proposal, just for closing.
Although I suspect Mr. Maragoni is going to raise lots of constitutional issues, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not sure, can that be done in 10 pages?
Well, I would imagine that they're probably the same ones that were raised in prior briefing. Is that right? I mean,
Well, Your Honor, there would also be kind of, because at this point we would probably lay out the factual scenario, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, right.
Because that's why we've been here for 2 days.
Yes, I think it would take more than 10 pages to do that.
Yeah, I prefer not to impose any. I mean, if you want to submit something that's 10 pages long, I will love it. But I'm not going to impose a page limit. So maybe what we will do is, what if we set a deadline for each side to submit their brief, and then if anyone wants to respond to the other side's brief, we'll set another deadline. How's that sound?
Sounds good, Your Honor.
that works.
So you tell me how much time you think you need to do that. And the facts are going to be important. I haven't asked for proposed findings, but I think I don't want that, but if I change my mind, I'll let you know. So how much time do you think you need to get those briefs in? Today is March 12th.
Your Honor, just one point on that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we would need a copy of the transcript for today before we'd be able to brief. I don't know how long that would take.
You got me a long time, I assume.
Yeah, I think generally it's about a 30-day turnaround. The last transcript was about that long.
Okay.
So transcript puts us at about, well, assuming you request it and they get started immediately, it's about April 16th.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to be in a jury trial the entire month of May, so I'm not going to have a lot of time to look at anything. I wonder if it would make sense to go to June, maybe June 2nd. Is that for our first deadline? And I'm just starting the bidding here. I don't want to screw up anyone's lives. I'm not trying to be a jerk. So
What if we were to do May 16th? I know Your Honor won't have time to look at it, but then we agree that any responsive briefs be due within 2 weeks thereafter or something similar to that, or 3 weeks thereafter. So then our briefing is complete by the time you come out of the jury trial?
that's fine with me. Is that going to work for you, Mr. Maragoni?
Yeah, that should work, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll say each side will submit a brief by May 16th. Responses due, given there's a holiday kind of in the middle, what if we said maybe June 6th, Friday, June 6th?
June 6th works.
Okay.
All right, let's find an argument date then. And obviously, if we pick an argument date and any briefing pushes, we're probably going to need to revisit that argument date, because I'm going to need a lot of time to review everything, get ready, so I'm prepared. Because the way I like to conduct hearings and things like this, my plan is going to be, I'm going to ask everybody all my questions. We're just question. And then everyone's going to have as much time as they want to make additional argument, tell me whatever they want me to know. Okay?
And I would say, Your Honor, and I know, obviously, I will defer to the court, I think our preference would be no argument, just to submit on the papers.
Oh, okay.
Simply because I think everyone has been very cost sensitive to this, and we've heard testimony about that today, and to the extent we could. I don't know if Mr. Mariani agrees, but I think we would be fine submitting on the briefing. But if the court wants oral argument, I mean, we're obviously happy to comply.
Well, maybe, I just feel like I'm going to have a lot of questions.
Your Honor, sorry, can we just, I don't think, at this point, I don't think cost would be the prohibitor to not having an oral argument.
Okay.
And personally, I do think it could be very useful because there are a lot of facts in this case and there are a lot of issues at hand.
Yeah, I'm inclined to think that it could be helpful. So if I change my mind after I read the briefs, believe me, I'll let the parties know. Let's see, so I've got June 6th. I don't suppose, are people around on July 3rd?
Unfortunately, I will be in town. I don't have anything on my schedule, so.
Or July 2nd. I could do July 2nd or July 3rd.
Would July 2nd be better? Do you guys want
It's a
to-
Wednesday.
July 2nd?
Yeah, I think that'll work for our side.
Yeah, can I ask us a quick question, Your Honor? So for my clients, is it optional if they show up in person?
Oh, of course, yeah. It's
Okay.
optional if they show up at all, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
But if you want to appear by WebEx, that's no problem. But yeah,
So
I
July
don't think,
2nd. July 2nd works, Your Honor.
could we do July 2nd at 9:30?
That works.
Yeah, that works for me, Your Honor.
Great. And like I said, if I get all the briefs and I think I don't have any questions, which I think is highly unlikely given everything that we've gone through in this case, but I will let you know for sure. So July 2nd at 9:30, we'll have argument. So again, if there's delays in getting the transcript or, delays in the briefing, it's likely that we're going to have to push that argument because my schedule is jam-packed, so I'm going to have not a ton of time even with this. I know it seems like a lot, but I'm just in trial like all summer, so. But maybe things will go away. Okay, great. Anything else that we need to talk about?
Not from our side, Your Honor.
Not from our side.
Well, I really appreciate all your hard work, and I especially appreciate both sides really working together to present the evidence and working together on the tech stuff. That was really helpful to the court, and it made everything run more smoothly. And if it hadn't gone that way, I don't think we'd even be done by now. So I really appreciate that. Okay, thank you so much. We'll be in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.